everybody. Good morning. There's some crazy stuff going on. Some crazy stuff going on, you guys. I don't know about you, but it's crazy. Mo. And we are ready. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Rebecca Lauren, reporting to you. I kind of feel sorry for you if I'm your news source. I am nowhere near journalism level right now. It's something I've been striving for my whole life, but I just don't know if I'm cut out for it. I don't know if I could ever do journalism. I don't know. I can do my own weird version of journalism, but like actual journalism, I don't think I'm cut out for that. I'm cut out for like internet weirdness. That's what I'm cut out for. Well, you guys, I hope you're having a great morning. It is 4:39 a.m. Pacific time. There is going to be the start of an impeachment trial today, a second impeachment of the president. Like historic. It's an historic, like unprecedented, like first time in history a president has been impeached twice, and this time is really serious. How serious, you ask? Well, there's currently a manhunt going around the country for all the people involved in the insurrection of the Capitol, the act of terrorism, the sedition, on charges of murder and sedition and other felony charges. So if you think that you could just go on Twitter after committing a sedition, treason, which is treason, a high felony, if you think that like the level of delusion that you must have to think that you can just commit crimes like that and then go on Twitter and rant about it, it's like beyond, like, talk about snowflakes and like, I don't know. It's just so freaking. You reap what you sow. These people have been, rabble rousing, for like 4 or 5 years longer, actually. These are the same people who like, were proud of the Patriot Act. These are the same people who like, hated people just for being from, or just for looking like they were from an Arab country or from a Muslim country because of 9/11. And it's like, these are the same people who just like they clutch their purse when they're on the elevator and they see somebody come in who's not white. Like, these are the same people. Like these people need to pay. Like, seriously, like they have blood on their hands. They have actual blood on their hands. And yeah, it sucks because, it's like, obviously we don't want people to be hurt. We obviously like don't want people to just go to prison, but they nothing we can do about it now. They committed a crime. Like they committed high treason. Like, well, maybe not high treason. High treason is like if you like give secrets to another government. I don't know the legal terms. Okay, I'm not a lawyer. But I do know that it's just like, you know, this is justice. You know, we've been, and it's not just about like, oh, my team wins, your team lost. Like, this isn't baseball. This isn't football. You know, like this is our day-to-day lives that has been like just completely terrorized over the past 4 years. And then amid a global pandemic that is killing people by the tens of thousands, like per day, if not more. You know, and then like just complete disregard, telling people they shouldn't wear masks, like even though that's like the best we can do, you know, in addition to like social distancing in general. And you know, ideally every single person in the world should have stayed home, and like the governments should have just gave people supplies like as safe as possible, like dropped off like a box outside of everybody's house every month or whatever. And like everybody shut down, all jobs shut down, everything shut down. And you know, obviously completely essential things like everything, like people shouldn't be going out like shopping, like just walking around, going to Best Buy, looking at the video games, like, you know, like, or going to Macy's or whatever. Macy's doesn't exist anymore. But like, go into the store and like go like, oh, you know, I really like, I'm gonna try on 10 different like pairs of pants today, and I'm gonna look at watches, you know, or I'm gonna like try on perfume, and like I'm gonna, you know, like get makeup done, and like that's not what we need to be doing right now. This whole entire pandemic, people should have been like, ideally, like obviously that's not possible. You can't convince me, like, you know, it would have been ideal, honestly. Like that's how I've been living. I've been self-quarantined as much as possible. I've basically been pretending like there was nuclear fallout. Like I try to avoid leaving the house at all costs. Like it's not good for my mental health, but you know what's worse for my mental health? Death. So, you know, people say, oh, you know, it's gonna hurt the economy if we don't open up the country. Well, you know what else hurts the economy? Death. Because if people are dead, how are they gonna buy your shit? like seriously, I don't understand. Like this is how did we get here? Like, how did we get to a point where people are taking selfies with insurrectionist terrorists? And like what the fuck, dude? Like, could you imagine if this had been like non-white people? Like, do you imagine like, obviously you can imagine it. The outrage that would have happened if these people were obviously this wouldn't have been Muslims, because Muslims are non-violent. like people don't understand that, you know, the people who committed 9/11 were terrorists. They were not, you know, they considered themselves Muslims, but they were like this weird like jihadist like subset. Like it's the same as these, like, you know, white evangelicals. And I know it's like, it's so frustrating that people don't see a difference. I mean that people see a difference. Like, oh, that person's white, oh, that means they're mentally ill if they committed a crime. But because they're brown, oh, they're a criminal. Like what the fuck, dude? Seriously. Like stop. Like, calm down. Okay, like, don't do that. Like you know, it's only a matter of time before common sense will start to, like, you know, bubble up again, if it ever did. You know, these people, you know, have been, you know, it's deliberate. You know, people like to say, oh, you know, I'm from a different time, I'm from a different generation, you know, I was taught, you know, traditional Christian values. Like, no, you can't use that as an excuse. Like, just admit that you hate people based on the color of their skin and deal with that yourself. Like, don't, like, you know, it's just so frustrating that these people continually act like they're not at fault. They're completely complicit in all the problems that this country faces. I mean, all problems, like, not all problems. Some problems are like, like environmental problems. But this is where it stems from, is because people thought that you could just buy people like their property. And yeah, I understand that, people are talking about animal rights as well. And, like, yeah, like we do raise animals to create crops for ourselves. But at the same time, like, obviously I think we should move away from that, because we have the technology and we have science and technology. We could literally synthesize meat. We don't need to eat meat from animals. Like, we don't need to, like, we can create robots. We don't need freaking animals. And then whatever crops up with, sentient life with machines, it's a future issue. Okay, like, what are we gonna do when we can't even like use robots anymore? Like, I mean, obviously you could say like, oh well, it's a robot that does not have the sentience capability. Well, there you go. That's the solution. Like, you don't have to build your robot with the capability of, scanning like, like multi-billions of petabytes a second of, database searches and algorithms. Like, you don't need all that just to like, mow the lawn, like, like, okay, but like, seriously though, back to reality. Like, we're approaching a time where we should stop, like, challenging ourselves. Like why are we like not utilizing our capabilities as human beings? Like, we have the capability to feed every single person on this planet. We have the capability to just like create like automation everywhere, and we don't have to lift a finger for all eternity and have all the resources that we can. And obviously, there's bigger issues there, because the real issue is that people are shit, and people want to hold on to whatever power they have, and they're afraid of change. And they don't put two and two together, that, it's like, it's not a zero-sum game. Somebody wins doesn't mean you lose. You can both win. Everybody on this planet can be winning right now. I mean, obviously not people who want to cause chaos and destruction, like Nazis. Yeah, like, that's what they are. They're fascists. That's what fascists do, is they want power for themselves. And, they want to, they don't care about who they stomp on. That's literal fascism. Like, is complete control. We're better than everyone else, and we're going to allow you, out of the kindness of our heart, of our dear leader, like that, we're going to allow you to have access to food and shelter. It's like, what? Everybody should have access to food and shelter. Why do you need more food and shelter than someone else? It doesn't make any sense. Like, we're approaching a point where we might even be able to leave the planet and actually live in outer space as a society. Like, we live in a society. And people like are so stuck on like this book that's like from 6,000 years ago. And yeah, I get it. Okay, like, yeah, you're allowed to, respect that book, just like you can respect any religious text. But like, when you use that book to justify hate crimes and to justify like, like putting it at the highest level of government, even, like, where this 6,000-year-old belief, this 6,000-year-old book, is influencing decisions for the government, which governs all the people, not just Christians, all the people, and creates policies that conflict with human rights. So, I mean, yeah, like, reassess your religious beliefs, but, obviously that's something that, between you and God, okay, like, do that on your own. But, like, it's just ridiculous how people, like, are so obsessed with this, like, ancient belief and these ancient codes that were written by pieces of shit. Like, they were written by, like, some old dude, like, some racist, old, homophobic shit, like 6,000 years ago. People perpetuating, like the worst beliefs. And it's like, you go on Facebook and you see somebody post something and they say, like, or, like, it says, like, sources. Like, oh, sources confirm that, like, well, what are those sources? Anybody can literally start up a website and write up whatever they want. And obviously we have, like, fact checking, and we have, like, you have to build, like, reputation. You have to, like, build respect. You have to, like, have, like, ethical journalism, like you have to be able to, like, people can see you and say, hey, this person has been ethical for a long time and they've posted truthful information. I have a good reason to trust them. Doesn't mean you automatically trust people, because like obviously people are fallible, but like as much as fast as we have access to, like, everything on the internet today, back in 6,000 years ago when the Bible was being written, do you really think that do you really not see that like somebody could have just like started a cult and started like forcing all these things on people, and then over time like it just grew and grew? Like, don't you understand? Like, not to say that your religion is a cult, because there are good Christians. In fact, there is a church in my town that celebrates LGBTQ plus people, and like they celebrate pride. They have pride colors, and like they support all members of their church, not just the white hetero wealthy. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I'm really hoping that this rest of the year doesn't turn into a complete shit show like last year. And yeah, it's obviously there's only so much we can do, like. But at the same time, it's like what are we gonna do? We just have to wait for the for all of this to blow over. And I trust democracy, because yeah, a lot of people are gonna be hurt in the process, which is really crappy. Hey, good sir, you welcome to the stream, my friend. It's just like, all of that aside, all the people who get hurt, which is terrible, and I wish it didn't have to happen, but all that aside, in the end, democracy is gonna win. And because that's what we have. That we have to trust in it, because it's like the best we have. And at the same time, like, we know what the alternative is. We've seen it all over the world. We've seen it in our past. We've seen it all sorts of times, and we need to move forward and create a more perfect union. Like, we can't create a perfect society. We can't create, like, we can't, overnight, we can't create like food and shelter for everybody. We can't create like, opportunities for, for advancing, for developing career. Like, we can't just like ensure that like overnight. It's not going to happen overnight, but like, can't it? I mean, like, there's probably a lot of things that could just, like, if our government started cooperating and stopped dealing with, like, trying to get reelected all the time, and stopped, like, lobbying with people, and, like, and I understand, like, the reality is that, like, you need, you need to convince people, and that's terrible, because why do you have to convince people that everybody should have a fair shot? And because like, it's one thing if you have like a legal fair shot, but if there's conditions in your life that make it extremely hard for you to succeed, if not impossible, then how is that a fair shot? It's like, oh, we have a fair shot. Oh, because by law you have a fair shot, but like in reality you don't, because there's all these like issues, and there's all these like problems. It's like social problems. Yeah, today we're going to be working on some chess, and I'm going to try to limit my exposure, because it's pretty much all the same stuff that's been talked about on the news. Like, honestly, like, it was like during the count, like, for an entire week, it was just like the same stuff on the news, like, oh, this state is now at this point, and now there's a lead. And it's like, yeah, I understand that, like, we needed to, like, have something to hold on to, and like, because there's still a chance that Trump could have won. there was still a chance, and it's like we needed to be updated. Like, I understand, and it's just good journalism, but it's like covering what the current election is kind of a big deal. But like it's just like, but at the same time, like, if you watch that all day and you don't take a break, like, it just really wears down on you. I've been, it's a huge part of why I've been so depressed lately. It's like the stuff that's been going on, at the Capitol, with the insurrection, and like with all that kind of stuff, everything's just been wearing down on me. It's so hard. I'm not the only one. But yeah, I'm just gonna be kind of like, like saying what's on my mind as they come to my mind, as I usually do. But I don't claim to be a pundit. I don't claim to be a journalist. I have my own reasons. I mean, obviously, I'm such a busybody. Like, I need to know what's going on in the country because it affects me directly. Okay, I'm a trans woman, and I may be white, but I still am a demographic that is directly targeted, and like, it's like by our government, where especially the Trump administration rolled back protections over trans people over the past 4 years. There's an entire list. I'll get to it later if it comes up again, but like, there's an entire list of like every single action that the Trump administration did directly targeting the trans population. And, there's like 1.4 million of us. Either either binary trans or non-binary trans, or just non-binary people in general. There's 1.4 million people in this country. And if you look at percentage, it's like, what, 0.43% of the population is trans. 0.43%. That sounds really low, but if you convert that to actual numbers, it's 1.4 million people. I'm one person. My life has meaning. Multiply that by 1.4 million. How many people out there have even less healthcare than I have even less opportunities, who don't even have access to hormones, who have like no possibility of ever getting hormones or surgeries. I mean, like, because people are just like, they're in communities that are like, if they come out to their family, their lives are at risk. They might be beaten by their neighbor, by their town. They might be like, shunned, driven out of their home, homeless. Like there's so many problems in parts of this country, and still, even in here in California. If you have a transphobic family that's hell-bent on traditional right-wing, hyper-religious values, your life is in danger just for being trans. And so it's like, how are you supposed to even come out when your own family is against you? And I'm not in that situation. I'm an adult, and I'm also like, I have supportive dad, and I have supportive family for the most part. Some family members I can't associate with you anymore for multiple reasons. But the straw that broke the camel's back is the sluggishness of adapting. Because I have friends and family who knew me my whole life as a different name and as a different gender, and they made the switch, to my name, to my real name, Rebecca, and to my real pronouns, she and her. They made the switch, and yeah, they're not perfect. My dad's actually been really good. Like, he doesn't call me by my old name at all, my dead name at all, and he doesn't call me by my dead pronouns at all. And my dad was probably, I hate to say it, but like, my dad was probably one of the most transphobic members of my family for the longest time. And, like, people don't know what transphobia really is. Like, it's not just people saying, like, oh, you're a man. Oh, you're, it's not just people saying hateful things. And sometimes I was actually talking to someone earlier in DMs. I'm not going to say who, but, like, I was actually telling them earlier, I want people to understand that if it's outright hate, that's actually easy to deal with. It sucks, and I wish it didn't happen. But it's easy for me to just disregard it and just say, oh, well, that's just some crazy hateful person. But when it's people who care about you, and people who want to be allies, and people who like are generally good people, and they say and do things that are transphobic, and they don't recognize it, and then when you call it to their attention, they're like, why are you yelling at me? I did nothing wrong. I am your ally. Why are you yelling at me? And it's like, yeah, saying that you're my ally doesn't, obviously I understand. I'm not saying that you're like a problem. What I'm saying is that what your actions are doing, like that's something you can change. And when you do it over and over and over, when you consistently, like over and over and over, call someone by their wrong name, I don't care if you knew somebody for like 30 or 40 or 50 years. Like if somebody comes to you and they get married and they have a new last name, like you get used to it. You say, okay, well that's their name now. But because there's like a gender identity involved, people suddenly get all confused. Like if somebody gets a name change because they get married, or somebody gets pregnant, they're like, oh, well, now you're a parent. And like they immediately do all those like gymnastics required to like adjust their idea of the person they thought they knew. They're like, oh, well, that person is not the person I thought they were anymore. They're the person that they really show themselves to be, and I need to respect who they are. And it's not about you. That's the number one thing that people need to know. Like, you need to know that it's not about you. Okay? Like, as far as my identity goes, that's 100% me. Okay? And I don't care if you don't understand it. I don't care if you don't feel comfortable with it. It's still me. Okay, like, there's a basic amount of respect. Like, okay, well, I don't understand it and it's kind of icky to me, but I understand that if I don't do this, it's gonna hurt them. Okay, like, that's step one. Okay, like, and from there, you can start to understand things and maybe you'll have some more compassion. But at the very least, like, at least treat us with, like, dignity, so that we don't have to, like, go through our lives with people actively like harassing us all day long. And yeah, like it's an uphill battle for sure, but it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that people have the choice to choose compassion and love and understanding and respect, but instead they take the action of, well, I don't believe you, and I don't want to believe you, and it scares me, and instead of trying to understand it, I'm just going to say you're stupid and just, make your life a living hell and point and laugh at you and tell everybody that you're wrong and that you don't exist. And, even though you say your name is Rebecca and your pronouns are she and her, I'm going to constantly, every chance I get, going to tell you that you're not a woman. I'm going to tell you every single chance I get that like it's fucked up. It's so fucked up. And I don't know if there's a solution, but we have to just keep moving forward. It's the biggest thing right now is, we need to get this president out of here, because more than just like, obviously his actions and, his presence in government is dangerous. As it is, just him alone. But what he represents and the the symbolic representation of saying that if we keep this person and keep saying that this person's actions are admissible and that he could get reelected, and that just letting it go, like telling people, especially the most dangerous people, that is acceptable, is that's the real issue here. And we need to make sure that like, we are amidst a pandemic, and it sucks. Like, Biden wants to roll out some new policies to, like, ensure safety, but it's like there's a bigger public crisis right now. And our very democracy, our national security is threatened. And like people were talking about there was going to be like an attack on each capital in all 50 states. Like this is an organized like terrorist group. And the fact that they don't realize that they're terrorists is like that's the real problem. But yeah, let's kind of like you gotta have sanity. Like, as much as like this is an important topic, there's people who are much more knowledgeable on the subject than me. I know it's good to have confidence in myself, but I do have to also, part of confidence, there's such a thing as false confidence, and part of having confidence and part of being effective and or what's the word, part of having ethics is you have to recognize that you don't know what you don't know. You can't just say, oh well, I know everything, because that just doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, let's just work on some puzzles, try to relax. It's still morning, and regardless of what's happening on, like with all this stuff in the news, I think it's really important to remember that we have our own lives we have to live too. And there's always going to be something crazy going on. We live in a giant planet with billions of people. And, I think it's like, obviously we need to make sure that we understand what's going on. I don't want to put my head in the sand. I don't want to just, avoid the difficult parts of life, because, we're all in this together, and, for better or worse, even, we can't just like pick and choose like what we pay attention to. It's like we have to accept, like, there's realities in our life, and part of life, life can be beautiful, but life is also ugly, and we have to acknowledge that. But at the same time, there is such a thing as sanity, and focusing on the news so much can sometimes be extremely detrimental. And it's like why, it's one of the reasons why chess is so important to me, because chess is a game that exists in its own. It's one of the few things in the universe that truly exist in a vacuum. Now, there's a world surrounding chess that has its own politics, and I'm not going to get into the current drama going on Twitch right now. There's a lot of drama on, all Twitch communities have their drama, orgs have their drama, everything has their drama, because that's just the human nature. And the nature of getting people to try to work together. People are going to have chess is literally a war of ideas. I mean, it's a war of ideas. You're trying to say, well, my idea is better than yours. And, you get chess players together. Whoops. I didn't finish that last one. What? Oh well, not like it matters. There's like infinite puzzles, basically. Yeah, it's just like, my mental health will always be number one. Like, no matter what I do, even if I did have like, like, obviously, I'm just like making shit up right now, but like I'm trying to imagine a hypothetical situation where I was at a more stable part of my life, and like, a stable is a relative term, because actually if you look at my life literally, I'm extremely stable. But if, like, I have a place to live, I have food and shelter. That's extremely stable from a survival standpoint. But there's also, I mean, there's other things than that. Like, I have to be able to live my life and have meaning and purpose, and to not just be depressed every single day, and to not, like, I mean, I don't want to just be sitting around just collecting dust, like, I want to make a difference in the world. I want to push, for change, and I also want to, like, have an impact on people, small or big. Sometimes, just a smile, like, if I, like, streaming, for example, there's people who never knew I existed, and even though it's not many people, it's still more than would have existed if I didn't go up on Twitch. And yeah, like, discovery is, like, impossible on Twitch. I understand that, but I'm spreading my seed, more than just on Twitch. I'm communicating with people off of Twitch, and trying to be active on Twitter. Twitter's a big thing. I don't know if it translates to viewers, but what it does is it, at least, like, you have two choices: either no exposure or some exposure. And if more people know that you stream on Twitch, it's more likely that people will join your Twitch. So it's like, so obviously more is better. Like, more is more. Like, if I have more people following me on Twitter, there's more people likely to follow me on Twitch. Because not everybody's going to want to watch Twitch. Not everybody's a Twitch viewer. Some people are. Some people might join the platform just because of me, and that's really the most important thing. Because if I can prove that people will join a platform because I'm on it, then I have, like, a lot of influence, and I have a lot of control. Because then it's like the company wants me to be successful, because my success means their success. And so I have proven that I am capable of bringing over people to the Twitch platform. So it's not a matter of if it can happen, if I'm qualified. That's not the issue. It's just there's so many other factors involved. There's sheer luck, because there's just so many people streaming. Like, there's just so many people. And, like, you're competing with people who are just as qualified or more qualified than you. And so it's like, yeah, a lot of it's just random number generator. Like, somebody just happens to stumble upon your stream. They could have stumbled on anybody else's, but instead they stumbled on you. And then they're like, hey, I like this person. I'm going to follow this person, and I'm going to stay on the platform because of this person. That could have been anyone. You're replaceable. All of us are replaceable. Nobody on the planet, like, the President of the United States is definitely replaceable. It's a responsibility. It's not a, it's a privilege. Like, it's not. It's like you have to earn, the sanctity. It's it's like the sanctity of the. They talk about, like, the sanctity of the democracy, the sanctity of our, like, of our capital. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, but you're replaceable. Those justices are still, it's kind of ridiculous that they get lifetime appointments. Like, honestly, like, I really feel like that should change. They're trying to get rid of the Electoral College, because all of these things were put in place to prevent, specific demographics, like black people, from not being able to vote because they're racist as fuck and they wanted to keep slaves. But, obviously we know the Confederates lost. And they're trying to win again, even though they know they lost. Or they don't know they lost. That's the problem. They don't know they lost. Like, except this time, if they think civil war is going to break out, I'm sorry, but the United States military will not allow that. like you're going down if you're gonna attack our country, especially from within the country. You're going down, okay? Like, in the end of the day, they don't care that you're white, okay? Like, the national security and the sanctity of this country outweighs, their systemic racism. It's like you're gonna lose if you're like, it's not like, oh, we're helpless. Like, no, we have a vote and we have a voice, and that's what freedom of speech is about. And people are instead focusing on the worst parts and the worst possible interpretations of our Constitution. Yeah, the Second Amendment was written during a different time. And now, you could say that the police the police definitely need reform. It's corrupt. They're letting people in who are like just want to hit people. Just for hitting people. Like and if they're white, they respect them and just put their hand out and tell them to calm down even when they have a gun drawn. But if they're black, don't even have a weapon, going to their job to teach as a professor at a college, university, you're still stopped by the police and asked, hey, what are you doing around here? Do you live here? But if you're white, like, you could have a gun drawn and like people, cops are just like, oh, I'm just gonna ask you to calm down. Nobody has to get hurt. But then if it even looks like you're reaching in your pocket and you're not white, like there's a very real chance you're just gonna get gunned down. Like, police are not, you don't get to just be judge, jury, and executioner. That's not what the office is for. It should be an office. Sheriffs are a little bit more accountable. They have to be elected. I really do think police should be elected. There should be a complete, like, public process where people get to, like, research, have all of their, if they want to become a police officer, they need to put themselves up to public scrutiny. They have to be willing to put up, like, their history and hey, psychological evaluations. And, obviously you're still going to get some people through the cracks. It's possible for someone to, break down from mental stress of the job. Being a police officer, I can't even imagine the stress of that job. That could just make people snap. It's not their fault. But what is their fault is when people actively hurt people just because they have power. And that's wrong. You have a responsibility when you have that badge, or when you have that government office. Like, when you're holding office or when you have that badge, you're above, you put yourself at a higher standard. Like, that's part of the job. Like, you put yourself at a higher standard. Okay, you have to uphold that, because otherwise, not anybody could just do that job. And it kind of contradicts what I said earlier. You're replaceable. That's true, but you still have to be able to hold up the standard. It's not easy. You have to understand the law, the actual, all the legal terms and the context. You have to understand the people that you're working for. Because otherwise you just get what we have now. You just get people who are just so detached from society, and they just want to maintain the status quo for themselves. And we get punished because of it. Because they're unwilling to change. And it's frustrating as hell. Okay. That sacks the exchange. I mean, it's a knight and a bishop versus 2 rooks. If I check, you just take. If I take the queen, you take the queen. Oh, and then I'm gonna win a rook. Okay. What? Check. Oh, that one's weird. Okay. So, okay. Take it. Take it. Check. Well, because I'm still gonna win the rook. Because after check... Then I take the pawn on c3, and there's no way to save it. So I got a bishop and a rook for a rook and a bishop. Oh, wait. Got a bishop, a rook, and a pawn for the price of a rook and a bishop. So I mean I'm up a piece and a pawn. Oh, wait, no. No, yeah, I'm up. No, okay, the bishop. I just get a pawn? Okay. Bishop, rook. Pawn. Pawn. Okay, so I get 2 pawns, a rook and a bishop, for a bishop and a rook. Bishop cancels it out. Rook cancels. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, it's... Yeah, because I catch the bishop, then I sack the bishop. But I also get 2 pawns. So, okay, so I get 2 pawns out of that. Okay, well, I can definitely win a pawn. Well, I mean, I win a rook, but then what's being threatened? Queen is here, knight's here, pawn's here. So if I take the rook, queen can come in threatening check, and I can just check. No. Well, I just put the bishop there. So, queen takes rook. Queen g5. Bishop e7. Queen f5, check. King g8. Checking the pawn on h7. Then there's knight f6 and his threatening mate. I need to move the queen back to b7. I mean, I could just go in with a check. What? What, really? What am I missing? Oh. Checkmate. Because of the pawns. Let me check the news really quick. Yeah, coming up in 30 minutes on NPR. Yeah, what a lot of people are not realizing is like people who are still supporting Trump right now, they keep saying like, oh, he didn't incite violence, because they're basing things only on, you can't look at things in a vacuum. Like you can't just say, oh, well, we looked at that sentence and we couldn't see any problems with that sentence. The reason why it's a problem is not because of what he said, but because of everything that led up to it. His actions, his words, his rabble-rousing, his constant lies. Like, it's not a matter of looking at things. You can't look at any, like, the reason why we have a government in the first place with judges and, people like debate and, argue things. The reason why we have that in the first place is because we can't look at things literally. If we could just look at things literally and just interpret the law literally, then we wouldn't need judges. We would just look at the law. Like, that's... It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, where people say, "Oh, we're originalists. We interpret the Constitution as it was originally intended." The Constitution was specifically written so that it could be amended, because we understood that there would be problems, with the original Constitution, because times change. Things change. The way the world works changes. Our understanding of the world changes. That's specifically why the Constitution was written in the first place, the way it was. We can make amendments to it. The First Amendment was not written so that you could just spam Twitter with your hateful rhetoric. Like, yeah, it's one thing to say, like, it's one thing to, like, say something that's like based on, like, okay, like, you're just interpreting, like, you're not like you're giving your opinion, but, like, you're not, like, in a position where you're the president of the United States, one of the most influential people in the world, definitely one of the most influential people in the country, and you have at your fingertips just spreading outright lies, and, like, people get upset because they believe the lies. And obviously, if you look at it from their perspective, and obviously they're, it's still even looking at their perspective from, like, if you believed everything that's being told to them by, not only like the normal amount of, like, radical conspiracy theorists, but, like, the president himself. And it's like, so it's like you get all these people who are scared because they believe these things, and then you rile them up, and you don't calm them down, and you don't assure them that that the conspiracies that they're reading are false. Trump could have done that. Trump could have said, "Hey, all those things that you hear about the Democrats, I don't like the Democrats, but they're perfectly within the law and everything." Like, if he did that, there wouldn't be as much of a problem. Like, yeah, you can disagree with somebody, but as long, there's supposed to be, decorum. There's supposed to be respect and facts. Because it's one thing if you try to, obviously, I still think it's fucked up that people try to manipulate the facts in a way that fits their narrative, instead of, like, actually thinking about human beings and compassion, and not understanding that our country has blood on its hands for what happened with forcing people from their country to come here and be treated as property, to be traded, and to treat inhumanely, and all sorts of problems, and then get mad when people say that that's wrong, and then actually start a civil war because you want to continue owning slaves. Like that's apprehensible. Like, that's wrong. That's even a thing, that people will even think like that. But at the same time, if they're within the law, there's not much you can do. Like, if they're not, like, going around actually owning slaves, and they're just saying, "Hey, like, I believe this, I believe this." Well, we have the ability to deplatform people, because Twitter and Twitch and YouTube, all these places are private forums. It's like if you go to a forum somewhere on the internet and you start, like, like a World of Warcraft forum or something, and you start posting, like, "Hey, this player is a piece of crap. Everybody, like, try to PK this player. We're gonna rally together and cause this player to quit the game, and we're gonna harass them." Well, the forum is gonna remove that post and ban the user if it's, like, like a huge problem. Like it's like, you don't have to let that happen. And they're gonna be pissed off. They're like, "Hey, free speech." Like, no, it's not free speech. It's a private forum, and they have rules. Like, it's a World of Warcraft forum. It's supposed to be to spread knowledge about the game and to socialize and collaborate. And yeah, maybe argue. But there's a way to argue. It's not about, like, being angry at the person and trying to hurt the person. You can argue with somebody but still love them. And that's the difference between what's going on. And, I feel like a lot of us are wishing for the days when we had George W. Bush. Because, as, like, after Trump, there's, like, no way. There's no way that it even compares. Like, yeah, he was shitty with his policies, but, like, he had some decorum. Yeah, he said some terrible things, too. Like, but, like, it's all like, compared to what happened with Trump, it's just like nowhere near. And it's just like it's insanity. Like, it's outright insanity. Winning a rook. Yeah, I don't understand why people don't understand that. Like, yeah, and you know, the people on the left are responsible for not having the best decorum either. You know, like, it's possible for either side. You know, it's not about, like, you know, this whole reaching across the aisle bullshit. Like, how can you reach across the aisle to somebody who wants to enact laws and basically perpetuate slavery, which is what they've been wanting to do for so long? Is like they're like, oh well, we can't have slavery, but we're gonna, like, you know, create all these laws, and then we're gonna paint these people, you know, people who aren't white, you know, as poor degenerates, and we're gonna say everything we can to make sure that we perpetuate that. We're gonna spread lie after lie after lie, and then actually create policies that create an environment that is not conducive to success in the traditional sense. But, you know, if you're struggling to survive, you don't know where you're going to get your next meal, you don't know how you're going to take care of your children, and then you know, you try to get a job but you can't because, like, you're too in such a poor situation. I can relate to that because I'm in perpetual poverty, and like, you know, how are you supposed to get a, you know, if you're homeless, how are you supposed to get a job? They're like, oh well, you know, we're not going to give you a job because you're homeless. Well, they need the jobs the most. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Because they're like, oh, well, you know, we're not sure if you're going to be reliable. You might do drugs. It's like, well, don't you think that people resort to doing drugs because you're perpetuating this life where they can't have access to basic, you know, opportunities? And then, no wonder people turn to crime. Because, like, you don't have any option to survive. And so it's either starve to death on the streets, possibly get beaten, or die from exposure, or just get killed by somebody because somebody, like you stole their spot, or like you like, you know, like they just don't like you, or they're just crazy, like you know, like that, like no wonder people turn to, like, drug dealing and crime. Which, first of all, like, what this whole war on drugs thing, like, especially when it comes to, like, marijuana, that it's like why is it a crime? Like, you know, it's not a crime to, you know, we tried prohibition of alcohol, it didn't work. It still happened. People still drunk alcohol. In fact, because of prohibition, crime, you know, mobsters started speakeasies and you know, like, what's the word, bootlegging. And they thrived. So it's like your intention was to reduce crime, but because people wanted to, you know, you enabled crime by prohibition of alcohol, and yet they turn around and do the same thing with marijuana, and obviously drugs are not to be taken lightly, and you know, like, you know, like, people shouldn't be putting poison in their body. But, like, you know, people put alcohol in their body. That's poison. And, you know, coffee. I'm drinking coffee. That's poison. That's poisoning my brain, poisoning my body, whatever. Caffeine. It's a drug. Like, yeah, like, you know, wouldn't it be better if you just, instead of, like, allowing all, you know, because making it illegal is not preventing it from happening. In fact, it's making things worse because now people are smuggling it in and selling it into the country unregulated, without taxes, and there's also no knowledge and resources for people who want to get off of it. You know, like, there should be clinics available where, like, you know, hey, like, we understand you have a chemical reliance. We want to educate you, and if you wish to get yourself off of it, we're here to help. And, you know, people, you know, it's already happened in other countries where, you know, like, it's not illegal. I mean, it's not like it's like sold at like corner stores or whatever, but they have like clinics where people can like get help. It's not criminalized. If somebody does drugs, then they say, hey, like, you know, we're not gonna put you in prison just because you have a chemical addiction, which is, and you know, there's a deeper problem. It's already been proven that heroin addiction is not based off of chemical. I mean, obviously there is a chemical like factor, and that's why people have withdrawal, but the reason why people keep coming back to it is because of the underlying problems with depression and with, like, you know, the problems that I was talking about earlier about systemic racism and systemic poverty, like, and creating an environment where you can only succeed if you've already succeeded, where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And then people wonder why people turn to drugs and why people turn to crime. It's like, that's the reason. like that's directly the reason. And but it's like people are like, oh well, you know, but we're people who are no good pot smoking hippies, you know, like freaking like Reagan. I mean, not Reagan. Well, Reagan was a crook, but they're all crooks. They're all freaking crooks. Like, I don't care, but like, you know, you can still be a shitty person but still do good. You know, like, if you have the choice between Trump and Biden, I'm gonna take Biden, because even though Biden's crooked and like everybody politician, at least, you know, like, we can give him a chance to like prove himself and not like make things worse at the very least, and maybe he can do a lot of good for this country. He's made promises that he's going to do good for the LGBT community, specifically the trans community. And even though he doesn't quite understand it, you know, he's a boomer, I get it. And he's white. And he's like, you know, like, but, you know, he's trying, okay? Like, you know, he said some things at the town hall that weren't perfect, but you know what? We're going to give it to him, because the alternative is an administration that routinely and constantly tries to undermine human rights and take away protections for trans people, which puts me at risk, me personally. Like, it's not just other people, it's me personally. I have stake in this. Like, if we had Trump for another term, my life would be at risk. It already was. It still is. But that's wrong, and we know it's wrong. And yeah, Biden isn't perfect, but like, hey, like, at least he said that trans people deserve equal rights, and even though he said like, oh, because that's what they want to be, and it's like, no, like, yeah, like, the way I transition is technically a choice, but is breathing a choice? And you know, like, sometimes people are like, oh, you know, I was just born that way with their career. Or, you know, like, people are like, oh, you know, I was always meant to be a chess player, like Bobby Fischer. You know, he said that. Like, he was like, you know, what would your life be if you didn't play chess? And he was like, I can't, you know, if maybe like sports or something, but like, he couldn't imagine himself doing anything other than chess. Like, that's all it was. Like, that's who he was. Like, so, I mean, in a sense, like, choices are not choices, because you could choose to go outside and go on your roof and jump up and down and scream and, like, you know, like you could choose that, but most likely it's not a choice. Like, you're not going to do that. Like, that, you know, just like, you know, it's like leading cows to the slaughter, right? Like, they have a choice of whether they take left or right, but they end up at the same place, you know, like, this is not a choice. And you know, regardless of, you know, making the decision to commit to transitioning was a long, difficult choice, but in the end, it's the choice I needed to make, and I knew that, and I willingly avoided it for 14 years, knowing that I needed it. You know, a lot of it was, you know, there was just not any access for me, but now there is. And there was, like, you know, laws, you know, like, things changed. You know, the understanding, the medical practices changed. Understanding of what it means to have gender dysphoria changed. Judgment changed. There's a large amount of people in society who support trans rights, which, even 10 years ago was not a common consensus. People didn't even really think about it. And if they did, it was like usually like they saw like some negative representation in like a TV show or something, or a movie. And people are starting to realize, like, I'm a human being, okay? Like, I'm just a little different, and everybody's different. Like what? Like, don't judge unless lest you be judged. It's like, it's just so frustrating that people are so obsessed with insisting that I am not who I say I am. It doesn't make sense that it's so important to them that I am not who I say I am. Like, why is that their number one priority in life? That because they have some kind of weird, they have some weird idea about what I am and who I am, based on, like, ignorance and just outright hatred? I just don't get it. Like why is it so important to them? Like, why is it so important to these people that I not be the gender I say I am, when gender identity is literally defined as a personal identity? Like, it has nothing to do with biology, and biology is not as black and white as we thought, because lo and behold, science is not static. Science, our understanding of the universe, understanding of the human body, and the nature of existence changes. And the thing about identity is, like, you don't get to say that I'm not who I say I am. Yeah, and then they say that stupid argument, oh, I identify as an attack helicopter. Well, that's freaking awesome. Be a fucking attack helicopter. Most likely you're just being a shit and you're not really an attack helicopter. But if you want to be a fucking attack helicopter, be an attack helicopter. Do it. We're approaching a day and age with technology where that might be a reality. You might actually be able to become a attack helicopter. Now, if the difference is that this is something that is just part of who we are from a very young age. And I did not know what it was, and people have more access to information now and know what it is, but I did not know what it was. And even people who have access to information don't necessarily know from a young age, but it's still there whether or not you know about it or not. That's how it works. Just like your gender identity. If you're a cisgender male or a cisgender female, like that's who you were. That's who you are. You just know. You don't get to say, like, it's like if we ask cisgender people the kind of things that people ask us transgender people. Like, if people say, like, when did you know you were cisgender? You're so brave. Like, I mean, it's different with us because, there's actual social consequences for transitioning, for living my truth. There's actual social consequences, whereas there's no social consequences whatsoever. It's considered to be the default, the normal, to be cisgender. But literally, it's a very large percentage of people. Like I said, there's only 1.4 million people, which is 0.43% of the population in the United States is trans. That's actually not. It's 1.4 million people don't identify as the gender they were assigned at birth. Whether that's trans or non-binary or genderless or gender fluid, like whatever. Like that's 1.4 million people. Okay, that's a lot. But if you compare it to the general population, that's like relatively small, like super small, 0.43%. Which is why we can't really think about numbers in the same way, but like, I think it's safe to assume that if you meet somebody and they look like a certain gender, I think it's safe to say that you can guess that there might be cisgender. And obviously I understand that, like, we should try to normalize, not gendering somebody until they declare it, and you just treat people like people. But, I still think that a lot of people, we're not there yet. we can't force that. I mean, and we can try. We can try to like say, okay, and I really appreciate it when cisgender people who are allies, like put on their Twitter bio that they say their pronouns. That's awesome. I go about it a little differently because it depends on the context. Like if I'm in an LGBT space and we're in like a setting where it's like we declare pronouns because we're not sure, because there's because that's a high density population of a very high probability that somebody could be trans or have different pronouns. Like that's a very likely situation that somebody might have. Like if you go into an LGBT space, there's a very high probability. But if you're in a general public, in like a predominantly cisgender environment, then declaring pronouns, obviously it's always a personal choice, but I don't think it's, I think I think it's one thing to like to do it yourself, and then it invites other people to do it just by virtue of doing it. But like to be, I don't think in that kind of environment, in the general population, I don't think you have any right to get mad at somebody for not declaring pronouns or for assuming pronouns. Like, yeah, you can say like, correct them. Don't like get mad at them. And that's kind of a problem within the trans community online. It's in general, actually. And obviously, that we're not all the same, just like everybody else on the planet. Like, we're not all this uniform, group. Nobody is. I don't agree with the animosity that the trans community can have sometimes. I don't agree with that. Like, yeah, I understand, like, getting angry, because I get angry, because it hurts. When you constantly get misgendered over and over and over, and then somebody does it, you're not mad at the person, but the person doesn't know that. Because most people are, and that's the biggest challenge, is trying to show people that, just because you don't see it all the time, trying to show people that happens. That, like, you may not understand that when you get misgendered 50 times, like, by different people over time, like, every single time, it makes you feel like, oh, well, why don't they, it makes you question yourself, because you're like, why don't people accept, see me as the gender I'm presenting as, and then it makes you feel useless and worthless, makes you feel ugly, makes you feel even more dysphoria, and they don't see that, because all they see is like, oh, I just made a mistake, and they don't see that your mistake is felt disproportionately by trans people, because like you making that mistake can completely ruin somebody's day. Like if somebody misgenders you, it's like, oh wow, I felt really good about myself, I felt really attractive, suddenly I feel really dysphoric, and like my life has no meaning, and like everything I do is meaningless, and nobody's ever going to accept me for my gender, and it makes you go through that whole process, and it hurts. And so I understand why people are angry, but like, but by responding like that, by blaming them, they don't understand, and yeah, over time people will start to understand, because it's kind of ridiculous that we have to cater to their needs. If you really think about it, like, why do I have to cater to someone who hurt me? Like, because somebody is not thinking critically enough about their actions. Why is it my job to educate them? And I think that's the key, is like, it's not about like being angry at somebody for misgendering you. It's about like, hey, like, that really hurt me, and I want more people to understand that trans people, most likely, and I understand my own experience, and it's a pretty common experience, is that like, I just want people to understand the trans perspective. And if more people understand that, and like, it's easier to empathize and to understand, like, hey, like, if I meet somebody and I just assume their gender, there's a chance I might hurt them. And instead of people thinking like, oh, I don't want to think about that. I'm just a normal everyday, I'm from a different time. I was raised in church in a white town, and like everybody was I'm raised from a different time, and they always like make all these excuses. It's like you have the capacity to like reevaluate yourself and say like, hey, like, there's people on this planet who don't have the same life experience as I am, who don't identify the same way I do, who have different worldview than I do, who have different beliefs than I do. And if more people did that, they'd be a little bit more critical of their actions, and how like, your actions have consequences. Like if you just, it's not the fact that they I don't like the word committed because that sounds like it's a crime. Like it's not the fact that you misgendered somebody, it's how you responded afterwards, which is what makes us so angry. What makes me angry. Because it's like if somebody misgenders me and I say, they say like, oh, hey, like, they address me as like sir, and I'm like, oh, it's miss. And then they're like, oh, don't get mad at me. You need to give me time because I'm from a different time, and I'm cisgender, and I'm not allowed. You got to give me time. It's like, no, it's not about you, dude. It's not about you. Like, just correct your behavior and move on. It's just so frustrating that people don't understand this yet. That people don't understand that, like, it's what you do after we correct you that makes me so angry. Is when people like make all sorts of excuses. Like, it doesn't matter why you did it. Just try to understand that, hey, like, the person that you're talking to might not be the gender you think they are. And obviously, if somebody is, it's really hard to say there's a reality of the situation. If somebody looks like they are specifically trying to present a certain way, you shouldn't assume about people, but like at the same time, like maybe you should think a little bit more critically about how you address that person. And the best way I can think of is, if you're not sure about somebody's pronouns, introduce yourself with your pronouns. Because then they'll say like, oh, okay, well then now I'll say my like if somebody tells me their pronouns, I'll tell them, like if somebody starts out like saying, hey, hi, I'm, Joe Schmo and my pronouns are he and him. I'll be like, hi, I'm Rebecca, she and her. And like, that's it. That's the end of the problem. There's no problem after that. The only problem that people have is the one they're creating in their own minds. That they're creating this like weird standard that male and female is this hard set truth, and that your biology determines your entire life. That the random assortment of genes that you have, and the random assortment of like whatever makes you who you are from birth, determines your entire life, and that's who you are, and that this piece of paper that was legally assigned to you with a gender based on that biology, that is you forever. It's set in stone. You're not allowed to change. Like why is this so important to people? Why is a piece of paper and whatever biology I happen to have in my body, why is that more important than me, a living, breathing person standing right in front of you? Why is this notion that you have to fit into a binary, and if you aren't born that way, well, tough, you don't get to change it? It's like, no, you're right. I don't get to change it. I've always been trans. And like, it's just, I wish people would stop insisting on things that are hurting us. And then, instead of actually acknowledging that it hurts us, saying that we shouldn't be hurt, that we just need to accept it. And it's like, no, we don't have to accept it, because that's not the way the world works. That's not the way identity works. If you want to be an attack helicopter, be a fucking attack helicopter, okay? Most likely, you're not, Okay, that's a ridiculous. People are like, oh, I identify as a giraffe. That's the stupidest, like, most insensitive thing I've ever heard. Because, you know, if millions of people identified as a giraffe, and we discovered that it's a very real thing, and that people, like, you know, have extreme difficulties with it and go through their life with depression and self-hatred and go through spirals of doubt and anxiety and depression, and then finally say, hey, you know what, I'm a giraffe, and then people ridicule them and make fun of them and hurt them and tell them they're never going to be, like, you know, it's like, if that was the case, then you could be a fucking giraffe and it should be, like, you know, subsidized for, you know, medical treatment. Like, if you need to, like, elongate your neck, which is possible, by the way. There are cultures, like in Indonesia, I believe, where people put, like, on these, like, metal, like, springs, and it elongates their neck over time. Like, so if you want to be a giraffe, be a giraffe. Okay? But, like, most likely you're not, okay? Like, that's...
convict us to attend to the common good.
That's a different thing.
We have taken our obligations freely,
Okay.
but we remain beholden to your guidance. Hold us then accountable to your powerful word.
Okay.
In the strength of your holy name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 5A1A of House Resolution 8, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, they, initiated the the proceedings with the prayer and then did the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we got 15 minutes before that continues. House is in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. But yeah, I mean, I'm going on and on about it. You know, hey, I mean, it's a just chatting stream, you know, for a reason, right? It's my stream regardless. Politics are so fucked right now. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, we need to recognize that, you know, this is a historic moment right now. And, it's just, it's like, this is extremely, like, this is like at the same level of, like, the abolition of slavery, or like, or like the moon landing, or like this is something that's like a big deal, because our democracy right now is directly under attack, because people stormed the Capitol committing treason, committing, like, felony, you know, charges of murder, and sedition, which, you know, insurrection against our own democracy, in order to undermine democracy by overturning a democratic vote that the people of the United States decided. And it's like people don't, like, some people don't understand the gravity of this situation. And maybe they do. But, like, it's like, it's not about Trump. Like, it's about what Trump represents. And the fact that, like, if we allow this to go unchecked, fascism can very, very realistically become a part of our lives, where people can just decide the election based on their based on their like, you know, their force, their military force. Those weren't just any people. Those were they're very specifically. But it was a lot of people, and, you know, but, you know, this wasn't just like fringe crazy people. Like, these were just, like, people that you would, like, go to work with. These are people that you would that like. There's a lot of different places in the United States, and I'm in California. It's actually, I mean, there are some weirdos here, but, like, it's hard for me to actually understand the reality of, like, there's certain parts of this country where the majority of the people who live in that state are just like white middle class people who don't like black people. There's, you know, it's like that's a reality. Like this is a little different than you know, it's not just a regular, like, you know, extreme. I mean, they're definitely extremists, but like a lot of people, you know, it's not just 4chan posts. Like obviously, like the Nazis and the Proud Boys, you know, all those people, you know, those are freaking crazy ass motherfuckers. But like a lot of those people who just like join the crowd like cows. Those are people who were just like really fed up with everything because they believed all the lies that the president himself was perpetuating. That's the difference. It'd be one thing if it was just people on 4chan. And like the president said, you know, like all these things that these people are saying, I denounce, and this is the way things are, this is the truth. And like if President Trump acted like an actual leader and denounced all of those conspiracy theories and put himself away from it, he would have been a decent human being, a decent leader. Like if you know, even though like obviously I don't agree with anything that he stands for, but like that alone, like the fact that he himself was perpetuating these conspiracies and actually saying lies and rabble rousing and like, and you know, at the very end, the straw that broke the camel's back, telling them to storm the Capitol. Which, if it was, all things aside, if it was just that, I don't think this would have happened. Like what he said on its own was not enough. But it was the stuff that's happened over the course of the last 4 to 5 years that he's been active on Twitter and gaining a following of just people who will believe whatever you tell them. If they think that you are an honorable person, if they believe that you're somebody who can bring them to the life they want. And you know, for a lot of these people, the life they want is where white people have everything and where people who are not white have nothing. Where they just want to say, oh, well, you know, this is just the way nature intended. These people actually believe that. And these are like your grandparents. These are like these are your parents. Like these are, hey, trans rights king, welcome, my friend. Like these aren't just fringe people. This is like 70 million people voted for Trump. And it's one thing if, okay, like there's a good chance a lot of these people just don't even know like the consequences of like they don't see the chess game. I tell my dad used to support Trump. After everything that's happened, he no longer attributes to that. My dad's still a bit ignorant because my dad was one of the person who wants to see the best in people. My dad was like, oh, he's just a poker player. You know, it's like, no, there's a chess game that's been played. That there's very real, specifically targeted actions that knock down things like a row of dominoes. And all you have to do is look at all the facts over time. You can't just look at one isolated incident. Yes, trans rights. Yay! No, I mean, obviously, I'm glad that you're very supportive of trans rights. My life is better for people like you. No politics, they scare me. Well, today it's kind of hard to avoid it today, because today is an historic impeachment. Imagine being conservative and spending 5 years doing next to nothing and then finally doing something and failing. Yeah, exactly. So he See, the thing is this is not politics. Politics are, hey, I think there should be a tax on, you know, when people buy DVDs. And, you know, like you think there should be a tax on something. You know, we should tax, you know, travel and you're like raise the tax of this travel or lower the tax of the, you know, when people go in between states, maybe there should always be a tax that you pay just to cross the border. And, you know, that's a politics because that's policy. It's literally in the word policy, politics. Like that's literally what it is. This is not about policy. Well, it is, like, in essence, but like it's about human rights violations. It's about like gross misconduct and gross negligence. Taxation is theft. I don't think taxation is theft. We need taxes, because how else are we going to pay for the things that we need? Otherwise, we wouldn't have access to healthcare. If we wouldn't have access to our road work. We wouldn't have access to the things that run our government, like the DMV and like all that kind of stuff. Like we need taxes, because it just sucks that we do. It sucks that we have to live in a hotel. It's just like, but we can't magically overturn that overnight. But there are things that we can do, which is we can prevent people who want to inject hateful policies that take away rights from trans people, take away rights from black people and people of color, black, brown, whatever. Like there's people who every single day that they go to work, they want to make the world a better place only for white people and only for wealthy people. So they don't care about poor white people, but they use them because poor white people are able to be mobilized in the way that we saw in, and these aren't like all poor people. I think pretty sure most of these people were like suburban moms and like, people who like drive big pickup trucks and, like all, working, I mean, still like working middle class, but like, people who, like people who have means, like, these weren't all poor people, but it's just like it's like the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. It's like, this is not about politics, and I really think it's ridiculous when people say, oh, I don't want to talk about Trump because it's not politics. Like, no, we can't avoid this, because this is not a matter of like taxing something like or like changing a law to make it so that like, oh, when you buy a gun, you need to go through a process. Like that's one thing, and I really don't think anybody should have a gun, because if you have access to a gun, like that means that you're much more likely to commit a crime. Like it's just a fact. And and also it's like ridiculous. People say they lock up their gun and they don't keep it. Like, if you actually needed your gun to self-defend yourself, you would need to unlock a freaking safe, put your gun together, load it with ammunition that is probably in a separate safe, and that's not going to save your life. Like, if somebody is invading your home, you grab a freaking baseball bat, like that, and at the very least you try to leave. Like, if somebody's in your home and you think you might get hurt, leave the house and call the police. That's the best solution. But if you can't do that, if somebody's actively attacking you, grab the nearest thing that will try to defend yourself, and then get the fuck out of there. Like that. How do you win in a knife fight? You don't have a knife fight. Like, like that's how you win. but there will be a time where you have to fight, and like, you don't need a freaking gun for, like, if somebody is attacking you at that range, a gun is not going to help you anyway. If somebody is close enough to you to hurt you with a knife, a gun is not going to help you. Like, that's because they're faster. They can just stab you. Like, there's a reality that we live in, but people are so obsessed with keeping their guns for whatever reason. It's so ridiculous. You love guns? Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, bang, bang, pow, bang, bang. I mean, I'm not gonna like be angry at you just because you like guns. What I'm saying is, I don't like guns. I don't think we need guns. I don't think we should even shoot animals for sport. I don't think, like there's so many reasons why we don't need guns. Like, and also, if you own a gun, you're more likely to use that gun if you are angry or if you want to commit a crime. Like, if you don't have access to a gun, then you're not going to be able to shoot somebody. Like, you shoot transphobes? Well, I have to ban you for that. Sorry, buddy. Oh, take it, Rook. Take the Rook first. Let's just checkmate. No, it's not, because there's a queen there. Oh, obviously. Then the queen comes in. Take the pawn. Oh, and then I can take the queen with the bishop. Oh. Oh! Durr. Okay, queen f3 check. Only move is king g1. And then king h1 mate.
House will be in order. For purposes, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, at the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 41 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 2, House Resolution 41. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House House Resolution 24, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and on any amendment thereto to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 2 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 2. Until completion of proceedings enabled by the first section of this resolution, A, the chair may decline to entertain any intervening motion, resolution, question, or notice, and B, the chair may decline to entertain the question of consideration. 3, upon adoption of this House Resolution 24, A, House Resolution 40 is hereby adopted, and B, no other resolution incidental to impeachment relating to House Resolution 24 shall be privileged during the remainder of the 117th Congress. Section 4. Section 5 of House Resolution 8, agreed to January 4th, 2021, is amended by striking January 28th, each place that it appears, and inserting February 11th.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a closed rule, House Resolution 41, providing for consideration of H.Res. 24, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. The rule provides 2 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The rule also provides that upon adoption of H.Res. 24, H.Res. 40 is hereby adopted. Finally, the rule extends recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through February 11th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, we are debating this historic measure at an actual crime scene, and we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the President of the United States. On Wednesday, elect Harris after a free and fair election. This is largely a ceremonial role for the Congress, one that sends a message to the world that democracy in the United States persists. But at a rally just a mile and a half down Pennsylvania Avenue, Donald Trump and his allies were stoking the anger of a violent mob. A member of this very body proclaimed on that stage, "Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass." Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, called for trial by combat. Then Donald Trump told the crowd, "We're going to have to fight much harder. You will never take back our country with weakness." Even though, according to his own administration, that this election was the most secure in our history, Donald Trump repeated his big lie that this election was an egregious assault on democracy. Vice President Pence, he said, was going to have to come through for us. Trump then told this mob to walk down to the Capitol. The signal was unmistakable. These thugs should stage a coup so Donald Trump can hang on to power. The people's will be damned. This beacon of democracy became the site of a vicious attack. Rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as a noose and gallows were built a stone's throw from the Capitol steps. Capitol police officers were beaten and sprayed with pepper spray. Attackers hunted down lawmakers to hold them hostage or worse. Staff barricaded doors. People sent text messages to their families to tell them they loved them. They thought they were saying goodbye, Mr. Speaker. This was not a protest. This was an insurrection. This was a well-organized attack on our country that was incited by Donald Trump. Domestic terrorists broke into the United States Capitol that day, and it's a miracle more people didn't die. As my colleagues and I were being evacuated to safety, I never, ever will forget what I saw when I looked into the eyes of those attackers right in the Speaker's lobby there. I saw evil, Mr. Speaker. Our country came under attack, not from a foreign nation, but from within. These were not protesters, these were not patriots, these were traitors. These were domestic terrorists, Mr. Speaker. And they were acting under the orders of Donald Trump. Now, some of my colleagues on the other side have suggested that we just move on from this horror. But to gloss over it would be an abdication of our duty. Others on the Republican side have talked about unity. But we can't have unity without truth and without accountability. And I'm not about to be lectured by people who just voted to overturn the results of a free and fair election. America was attacked, and we must respond, even when the cause of this violence resides at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Each of us took an oath last week. It wasn't to a party, and it wasn't to a person. We vowed to defend the Constitution. The actions of Donald Trump have called each of us to fulfill that oath today. I pray that we rise to this responsibility, because every moment Donald Trump is in the White House, our nation, our freedom is in danger. He must be held to account for the attack on our Capitol that he organized and he incited. I solemnly urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying article. The damage this building sustained can be repaired, Mr. Speaker. But if we don't hold Donald Trump accountable, the damage done to our nation could be irreversible. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my formal remarks, I want to ask for God's blessing and protection on you, for my friend Mr. McGovern, for all who come to this chamber today to speak and to vote, for our wonderful staff that makes this possible, and most especially for the men and women of the Capitol Police and the other affiliated law enforcement agencies that are here to protect everybody and to make sure that this proceeding can go forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, my very good friend, distinguished Chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, today is a sad day for all of us. For me personally, for the Rules Committee, for the entire House of Representatives, and most certainly for the American people. For the second time in 13 months, we're meeting to discuss the impeachment of the President of the United States. Our meeting today does not arise in a vacuum and comes at what I hope and pray is the end of a tumultuous period for our country. Less than 1 week ago, Congress met to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. What started out as peaceful protest turned into a riot as an untold number of individuals stormed the Capitol building. 6 people died as a result of this mob, and it's only by the grace of God and the brave acts of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, the FBI, the ATF, and other responding agencies that there was not more bloodshed. Violent acts such as these have no place in our republic. These shocking and sobering events rest high on our minds today, as well they should. Certainly January 6, 2021 will live in my memory as the darkest day during my time of service as a member of this House. After these grave events, we as a nation and as an institution have an opportunity to come together. President Trump has conceded the 2020 election. Congress has certified the results of the election. And next Wednesday, President-elect Biden will be sworn in as the President of the United States. Congress and the nation can move forward knowing that the political process was completed as designed and the constitutional framework that has governed our republic since 1789 held firm. But instead of moving forward as a unifying force, the majority in the House is choosing to divide us further. With only a week to go in his term, the majority is asking us to consider a resolution impeaching President Trump. And they do so knowing full well that even if the House passes this resolution, the Senate will not be able to begin considering these charges until after President Trump's term ends. Mr. Speaker, I can think of no action the House can take that's more likely to further divide the American people than the action we are contemplating today. Emotions are clearly running high, and political divisions have never been more apparent in my lifetime. We desperately need to seek a path forward, healing for the American people. So it's unfortunate that a path to support healing is not the path the majority's chosen today. Instead, the House is moving forward erratically with a truncated process that does not comport with the modern practice and that will give members no time to contemplate the serious course of action before us. In every modern impeachment inquiry, an investigation and committee action has preceded bringing an impeachment resolution to the floor. In part, this is to ensure that members have the full facts, the opportunity to engage expert witnesses, and have a chance to be heard. It also provides due process to the President of the United States. And again, in every modern impeachment inquiry, the President has been given an opportunity to be heard in some form or another. This is necessary in order to ensure that the American people have confidence in the procedures the House is following. And it's also necessary not because of the President's inappropriate and reckless words are deserving of defense, but because the presidency itself demands due process in the impeachment proceeding. Unfortunately, the majority has chosen to race to the floor with a new article of impeachment, foregoing any investigation, any committee process, or any chance for members to fully contemplate this course of action before proceeding. Professor Jonathan Turley is correct when he called this a, quote, dangerous snap impeachment, an impeachment that effectively would go to a vote without the deliberation or inquiries of the traditional hearing. Professor Turley also noted that, quote, the damage caused by the rioters this week was enormous. However, it will pale in comparison to the damage from a new precedent of a snap impeachment, unquote. If the majority is seeking consensus, this is hardly the way to create it. The majority is failing to provide the House with an opportunity to review all the facts, which are still coming to light. Failure to discuss all the evidence disservice to this institution and to this country. Mr. Speaker, I can think of nothing that will cause further division more than the path the majority is now taking. Rather than looking ahead to a new administration, the majority is again seeking to settle scores against the old one. Rather than seeking to heal America, they are seeking to divide us more deeply. And rather than following the appropriate processes the House has used in every modern impeachment, the majority is rushing to the floor, tripping all over themselves in their rush to impeach the President a second time. What's worse, though the majority seems to believe that this course of action is self-evident, and that's simply not the case. I have to tell them it's not. Members that have reviewed the same conduct and have come to dramatically different conclusions. Legal scholars
I don't know why
like
it's
Professor
not.
Turley and Professor Alan Dershowitz,
When I
both
alt
of whom
tab, it's like
condemned
not
the President's
working.
statements, believe that his statements are not impeachable. I know other scholars have different points of view. Given this difference of opinion, shouldn't we have a better process than this? Shouldn't we have a chance to examine witnesses, discuss the matter with legal scholars, and consider this in committee? On a matter
Wait,
as
is it
grave
only
and
when I alt
consequential as
tab
impeachment,
away from it?
shouldn't we
I need
follow
to
the
check.
same process we have used in every modern impeachment rather than rushing to the floor? On behalf of generations of Americans to come, we need to think more clearly about the consequences of our actions today. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason to rush forward like this, other than the very obvious fact that there are only 7 days left until a new president takes office. But what's worse, as Professor Dershowitz has pointed out, because of the Senate's rules, the case cannot come to trial in the Senate until 1 p.m. on January the 20th, 1 hour after President Trump leaves office. This is an ill-advised course, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Even Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat, agrees. Senator Manchin is quoted this week as having said, quote, "I think that this is so ill-advised for Joe Biden to be coming
Maybe
in,
it's because it's trying to capture
heal
the
country,
cursor.
trying to be the president of
No?
all the people when we're going to be so divided and fighting again. Let the judicial system do its job," unquote. So what then is the point of the rush to impeach? We are coming off a horrific event that resulted in 6 deaths. We have an opportunity to move forward, but we cannot if the majority insists on bringing the country through the trauma of another impeachment. It will carry forward into the next president's term, ensuring that
These people,
administration.
they
What's worse,
they
it will
think that
continue
we
to
can just
generate the
ignore
bitterness
this.
so many of us have opposed. Why put
They
us
want
through
they're
that
they're
when
going to
we
benefit
can't
from it
actually
because
resolve
they're the
this
ones who
before
want
the end of the president's
this
term?
to be a
Mr. Speaker, I think
norm.
my colleagues in the majority need to think about this more soberly. We need to recognize we are following a flawed process. We need to recognize that people of goodwill can differ. We need to recognize that while the House may be done with this matter after today's vote, it will not be done for the country. It will not be done for the Senate, and it will not be done for the incoming Biden administration. The House's action today will only extend the division longer than necessary. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would note that there are other remedies that can be pursued. The President is expected to face litigation over his role in last Wednesday's event.
Black screen
There
alt
will
tabbed.
be
Here we go.
criminal proceedings against the perpetrators, and I hope all of those who stormed the Capitol will be brought to justice. And some members have proposed an alternative procedure, censoring the President, which could garner significant bipartisan support in the House. I do not think impeachment is a wise course, Mr. Speaker. I would urge my friends in the majority to reconsider. There's still time to choose a different path, one that leads to reconciliation and hope for a better and brighter days. With that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the powerful statement by Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who is the chair of the House Republican Caucus, entitled, "I will vote to impeach the President."
Without objection.
And I just want to be clear about one thing. If we vote to impeach the President today and we send it over to the Senate, there is nothing to prevent the Senate from taking it up immediately if Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell decides that he wants to proceed, number one. Number two,
Maybe
we
it's
don't wanna
hardware
talk about unity.
acceleration.
I can't think of anything that would unify this country more if there was a big bipartisan vote in favor of impeachment. Every second that this president remains in office is a danger to this country and to the world. We have no idea what he is capable of doing, whether he will pardon these terrorists, whether he will go to war. So I would urge all my colleagues on both sides to support this rule and the impeachment resolution. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
When he's recognized for 1 minute.
Last week, I hid in an office for hours, terrified to open the door because I did not know if a rioter was on the other side ready to attack, kidnap, or murder me. But my experiences were just the tip of the iceberg. The U.S. Capitol was targeted, besieged, and ransacked on January 6th by a murderous mob holding a noose for Vice President Pence and targeting Speaker Pelosi. Their rampage resulted in destruction and 5 people dead. We were attacked by terrorists, But this time, the terrorists were radicalized right here in the United States. Worse, they were radicalized by the president, who intentionally lied to his supporters that the election was stolen and then told them when to come to D.C., where to protest, and who to direct their anger at. The need to remove this president could not be more urgent. He is too dangerous to remain in office. Donald Trump must be held accountable. He must be impeached.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to immediately bring up a resolution establishing a bipartisan national commission on the domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. This proposed bipartisan commission will be tasked with examining and reporting upon the terror attack on our Capitol that occurred last Wednesday. The commission will be bipartisan in nature, modeled after the 9/11 Commission, and will fully be empowered to undertake a full investigation and make recommendations to the President and to Congress. I can think of no more appropriate path for Congress to follow than by ensuring a bipartisan commission reviews all evidence and reports back to us on this horrific event. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, I
Without
urge...
objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I urge a no vote on the previous question. I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Davis of Illinois, the ranking Republican member on House Administration, for a further explanation of this amendment.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank the U.S. Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms employees who were here on the front lines protecting this Capitol last week during the unprecedented attack.
There we
It
go.
is imperative that we focus on
I have to
ensuring
keep
a safe
the window
protecting members and staff during this time
I
of
have to keep
increased threat,
OBS on
and making sure that our Capitol Police officers
on top.
have the support that they need. We need to ensure that what we saw happen a week ago today never happens again. Yesterday, I introduced, along with Representatives Katko and Comer, a bill that would create a national commission on the domestic terrorist attack upon the United States Capitol. The bipartisan commission would consist of 10 members, 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, appointed by the next president and by House and Senate leadership. This commission would be tasked with investigating the domestic terrorist attack that occurred in this building just a week ago. And it will provide us recommendations to prevent similar attacks from happening in the future. What we saw last week scared all of us who were here, but it also showed adversaries what it takes to take out a branch of government. When this commission is done with this investigation, it will submit a report to the President and to Congress detailing its findings and recommendations to ensure that no foreign or domestic adversary could accomplish what was done on January 6th. We need to ensure that we fully understand what took place last week and any and all issues that occurred during our response. Republicans and Democrats need to work together. We must unite to prevent any attacks like this from happening in the future, and we must protect this institution, not just for us, for the American people. That's why we should defeat the previous question so that we can establish this bipartisan commission to equip us with the information that we need to support our Capitol Police and the men and women who work in these buildings. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman of the Rules Committee for yielding. I congratulate him for his efforts, and that of the Rules Committee in acting swiftly. I appreciate the remarks of Mr. Cole, for whom I have great respect, but I disagree with his sense of a lack of urgency in action. I do agree with him of the consequences of our action. There are consequences to actions, and the actions of the President of the United States demand urgent, clear action by the Congress of the United States. The chairman of the committee introduced the remarks and put them in the record. But I want to reference the remarks of the chair of the Republican Conference, which is the analog to the Democratic caucus. It is all the Republicans elected to the Congress of the United States in the House of Representatives. And they elected Liz Cheney, the daughter of the Vice President of the United States, the former whip of this House, Dick Cheney, with whom I served in the 80s. Representative Cheney from Wyoming, a conservative Republican, said this: the President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. That is not some irresponsible new member of the Congress of the United States. This is the daughter of the former Republican whip and former Vice President of the United States of America. She knows of what she speaks. And she said this as well: there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath of Constitution, to the Constitution. This is not, as Liz Cheney says, just some action. She characterized it as the biggest betrayal of any President of the United States in our history. Mr. John Katko, not a backbench Republican who just got here and doesn't know what's going on. Mr. John Katko, who is the ranking Republican on the Homeland Security Committee, says this: to allow the President of the United States to incite this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of democracy. This is not some backbencher on your side of the aisle, on their side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. It reflects the sense of outrage, the sense of historic dissimilarity from the actions of any previous president. And then Mr. Adam Kinzinger, member to the NG Commerce Committee, a senior member from Illinois. So I have a member from Wyoming, a member from Illinois, and a member from New York. There will be others on this vote who will join them. And Mr. Kinzinger said this: if these actions, he hasn't had any hearings, he doesn't need any long, drawn-out consideration. If these actions are not worthy of impeachment, then what is an impeachable offense?
Yeah, exactly.
There is no doubt in my mind that the President of the United States broke his oath and incited this insurrection. I tell my friend, Mr.
I mean, not to
Speaker,
mention the stuff from the first impeachment.
gentleman for whom I have great respect, he is my friend, and I say that honestly, not just as rhetoric that we say on this floor, because there's some that I don't consider friends.
Just outright
Whose
treason.
values I do not share.
Over and over and over.
That is not Mr. Cole. We have a difference. Liz Cheney, John Katko, Adam Kinzinger, and other Republicans whom I have talked to within the last 24 hours believe this action is required. Now, let me say, I see the gentleman from Ohio is on the floor. He likes to say that we Democrats were elected, and the first thing we wanted to do was impeach this president. And he's shaking his head in agreement because, like the President of the United States, he denies the facts. Trump-like. Fake news. December 6, 2017. Mr. Green, who I'm going to refer to, offered a motion because he saw the danger that confronted our country.
Yeah, and Trump keeps talking about fake news and
resolution of impeachment.
And his supporters keep talking about 1984.
And on December 6, 2017, we had a vote on that.
And Orwellian stuff, but like...
And the majority of Democrats voted no.
Like, literally,
Actually,
Trump
they voted
is...
yes to table.
Like, the
so
Orwellian... Trump
2017,
wants 1984.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, thought, however, the next year that there was still a danger to our country. Some of us shared that view, but we were not confident that the case could be made or that the transactions that had proceeded would lead to conviction. So on January 19th of 2018, we had a motion to table Mr. Green's resolution. And the majority of Democrats voted to table that resolution. What a rush to judgment. And then on July 17th, 2019, 9 days before the call to Ukraine to get the Ukrainian leader to act on the political behalf of the President of the United States and withheld money to defend the Ukrainian people from Russian involvement and offered that as a bribe.
And of course, Trump supporters are going to try to say, like, oh, they're just bringing back the old points. It's like, dude, like, they're valid points for a reason. Like,
there was no rush
listen to reality.
to judge.
Stop believing this, like, government-sponsored fake news. Like, they're the fake news. Trump is the fake news. He's 1984. He's George Orwellian future. That's the future we're going to have if we allow President Trump to stay in office.
And the gentleman, some gentlemen have lamented that we didn't know the whistleblower, because after all, if we knew the whistleblower, we could intimidate everybody else from coming forward. And this president has done everything he can to intimidate whistleblowers. People who came forward and told the truth, and we had witness after witness after witness who confirmed what the whistleblower brought to our attention. So the reason I rise today, and I'm going to speak on the resolution itself at some later time, is to recognize the contributions that Al Green of Texas has made to getting us to this place. And I just want to, I'm not going to read all of the resolution, but I want to read some excerpts from the resolution he has introduced. We won't be considering his resolution. We'll be considering Mr. Cicilline and over 200 others who have signed on to the resolution. Mr. Green had a resolution when introduced, resolved that Donald Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and the following articles of impeachment be exhibited in the Senate. Article 1 says, in his conduct with the President of the, in his conduct while President of the United States, unmindful of the high duties of his high office and dignity and proprieties thereof, and of the harmony and courtesies necessary for stability, to which my friend spoke, the gentleman from Oklahoma.
It's just completely insane to me that we have to convince people that the actions are fascism. Like, it's absolutely insane to me that we have to even argue and debate. Like, it's absolutely insane that, like, this is even an issue.
Sowing discord among the people of the United States by weaponizing hate for political gain. He went on to say on January 6, 2021, in a speech at the National, Donald Trump weaponized the hate and resulted in violence, the deaths of multiple people, an assault on democracy, and an insurrection against the Capitol of the United States of America by inciting a mob. Who said that? Liz Cheney said it, and Al Green said it. Infected with white supremacists, carrying a rebel flag, erecting a gallows structure with a noose, wearing shirts and hateful messages.
They were going to murder
such as
Mike
Camp
Pence.
Auschwitz.
They were straight up
Work
going to
Freedom.
murder. If it was up to
And
them,
MAGA, Civil War, January 6th.
if it was up to the people who stormed the Capitol, they would have murdered everybody in there.
War.
And you
That
know
grandson
it.
of the army of MAGA, which I refer to as Make America Grieve Again. We grieved at Fort Sumter. We grieved on December 7th, 1941, and we grieved on 9/11. And yes, we grieved on January 6th of this year. He goes on to say what the president told this mob that Liz Cheney said was recruited by the president of the United States. And I quote, this is the president talking to this mob. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by a bold and radical left Democrats, like the Secretary of State in Georgia and the governor of Georgia, which is what they are doing, and stolen by the fake news media, inciting, riling up, creating anger with the fake news and lies that the President of the United States said to these folks. That is what they have done and what they are doing, the President continued. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And so what did they do?
He knew what they would do, too.
As Liz Cheney said, as John Katko said, as Adam Kinzinger said, and frankly, what Secretary Chow acted upon.
Like, if anybody thinks that Trump wasn't aware of what would happen, like they're just, it shows how naive they are.
Acted upon.
Like, Trump is not stupid. He knows exactly what he's doing. He has a team of people who know exactly what they do as well.
They got out.
He's not an idiot.
They quit.
He knows exactly what would have happened.
The president further emboldened them, saying, this is the green resolution.
He literally talked his way into the White
This is
House.
green resolution. The president further emboldened them, saying,
Like
"We will
he knows
never
how to manipulate
take back
people.
our country with
He's a slimy businessman for a
He
reason.
had a display of non-weakness, criminal, insurrection-like conduct. Recruited by and deployed by the President of the United States to come to this Capitol and stop the steal. The steal, of course, was we assembled accepting what all the courts that considered it said was a fair and accurate election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as President and Vice President of the United States. After his National Mall speech, a mob of his supporters proceeded to the Capitol complex. We know that. And so Mr. Green's resolution ends with, wherefore, to prevent national harm to our society, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, warrants immediate impeachment trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States Constitution and the 14th Amendment. So in conclusion, Mr. Green is going to speak after me, but in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me tell my friend Mr. Cole, I've been here some time. He has as well. I've served with Ronald Reagan, with George H.W. Bush, and George Bush. I had respect for all of those presidents. They cared about our country, they honored our Constitution, and they executed the duties of their office consistent with the Constitution and laws of our country. That is not true of this president. And therefore, he ought to be removed. And we have that opportunity to do so. Is there little time left? Yes. But it is never too late to do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't do it now, it sends a clear message that this is not important. This is number one important. This is a question of national security.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had tears to well in my eyes as I heard Mr. Hoyer, and I know that hearts are hurting. It's a very sad time in the history of our country. No one is celebrating. No one wants to see this occur. I was at the Rules Committee by way of Zoom. I was there for the entire hearing. Those members on the other side, this is something that they understand and they take seriously. Regardless as to what's said, I could sense that they're hurting too. So I just want to thank everyone for all that has happened and the appreciation that's been shown. And I want to say that the healing that we talk about, that has to begin. May I have just 30 seconds?
I yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
Gentleman has additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. The healing, it has to start with some of these people who were there initially, who helped to lay this foundation, 110 people. I want to recognize Maxine Waters, Congresswoman. A lot of them were threatened. Their lives were disrupted. And if I may, with unanimous consent, I'd just like to insert their names in the record.
Without objection.
I thank you, and may God bless our country as we go forward.
Gentleman from Texas yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished Republican member, our leader of the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith of Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, we will amend the rule to immediately bring up the bill establishing a bipartisan national commission on the domestic terror attack of the United States Capitol. This has been a devastating week for our nation. Just last week, we stood right here in this very chamber while a violent mob laid siege to the seat of American democracy. It is vital we get the facts on what went wrong last week, why the security apparatus failed, and how we can ensure it never happens again. Less than 50 feet from where we stand in this room, a young lady lost her life through those doors. Through those doors. I was in this chamber when those gunshots rang. That is real stuff. That should never happen in the people's house. For the first time, can the House Democrats and the Speaker of the House put the people before politics? Please put the people
And there's going to be so much more information coming out. The FBI has already found so much evidence of tons and tons of, like, coordinated efforts with police force. It's possible Capitol police officers were an active part of enabling this. There's going to be people going to prison for a very long time, and Trump should go to prison, honestly. He deserves nothing less. Like these people committed treason. If these people had been non-white, we all know this would have gone a completely different direction. And you know it.
More than ever before. Have a conscience. Put the people before politics.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Unify
Gentleman from
this
Oklahoma
country.
is recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind all of my colleagues that what happened on Wednesday would not have happened if it weren't for the occupant in the White House. And if we want to put the people first, we all ought to vote to impeach him and remove him from office as soon as possible. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge thing for Black Lives Matter movement. Like, the comparing the response to the protests, the legitimate protests, which did have some property damage. People sometimes do get out of control during protests. There is mob mentality, and also there were evidence of people who were not part of the protests, who were actively, like, committing crimes to blame the Black Lives Matter protests. Like, this is a huge victory for Black Lives Matter protests.
We are the oldest constitutional republic in the world, and our capital is the sacred symbol of our great democracy. To my colleagues across the aisle, I appeal to your sense of service and duty to our nation and to the oath we all swore to uphold. Before we are Democrats and Republicans, we are Americans. Let us come together to fulfill our oath by voting for the resolution before us and by defending, preserving, and honoring our democracy. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from
It's kind of depressing that the best way to appeal to these Republicans is to remind them of things that they should already know, because that's the way they operate. They operate on principles and morality and, like, fundamental, like we have, in order to actually make things happen. It's so sad that we have to focus so much on that stuff.
I wanted to give my first speech in our chambers, in our hallowed halls. This is not what I wanted to do in my first week in office. But after the violent events of last week, watching and witnessing how heartbreaking this was, thank God I sent my kids home on Monday morning, because I was worried about the rhetoric leading up to the events and to the rally on January 6th, the violence that could transpire. Not only were our lives in danger, but if my kids were here, their lives would have been in danger too, the two most precious people in my life. Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, the U.S. House of Representatives, has every right to impeach the President of the United States. But what we're doing today, rushing this impeachment in an hour or 2 hour long debate on the floor of this chamber, bypassing judiciary, poses great questions about the constitutionality of this process. I believe we need to hold the President accountable. I hold him accountable for the events that transpired, for the attack on our Capitol last Wednesday. I also believe that we need to hold accountable every single person, even members of Congress, if they contributed to the violence that transpired here. But today I'm asking my colleagues to remember the words of the legendary, the great leader in this country, Dr. Martin Luther King, who once said, "The time is always right to do what is right." And if we're serious about healing the divisions in this country, Republicans and Democrats need to acknowledge this is not the first day of violence we've seen. We've seen violence across our country for the last 9 months. And we need to recognize, number one, that our words have consequences. That there is violence on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
We've contributed to it. We need to take responsibility for our words and our actions. We need to acknowledge there is a problem, take responsibility for it, and stop being part of the problem and start being part of the solution. God bless every member in the chamber today, and God bless the United
That's
States of
fucking
America.
awesome. To hear a Republican actually say that, you know, that we need to take responsibility because it's not just Trump, it's not just, you know, it's like it's all of the people in the Senate and the House, like it's like that's fucking awesome. And to also say that like
all power flows from the people. Donald Trump challenged this principle in two ways: deceit and violence. The deceit is repeated and baseless assertion of an electoral fraud. The violence, the attack on the United States Capitol on January 6th. The mob was assembled by Donald Trump, incited by Donald Trump, and in service of Donald Trump's effort to overturn, through violence, what he lost at the voting booth. The violent mob breached the Capitol, killed and injured Capitol Police, destroyed property, threatened the Vice President, members of Congress, and staff, all to obstruct the peaceful transfer of power.
You know, sometimes it takes like a huge dose of reality to get Republicans and Democrats to actually think about what their job means.
Will Congress condone
It's sad, but like sometimes it just takes a huge dose of reality to remember like, hey, what are we doing? Why are we pushing all these like ridiculous things?
Gentlemen, time's expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts is reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished Republican leader of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Like, I mean, as much as we don't want to believe it, it is possible to be a Republican and also be good at your job and also be
Guess who the
progressive.
first objector was on January 6, 2017? First objector, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee. And guess
Yeah, but
what
not
state
Jordan.
He objected to?
He's a fucking dumbass.
Alabama. The very first state called, Alabama. President Trump, I think, won Alabama by like 80 points. Actually, he won it by 30 points. They can object to Alabama in 2017, but tell us we can't object to Pennsylvania in 2021? Pennsylvania, where the state
Like what a fucking douchebag. He uses this moment to continue pushing the narrative that's already been disproven several times. It's not the appropriate time. It's never been the appropriate time, and it's ridiculous.
Cure their ballots, their mail-in ballots, direct violation of the law.
No, he should just like straight up. Jordan should also be like freaking ousted of office. He's been extremely complicit in all of this.
Americans are tired of the double standard. They are so tired of it. Democrats object to more states in 2017 than Republicans did last week, but somehow we're wrong. Democrats can raise bail for rioters and looters this summer, but somehow when Republicans condemn all the violence this summer, the violence last week, somehow we're wrong. And Democrats can investigate the President of the United States, as Mr. Hoyer went through, try to impeach him, investigate him for 4 years, but will not look at an election that 80 million Americans, half the electorate, 80 million.
The problem is we did look at the election results. We have no evidence that it was altered. Democracy was the deciding factor. If this had been the other way around, like they would not be fighting it like this. Like they're just sad they lost.
Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, some of us objected 4 years ago as a protest vote to raise concerns about what all of our intelligence agencies had stated clearly, that Russia interfered in our election. But what the gentleman fails to acknowledge is that we all acknowledge that Donald Trump was the president the day after the election.
Yeah, it wasn't about trying to force, you know, like Clinton to be president. It was about, hey, like another country influenced their election. This is a matter of national security. That's the difference. And today, like what happened on the Capitol a week ago, that was a matter of national security. And people who are arguing about Trump getting the election stolen, which are outright lies, it's just insane that they even compare what the first election was. I mean, Clinton had her problems, and she didn't really deserve office either. So it was a lot different.
Little words keep stumping Jim Jordan, and Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. This Capitol was stormed. People died because of the big lies that were being told by this president and by too many people on the other side of the aisle. Enough. People should be outraged as to what happened. It was unforgivable, unconscionable. And coming up on this floor and talking about whataboutism and trying to make these false equivalencies, give me a break. The President of the United States instigated an attempted coup in this country. People died. Everybody should be outraged, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. If this is not an impeachable offense, I don't know what the hell is. This president is not fit to remain in office. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. This was not a one-off. It was a long time coming. It was a part of a plan to perpetuate Trump in office. Trump's campaign strategy was the election, the only way we can lose is if it's stolen. If it's stolen, it's fake. It's stolen, repeated by many of his fellow travelers on that side more than 150 times by Trump over the summer. Then they litigated to disqualify voters. That didn't work. Then they litigated to throw out ballots. Well, that didn't work. Then they attempted to delay the count and flip state legislatures. Well, that didn't work. Last ditch, the president called down to Georgia and said, "Can't you find me more votes?" And then one last desperate plea: stop the January 6th certification. And the president talked about that on September 26th. He said, you know, if it goes to Congress, there's one vote per state, and we have an advantage. So I think this was part of a plan to disrupt the Electoral College of the United States. Giuliani, trial by combat. Trump, never take back our country with weakness.
Gentleman's time's expired.
You have to
Gentleman
show strength.
from Massachusetts
You have to be strong.
reserves.
If you
The
don't
gentleman
fight like
from
hell, you're not
Oklahoma
gonna have a
is
country
recognized. The
anymore.
gentleman will suspend.
And then he said, "We love
The gentleman is no longer recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler, new member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm deeply troubled by last week's attack on our Capitol, and I pray for the families of Officer Sicknick and Officer Liebengood. As I have been saying all summer long, violence and rioting has no place in America, and the criminals responsible for last week's rioting must be brought to justice. At a time when our nation is still healing, we must seek out issues to work on that unite us, rather than issues that further divide us. I was greatly encouraged to see our country unite in condemnation of last week's lawlessness and the rioting. I am further encouraged that despite my Democrat colleagues' claims to the contrary, President Trump is committed to a peaceful and uninterrupted transfer of power. But that's not good enough for my colleagues across the aisle. With just 7 days left in President Trump's term, they are fast-tracking impeachment proceedings, a move which will no doubt further divide an already fractured nation. Even House Democrats' last impeachment effort, which was rushed through in record time, at the very least that had expert input, depositions, hearings, and deliberation.
The fact that it's even undermining anything, that people are being divided in the first place, that people can possibly be divided over an act of terrorism against our country is abominable.
I'm also very concerned by the charge against the president of quote-unquote incitement of insurrection. At his rally, President Trump urged attendees to quote-unquote peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. There was no mention of violence, let alone calls to action.
This whole bullshit that people keep talking about, oh, you know, he said nothing about inciting violence. Well, what about the past 5 years of anger, rabble-rousing on Twitter that he's been, and outright lies at press conferences, and just like not even addressing the not only condemning the conspiracies theories, but like outright like creating them and being a part of them. That's the problem. It's not that like he said something once. It was he said things hundreds of times. Like, I don't know why people keep making this stupid argument that, oh, it wasn't actually inciting violence. Like, Jesus.
Future presidencies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when my friends talk about the president being committed to a peaceful transition, I just point to what happened on Wednesday when his words launched a violent attack against this Capitol, where 5 people lost their lives and many more were injured. So give me a break. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank you. Contrary to my good friend's words, the President of the United States is an insurrectionist. He led an insurrection against the United States of America. Prior to the January 6th attack by violent domestic terrorists, the President spoke to the crowd for 1 hour, and these were his words. These were his words, which is that we cannot take the nation back. We have to take the nation back with strength, and you must go and do that. Those were the paraphrase of his words. The President provoked these domestic terrorists with words, with actions, and conduct that portray and have contempt and hostility to the national value of equal justice under the law. Telling domestic terrorists, nearly all of them were white supremacists, many of them, who support him politically, who stormed the Capitol to derail Congress from completing its constitutionally required duty of counting and verifying the votes.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
So it's like he knew what his words would do because he knew his supporters. He knew what he was doing. That's like, I'm glad that people are calling it out and people are making sure that everyone knows that they were terrorists. But at the same time, it's like, I think it's important. People need to be like mentioning that it's not just this one statement, that it was like Trump knew exactly what he was doing. And he knew how his supporters would respond because they've been responding this way the entire time they've supported him. It's like you have a stack of dominoes and all you have to do is say the right thing and you know how they're going to respond. He may as well pull the trigger. It's like when Charles Manson was like, oh, well, I didn't kill the guy. Well, you had somebody else kill the guy because you had this kind of cult that you had and you had people who would do whatever you said. And so you told that person to murder them and they did it because of you. That makes you just as guilty as if you pulled the trigger.
I cannot support this.
The gentleman will suspend. All members are reminded to wear face coverings while on the floor. All members and staff should be wearing.
Are you fucking serious? Why is somebody not wearing a mask?
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
For years, Donald Trump has honored thugs worldwide who suppress democracy. For months, with a daily diet of lies, he has made clear his refusal to accept any election in which he was not the winner. After failing completely in his repeated attempts to intimidate both Republican election officials into committing fraud and Republican appointed judges into ignoring our Constitution, he made a desperate attempt last week to block the final election count and prevent the peaceful transition of power essential to democracy. Trump basically attempted to overthrow the government, to violently overthrow the first branch of government, this Congress. Like his deadly reaction to the pandemic, he totally bungled the deadly attack. Both his frenzied, riotous mob and his
they are indistinct. The terrorists are indistinguishable from Trump. He was in control of them. He could have this didn't have to happen. This is Trump's fault 100%. He committed the attack.
But more importantly, we declare to the next Trump-like aspiring tyrant, not in America. We love our democracy too much. Our capital is scarred, but our democracy survives. violating his sworn duty to protect and defend our Constitution by seeking to violently overthrow the government.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts
If this is not
reserves.
impeachable,
The gentleman
nothing
from
is.
Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I advise the chair I have additional speakers on the way, but they're having a difficult time, so I will reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Just 1 second. On November 3rd, the American people voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to serve as President and Vice President of the United States. The country was about to enter a new era with great hope for change. And yet, with a decisive mandate and majority, the President used untruthful claims to end the completion of a constitutional process of collecting the electoral votes, making Joe Biden President of the United States. Not accepting the will of the American people, the President unleashed the most horrific violence that overwhelmed the security forces at this Capitol, which was overrun for the first time since 1812, putting the lives of so many at risk. Indeed, a day of infamy. This impeachment will be viewed as a transcendent vote where all will be judged. Vote to impeach the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is
I
recognized.
continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. From Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the impeachment of Donald Trump because the attack on the Capitol and the Congress was the single most depraved betrayal of the U.S. Constitution ever committed by a president. The traitorous incitement of an insurrection demands not just impeachment, but removal of from office immediately. Violence during the transfer of power, Confederate flags, anti-Semitic paraphernalia desecrated this Capitol, so accountability must come swiftly. We must act with the same resoluteness we showed in the early morning hours after the insurrection, where we ensured the will of the voters was effectuated. Donald Trump's defilement of this Capitol will not stand. It demands impeachment now. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody not remember that Confederates tried to overthrow the government in the 1800s after during the abolition of slavery, and they lost, and it is a completely un-American concept to support Confederacy. The Confederate flag is a terrorist flag.
Of the alleged offense. That was President Andrew Johnson, days after he removed Secretary of War Edwin Stanton in 1868. Over 50 years later, the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional the Tenure of Office Act that President Johnson had refused to obey. In other words, the House was not only hasty, it was wrong, punishing noncompliance with an unconstitutional law. At least when that occurred, the constitutionality of the law in question was unsettled. Here, however, an angry House majority races to impeachment in direct violation of settled constitutional law. Again, the articles before the House charge incitement to insurrection. They do not specify inciting language. The law is well settled. Quote, "What is required to forfeit constitutional protection is incitement speech that specifically advocates for listeners to take unlawful action."
Yeah, the problem with that is that, it's not just, it needs to be interpreted in the sense that it doesn't matter, there's such a thing as coded language. The actions are not the words are not about the 100% literal meaning of the words. When you say, that's how language works.
The violators of duty to this Constitution, however angry, will be those who vote for this article of impeachment. It is not Mr. Green's article of impeachment. It is incitement. And the Constitution is settled on that point. Thank you. I yield back.
These originalist, people about the Constitution, like, you cannot interpret the Constitution in a vacuum. Like, it's completely dependent on context and on our evolution of understanding.
Mince words about what happened last week. It was a violent attempt to interrupt our democratic process. It was a targeted blow at the most essential process that makes us a democracy. It was a direct and specifically incited by the President of the United States. For years, we have been asked to turn a blind eye to the criminality, corruption, and blatant disregard to the rule of law by the tyrant president we have in the White House. We as a nation can no longer look away. The president not only incited an insurrection against our government, but has in word and deed led a rebellion. We cannot simply move past this or turn the page. For us to be able to survive as a functioning democracy, there has to be accountability. We must impeach and remove this president from the office immediately so that he cannot be a threat to our democracy. I stand ready to fulfill my oath of office, and I challenge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article published January 9th entitled, "Our President Wants Us Here, the Mob That Stormed the Capitol." It's another example of why our country cannot risk even one more day of Donald Trump.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Yeah, I mean, we already know that, like, it's basically like a cult. Like, these are Trumpists. These are, like, Trump weebs,
by a mob, motivated and directed by the President of the United States. Our Vice President was the target of that mob. Members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, were targets of this mob. And I witnessed, for the first time in my life, Americans fighting Americans, all at the behest of our own President of the United States. And as Americans, we can do better. And I will vote for impeachment today for our nation, for our children, and for our grandchildren. And I'll be voting for impeachment so that America will once again be the shining city upon the hill whose beacon light guides freedom-loving people everywhere.
That's what our country should be. We don't have to be these blood, this blood pact of the past. We don't have to be slave owners. We don't have to be what our country was founded on. We can be like this giant beacon of hope, like he says.
Whenever the gentleman is prepared to close, we'll close. We were hopeful that one of our speakers could arrive, but difficult circumstances, they're just having a hard time getting here.
I think we have exhausted all of our speakers, so yield to the gentleman.
Is my friend prepared to close?
Yes.
Then I'll close, Mr.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Speaker, I want to thank you for presiding over these difficult proceedings today. I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, and I want to thank everybody that came to the floor, had something to say at an important moment. And I think the debate, while spirited, reflected the civility and decency of the institution that we're all privileged to be part of. And I'm very proud to have been part of it, very proud of all the members and the manner in which they participated. I want again to thank the staff and thank those who kept us safe in the process, particularly the Capitol Police. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I oppose this rule and I oppose the majority's actions today. After the traumatic events of last week, the majority should be taking steps to unite us. Instead, they are only dividing us further. They are rushing to judgment, in my opinion, and bringing up impeachment after failing to follow any meaningful process whatsoever. No hearings have been held, no witnesses heard, no process or opportunity to respond was provided to the President. No members had an opportunity to review or amend this article before it came to the floor.
Like this should be an open and shut case. Like there's so much evidence.
Still a way to unite the country. Let us look forward, not backward. Let us come together, not apart. Let us celebrate the peaceful transition of power to a new president rather than impeaching an old president. And let us affirm and reaffirm with one united voice that the House does not rush to judgment.
No, fuck that. We need to get judgment.
We deserve better than that, Mr. Speaker, and the American people deserve better than that. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, as they reflect on this minute and we move into our next stage of debate, to remember that we're all privileged to represent a great and a good people.
But he was right that like there was a decorum that like, you know, like you can disagree on policy, but you know you don't have to act like a crazy lunatic.
Owe them our best efforts to bring together. I know people on this floor feel very passionately about this subject with different points of view. I honor each one of those points of view, and I honor the people that voice them. And let's remember when we're through this that we're one people, that we have one purpose, that we're free through the grace of God and millions of brave Americans over centuries of time, and we will remain that way, and we will move forward together once we settle this debate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, no on the underlying measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is right.
No, he's got one thing right though. No matter what happens, which it should not be, we need to frickin' this needs to be taken care of. But no matter what, like we should not like be blaming each other, even if they did vote no. Like, and the people who voted no should not judge the people who voted yes. This needs to be a huge change in the way we run our country. Is we need to not like live in the past. Is like we need to like discuss things and make it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Spooby. You know, regardless of like how people think and disagree, like we need to stop doing that where we just like say, oh, you know, 8 months ago this person said this and I'm going to spend, you know, every single day reminding everybody. Like, no, like just, you know, as if you do things in like an orderly way and all the points are made and people make a decision, that should be it. And it's sometimes it sucks, but we can always revisit it. And like, you know, with new evidence, and you know, times change and people's minds change, and we have new precedents and all sorts of stuff.
House fills me with a deep sadness for our country. The contempt that these people had for our democracy and our freedom fills me with horror. And what Donald Trump did, encouraging them, fills me with rage. Rage not just on behalf of all of those serving here, but all of those who work in these halls. And I'm talking about the reporters, the cafeteria workers, the custodians, the clerks, the parliamentarians. I go on and on and on. And the staff, the Democratic staff, the Republican staff, the nonpartisan support staff, who were terrorized, some hiding under their desks and barricading in their offices.
Yeah, this is actually something I didn't really think about. Like, there's tons of people who are just completely, like not even deserving of any of this. Like, they imagine going to work and then it's like you have to face all this. Like, you weren't expecting anything like that. Like, you're just trying to go to work and work in the kitchen, and people don't even consider these people. They just hate. You know, they just want to like attack the government. They don't want to think about these people, these innocent people.
And not acknowledging that for 4 years, many of them gave oxygen to Donald Trump's conspiracy theories, to the big lies. They turned the other way in the face of racism and bigotry and
finally somebody mentions the obvious. Like, finally, none of them mentioned this.
Let it go.
Like I have been, but
you know, I will remind everybody here that words have consequences, and ignoring words that are wrong also have consequences. You know, what happened would never have happened if everybody stood up in unity and called out the president when he was not telling the American people the truth, when he was pushing a big lie.
You know, the biggest problem is, like, people keep saying things like, they say things that don't exist in reality, that they feel like it should be right. Like, they're like, oh, you know, if we deny free speech, it's a slippery slope. But like, that's not, there's no evidence of that. Like, of people who are actively inciting violence on Twitter need to be silenced because, like, they're causing harm to people. There's an actual, like, consequence of what they say. You can't just say, oh, you know, why don't you just ignore it? Like, you know, you can't just, like, not, you know, silence everything you don't like because my feelings. It's like, no, that's in your own head. You're not looking at reality. You're looking at, like, your own beliefs and not even, like, looking at the consequences of what you're saying should, like, you know, like, you're making things up. Like, when you make those arguments, like, they're not based on reality.
Yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
And the gavel comes down in the House of Representatives, where we've just been listening for the last approximately hour and 20 minutes to debate back and forth between Democrats and Republicans on the rule that governs the debate around this article of impeachment, a move to remove President.
Oh, thanks to the follow, off server. I don't, you know, I know that, like, other streamers like Hassan and stuff, like, play the news. I just don't, you know, I don't know the exact rules on copyright, so it's like I need to go back to the one I was at before. I had issues with yeah, there were, like, issues with I fixed it. Like, you know, if I alt tab out, it goes black, so it's like I needed to, like, kind of commandeer the stream a little bit. It's not the right word. Yeah, so this is yeah, this is pretty, like, you know, I'm yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's just pretty insane, like, how it's even in question that we need to just completely expedite this. We don't need to go through a lengthy trial process. Like, he already went through in first impeachment. He was already impeached, but he wasn't, like, ousted or anything like that. Like no, there were already so many things against him that were proven. We don't need to. There's so much evidence already. Like, you know, this should just be like, oh, you know, here's the evidence, open and shut case. Like that. Like this needs to happen in order for democracy to work, and in order for freedom of speech to work. Like, ironically, like I said earlier, like, people talk about, like, oh, if we silence people on social media, it's a slippery slope towards silencing everybody. It's like, no. It's like, in order to have, you know, a democracy and an accountability, we can't have people who are trying to actively undermine democracy. It's like you can't let people who will, like, they'll unravel everything because, you know, spreading lies about how there was a fraud in the, like, fraudulent election, you know, that's already been disproven, like, by, you know, like, a myriad amount of sources. Like, And like, it's not just about like one thing that he said. It's stuff that he said over the course of several years. He should have been, this should have happened like very shortly into office. And that's what this is really about, is that like, why did we wait till people literally stormed the Capitol to discuss Trump's fitness for office? Like, why did it have to get to this point? And if we don't take action right now, if we wait till later and say, oh, this isn't important, we need to do this, it's like, I'm sorry, Biden, but like, this takes precedence. Like, this is so important. This is the future of our entire country hinges on whether or not like we oust him completely out of office. Like, it's a symbolic gesture, but it's also a very it's a question of national security, and also our very democracy. Like, if we can't make a bold like a statement that this is not okay and you can't get away with this, even if you only have a few days left of office, like you can't get away from this. Like, you need to be stopped, because otherwise you threaten everything that this country is supposed to be. That, like, rule of law should exist, and you should not be allowed to just spread outright lies. That's specifically what the government should not be able to do. Otherwise you get 1984 Orwellian, like, what I say matters, and propaganda, you just believe it because it's what we say. That's exactly the kind of future that people like Donald Trump would create. And people just are oblivious to this. They're like, oh, well, they think about like they look to their gut feelings, but gut feelings have no place in policy and in law, because the only thing that matters are facts and reality. And it's like, if you're playing a chess game, it doesn't matter how you feel about the move. If a move works, it's because it works. And if a move doesn't work, it's because it doesn't work. And you can't just say, oh, well, you can't censor him from Twitter because that's attacking free speech. No, it's like, free speech is not about being able to say whatever you want without consequences. Freedom of speech is like, if you speak up against the government, it's one thing if, like, okay, like that, there's a line, because like, if you're the president of the United States, you can't just say, oh, the government, like, and make up lies and spread it to all the people who follow you. Like, you have millions of people who will literally go with you to the grave. Like, they will do anything you say. It's a loaded gun. Trump has a loaded gun, and he loaded them up and he fired them directly at the Capitol. It doesn't matter whether you like, if you can't look at the event in isolation. You can't just be like, oh, he says this, it doesn't necessarily mean violence. Yes, it does, because it's a chess game. If you line up all the pieces and go towards a checkmate, it doesn't matter. Oh, well, the final move, like, it's a checkmate regardless. Like, it doesn't, like, some of the moves don't look like, sometimes you'll make moves that are counterintuitive, that don't look like they do anything. But then at closer examination, you say, oh, it's because you made all these moves. It was preparing you for this moment. And it's like, he knew what he was doing. Like, he's been doing this for like 5 years. He knows what his supporters believe and stand for. He knows how they react. He knows that if he says something, they will follow it to the grave. And he knows how they will take his words. He knows the people who support him are Nazis. He knows the people who support him are militant white nationalists who are basically Nazis, and just straight up Nazis as well, and also Klan members and people who will actively undermine this democracy. He is aware of this. It took him 4 years to actually denounce the white supremacists who supported him, but he didn't. He said it, but he didn't mean it. Like, it's like, oh yeah, you like, did you take the cookie from the cookie jar? You have crumbs all over your face, and you're like, no. And then you're like, oh well, he said no, so we should just listen to him. Like, no, like you can't just like have all this evidence of wrongdoing and then just take his word for it. Like, of course he's gonna say no. He doesn't want to get in trouble. Like. Like, oh, it's like you can't just like nitpick every single little thing and say, oh, well, this isn't. He said he didn't actually say storm the Capitol. What did he need? He need like a statement written in blood saying storm the Capitol, attack people, hang Mike Pence. Like, did he actually need to say that in order for you to put the evidence together?
As a member designated by Mr. Vella pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
Well, that was random. It's a good thing they. At least, I mean, it was already voted aye, but but it's a good thing that he got his vote in anyway. I mean, it's technically what you got it. It's like. Or maybe wait, did somebody change from nay to aye? There should be a day where it's like it's mandated that we have like a certain percentage of independence of third parties, because otherwise it's just a two-party system. Like, there should be some kind of like amendment that says we need like at least 2 or 3 people who are from a non-democratic or Republican party, because like otherwise it's just you're Democrat, like, because in effect like there's nobody's gonna get into the Senate otherwise if there's not a mandate. I mean, we already know, like, it sucks that like people have people criticize affirmative action, but the reality is the only thing that matters. It's like, because there's like if we did not have these things in place, people would just straight up not hire people.
As a member designated by Mr. Carson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Oh yeah, because they were unable to make it. Okay, now I remember it. They were unable to be present, so they had to.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote nay on the Representative McGovern motion to move the previous question on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on the Representative McGovern motion to move the previous question on H-Res 41.
It's kind of funny. It actually makes the extra
For what purpose does the gentleman
window I
from
have.
Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaTurner of Kansas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. LaTurner will vote nay on the Rep. McGovern motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 41.
It actually looks like I'm making the room bigger. Like, it looks like it was already looking like that. Like, that's... But actually, like, this is just a zoom in on the current screen. So, like, it's just funny how that works out. It looks like it's completing the picture, but it's actually not.
Okay. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Peters, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Peters will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Dr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Wow, it's really
For what
close.
purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question. The member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the previous question.
I mean, there's still 225 who didn't vote. 325 who didn't vote. But it's like,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
although I'm not sure what, let's see.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Kirkpatrick will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As a
Okay,
member
so they're
designated by
voting to call a
Representative
vote.
Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
So in parliamentary procedure, ordering the previous question means that they say,
For
like,
what purpose
we're going to
does the
vote whether or
gentleman
not
from
we're going to order
Illinois
an
seek
immediate vote.
recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that
So,
Mr.
like,
Grijalva
almost
will vote
redundant,
yes on ordering the previous question, and as the member designated by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
But I guess, like, because if you would vote nay, then it's like you're basically saying that, like, you don't have an immediate vote, like you have a recess, or that you that you would need additional, like, statements. Like, that's what I'm guessing.
Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida 5th Congressional District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion ordering the previous question on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Oh.
You said 10. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bergman, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on ordering the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
I've got to remember to fill out my water bottle, fill out my water, and pace it out for 2 hours at 9 a.m. in an hour, because like they're gonna shut off the water for 2 hours. It's like
Down from the chair.
I need to fill up a couple things of water.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Custer of New Hampshire pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
I should just always have 2 cups of water ready, jeez. But I also filled up the pitcher, you know, well, like the water kettle.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bill Rockus of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bill Rockus will vote nay on the Representative McGovern motion to move the previous question on HRES 4.1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Oh, and I can win the rook. Oh.
California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will also vote yes on the previous question.
If I had checked first, the king would move, and I wouldn't be able to capture because then the king would take my rook.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Alma Adams, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Because otherwise, if you took the queen, I would have checkmated. So you had to give up the rook. Checkmate is better than 2 pawns.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Ms. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 41. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yea on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mrs. Dingle pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mrs. Dingle will vote yea on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yea on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Capter pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Capter will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Oh, God.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the Rep. McGovern motion to move the previous question on H-Res 41. As designated by Mr. Dunn of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on the Rep. McGovern motion to move the previous question on H-Res 41.
Oh. There's a rook there.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Lunar Down Stitch.
Purpose
Lunar
does the
Down
gentleman
Switch.
from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker,
Lunar Down
as
Switch.
the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that
Welcome.
Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And finally, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Oh. No. Oh.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New
Interesting
York
Queen
seek
Endgame.
recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Ms. Walorski pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on the motion to move the previous question on H-Res 41.
Oh.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Yeah, you just take the pawn. Yeah, there we go. You're gonna lose the... Well... I get the bishop. Oh, no.
For what purpose?
Oh, we are?
I mean, is there a reason I just don't just take the queen? Oh.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
I forgot we would do proxy voting. Well, now at this point, they're gonna order the question. 10 more votes. Even if all nays, it's still 220 to 213. So they're gonna vote on impeachment immediately. Because of this. Then there's a second vote. So now then they're gonna invote. Then they're gonna vote on impeachment. There'll probably be a recess. Yay, recess! I got the swing. Like, could you imagine, like, all the people in the Senate, like, going out and, like, playing tag, and, like, like, going down the slide, and, like, running around and, like, wee!
It's so stupid. I mean, my stupid sense of humor. It's so ridiculous. Like, that's so childish. Whee! Yeah,
They're not girl pants.
Fisted.
What are you drinking coffee in?
No, it's just
And
water.
milk?
No, it's just water.
Oh.
Stocking up. Stock up on water. Well, 221, 205.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, on that I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote yes on House Resolution 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on the rule H-Res 41. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on the rule H-Res 41.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 41. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Jerry McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H-Res 41.
Gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yea on House Resolution 41.
Oh, the Knight's there. I was so blind. I was so tunnel
For
vision
what
there.
purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H-Res 41.
It's not looking good. However, I almost think that like the people who voted nay, they've already voted quickly, so it's like the rest are either the people who.
Purpose. The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on H-Res 41.
I think we just have to wait it out. Some people wait till the last minute. And then it'll go to the Senate if it passes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the rule of House Resolution 24. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 41.
Which one's H-Res 8?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on H-Res 41.
Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H-Res 41.
So H-Res 8 is adopting the rules of the House of Representatives of the 117th Congress and for other purposes. Section 1 adoption resolved. That was January 4th, 2021. Resolved. Section 1 adoption of the rules of the 116th Congress. The rules of the House of Representatives of the 116th Congress, including applicable provisions of law or concurrent resolution that constitute rules of the House at the end of the 116th Congress, are adopted as the rules of the House of Representatives of the 117th Congress. Oh, that's just to adopt the same. There's two changes. Right. Changes to the standing rules. Conforming change in Clause 2I of Rule 2. Strike the designation of subparagraph 1. Okay. You'd have to read those. Sort of. This is just like some standard. Just revisions to the rules for the next Congress. It's like. Requiring committee hearing and markup on bills and joint resolutions. On a bill or joint resolution to be considered pursuant to a special order of business reported to the Committee on Rules, a list of related committee and subcommittee hearings, and a designation at least one committee or subcommittee hearing that was used to develop a well, that seems like, you know, to have more people look at things before they get to the Senate, I guess. The HRES 24. Impeaching Donald Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Well, then which one is 41? The resolution rejects white nationalism, white supremacy as hateful expression. Yeah, that one. Why would people say nay on that? Oh, okay. You better say nay on. Wait. Resolution. Okay. Rejects. Why would you reject white nationalism and white supremacy? Wait. As hate. Wait. The language is weird. The resolution rejects white nationalism and white supremacy as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contradictory to the values. Okay. So you're rejecting white nationalism. Okay, so it's like I thought they were like rejecting adding it as hateful. Like legal language is so weird. Like yeah, the freaking Zionists are fucking crazy, dude. The people who believe that the Jewish interests like are gonna dominate, like, this is freaking crazy. Abraham Lincoln in an 1868 speech said of the founders, wise statesmen as they were, they knew the tendency of prosperity to breed tyrants. And so they established these great self-evident truths that when in the distant future some man, some faction, some interest should set up the doctrine that none but rich men or none but white men were entitled to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, their posterity might look up again to the Declaration of Independence and take courage to renew the battle which their fathers began, so that truth and justice and mercy and all the humane and Christian virtues might not be extinguished from the land, so that no man would hereafter dare to limit and circumscribe the great principles on which the Temple of Liberty was being built. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., while recognizing that no other nation can mean to us what our nation means, condemned nationalism perverted into chauvinism and isolationism as preached by the advocates of white supremacy, and added, will we continue to serve the false god of racial prejudice, or will we serve the God who made of one blood all men to dwell upon the face of the earth? Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. was also like against Malcolm X, because Malcolm X was like, we need to like unite as Muslim people against white people to form like their own race. So it's like Malcolm X was calling for a lot of radical change. President Reagan observed in a 1988 speech, the year I was born, this Friday is my birthday, turning 33. Anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American. Like, why would anyone vote that white nationalism and white supremacy is not it isn't hate speech? Like, I don't understand.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote nay on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 41. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on H-Res 41. And finally, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H.R.S. 41. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R.S. 41. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R.S. 41. As the member designated by Mr. Peters pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H.R.S. 41. As the member designated by Mr. Trone pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote yes on H.R.S. 41.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida 5th Congressional District pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. Resolution 41.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.Res. 41.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H-Res 41.
Oh, now it's a lot closer. Yeah, a lot of these people wait to vote until they see how other people vote. No, I mean, yeah, I mean they're allowed to. I mean, multiple reasons. It's kind of pointless to speculate people's reasons. You know, in the end, they vote. You know. Some people might just do it on principle. Maybe they do it every time. Who knows? They want to create suspense. Some people can be really theatrical, you know? D3B4E1. Something I want to do at some point is just get my board out and just look at every single possible night fork. Something recommended by Lisa Orlova when she coached me. Like, she was telling me her dad, like, made her like look at every single. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to, you know, you got to put in the effort. Pays off.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 41.
Does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bill Rackus of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bill Rackus will vote nay on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H-Res 41. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on House Res 41.
Down to the wire. Jeez. Well, there we go. Yeah, this is extremely important for democracy. This is like needs to be made clear that this behavior is just not okay. Like needs to be made abundantly clear. It's like we can't just wait. It should have happened a long time ago. He was banned multiple times from Twitter. That fact alone, that a president of the United States would like act in a way that a extremely reasonable platform that doesn't just ban people for no reason, bans people because they violate their pretty reasonable terms of service. That fact alone, like that somebody would get banned just for like spouting like lie after lie, it's like that's just not becoming of a you know, leader of an entire country. You know, it's like, you know, and this isn't even counting the actual crimes. You know, this is just like character. Like the character alone is bad. Which obviously is not enough to impeach, but the definitely the crimes, like collusion with Russia and the election
For
results.
what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on H.Res. 41.
Oh, I mean, did I say collision? No, collusion. And like that like phone call with. If I'm stupid, I forgot the name of the country. It was like Trump phone call with country. Ukraine. I don't know why I forgot that it was Ukraine. I was gonna say Czechoslovakia. I'm like, no. It's like so many things happened, like with like Trump and Rudy Giuliani and everything leading up to the 2020 election. Like so many things happened. I'm just like losing track. That should be a fucking sign. Like if you lose track of what the president does that's just wrong, that should be a fucking sign. Like I'm like literally forgetting things that he did, which is bad. You should never forget, never forget. But it's just like really? Like if you can't even count the number of problems on your hands, on your fingers, like come on. Like seriously, it's like who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? Not me. It's like I am not a crook. It's like seriously, this whole thing makes Watergate look like a freaking like I mean Watergate was terrible. It was like but this whole thing makes Watergate look like something that happened on the playground. You know, there are Democrats who don't want to there are Democrats who want to wait, and there's actually plenty of Republicans. Wait, it looks like all the Republicans voted nay. Jeez, this is like cut straight down the middle here. So there was like, hey 25. I mean, I heard Republicans saying that we need to impeach, so it's just weird seeing 100% so far Republicans voting nay on 41. I'm fine. Water's shut off for 2 hours, so I filled up two cups of water. But I think maybe Republicans wanted to wait also, even though they knew that he should be impeached. But it's just like, hey, thanks for the follow, Lunar. Yeah, it's just there's some Republicans and Democrats on the fence about it. Because, like, it is, like, I understand, like, where they're coming from. Like, they don't want, because there's COVID to deal with, and, like, Biden wants to push a bunch of policies. But the thing is, if we need to think about the bigger picture, because we've already been, it's already been an entire, like, year of, like, failure to act on COVID. So I think comparatively, an attack on our democracy as we know it is a little bit more pressing, considering the Trump administration already fucked up on COVID. Yeah, it will take some extra time, like a week or I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to take some extra time because of all the legal processes. But we could have those expedited. This is unprecedented. It's just like the whole emergency meeting of Congress to actually write the Constitution. Like, that's unprecedented. Sometimes certain things call for unprecedented action, and you can't do business as usual. You have to, like, expedite things and do things in a different way. So it's like, because this is a complete threat to national security. It's a complete threat to democracy as we know it. Because these are people who follow Trump, which is a very large amount of people. At least like 70 million people voted for fascism. And people can argue all they want about how it's not, but we know it is. Like it's like having one person just completely just control what people think, utilizing fear-mongering and lies, and utilizing people's naivete, like, because some people just only hear their news from one source, and when they hear the news from one source, and that source is completely biased to the president, and the president utilizes his voice as president and on Twitter to talk to these people and just basically tell them whatever he wants, that they'll just believe because they trust him, because that's the only place they get the source is from a news source that supports him. And they hear stuff from people who there's a lot of people who support Trump that just get all their news from random websites that are just making up lies, and like they'll or just like sensationalize things. And like, I understand where these people are coming from. Obviously they're mad because if they only see things from a weird filter, and if you do see it, if those things were true, like if what these people were like, because they just read it on the internet, they get, oh, somebody sent me something on the Facebook, let me put on my glasses. I mean, sorry, I'm being really ageist right now, but it's like, let me put on my glasses. Oh, that's Biden. He's gonna ruin democracy because Trump says so, and I trust him because he can throw a punch. Like seriously, like, not to like judge them heavily, but it's like, it's one thing for them to think like that, but it's another for the president of the United States to knowingly like throw ammunition like into their hands and like knowingly control them in the way that he did. And on it, like, ironically, they kept saying that the Democrats were calling for Orwellian politics and Orwellian control, but the Republican Party itself, by supporting Trump, supports fascism in a 1984 Orwellian fashion. So it's like, because oh, well, don't believe that source because it's fake news, only believe the things that I tell you, only, like, this is the truth, that's fake news, and you can trust me because I'm the president. Like, that's complete abuse of power. That's complete, it's just wrong, because you're leading people astray who deserve to have complete like access to all the facts, and it just sucks because you can't control what news. And this is why we need control over, ironically, in order to save freedom of speech, in order to save democracy, we need more control over speech. It's weird, but that is because if you don't, then you get people who just say whatever they want. And the reality of the situation is that some people will only get their information from that one source. And if you make it legal for a news source to spread outright lies, then these people are gonna, like, all their decisions are gonna be just, judged on, like, outright lies, and that could damage our entire country, and it undermines democracy, especially when people form an armed insurrection on the capital of our country. And these aren't just like random crazy extremists. These are organized groups of people from all different backgrounds. Like, obviously there were, like, white nationalists, white supremacists, and all those people. We already knew those people are crazy and violent, like, but there was the people who are also, like, looking the other way to that, they're also complicit in it. Regardless of whether they themselves associate with those organizations, they may as well have. And there's also the fact that there's people who just don't even know what's going on. They only know what they hear. Like I said, like, they read on their favorite news that supports Trump, that says, Biden stole the election, and they're outraged, because obviously if that were true, you should be outraged, but it's not true. And it'd be one thing if, like, Trump was like, okay, I want to look into this, and then as soon as there was, like, ample evidence that it was wrong, he said, okay, I was wrong, I concede the election, and then have a peaceful transfer of power. But instead, like, he just, like, spread lie after lie after lie. And it's one thing if, like, some crazy person like Alex Jones or something like that, like, spreads lies, because then people are like, oh, well, that's just a conspiracy theorist. This is the President of the United States. Like, President of the United States is retweeting conspiracy theorists that has been proven false, and passing it off as fact. It's giving ammunition to the people who support him, because it emboldens them, and it makes them feel like you're very special. Like seriously, it's absolutely insane that anyone would not want to just expedite this whole process and just remove him completely from office. Not just censure him. This isn't like this isn't time for, like, slap on the wrist. This isn't the time for like, oh, okay, like, you did a bad thing, but, we're still gonna let you, control office for the next week or two. It's like, no, like, you commit a crime, you pay for those crimes. Like, it's treasonous. Oh yeah, because you're gonna win the rook. I mean, I see in our future, like, we need to make some serious changes to the way information is handled, because we have, for the first time in history, we have a way to communicate with the entire planet in a millisecond. Like you click send, and millions and millions and millions of people can access it, and like immediately. Which means, like, how are you supposed to, like the damage will already be done if you commit a crime by sending something to millions of people, asking them to do something. And obviously you don't have to work, like, what people are expecting. People are acting like, oh, well, he didn't specifically say that he incited violence. Like, he didn't specifically say them to attack the Capitol. It's like, you can't, like, what did they expect? Like, do they expect, like, Trump to say outright, like, I hate democracy, I want to control everything, attack the Capitol? Like, why does it have to be spelled out and stamped on his forehead, signed in blood, for them to recognize the pattern? And he's been acting like this for 5 years, like, as running for office, and then 4 years in office, and it's like there's a clear pattern to his behavior, and as well with his supporters, because his supporters have a very, like, sometimes they surprise us, like they, like, but like, they're pretty, like they're, what's the word? They're pretty predictable. Like they always act the same way. Like they just support Trump no matter what, and they'll do what he says, and they'll get angry. And these are people who like guns. Like, these are people who hate people, xenophobic people, racist people, transphobic people, homophobic people. These are people who are, like, given an opportunity, given the opportunity, they would have completely murdered everybody in that chamber. Luckily, that didn't happen. Thank God. But it's like, given the opportunity, they would have hung Mike Pence. They would have murdered everybody, except for the people who were in Trump's pocket. Like, even then, maybe even they weren't safe, because people would have just, people would have got, people in the mob mentality and the adrenaline, and, like, who knows what the fuck would have happened. People go crazy. People in that kind of, like, position where they're already making insane decisions and like illogical decisions. That they're storming the Capitol with weapons and hurting people. 5 people died. And, like, these people, like, if they had gotten in there, people would have been murdered. And I understand that, like, people, the big issue is not whether or not the attack on the Capitol was wrong. The thing is like, people are not connecting it with Trump, and that's the problem. That's the main problem, is people have a hard time understanding that when you line up dominoes and you hit one domino, it doesn't matter that the last domino wasn't by you. You hit that first domino. And Trump is, like, been manipulating his supporters for the entirety of his time in office. He knows exactly what he was doing.
For what purpose, does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on H.Res. 41.
Well, now even with 11 nay votes, it's going to pass. Yeah, I mean, like, people talk about hypotheticals. I've been talking about, like, these people who have been undermining democracy and supporting fascism, in effect, because supporting Trump is supporting fascism. It's just, like, if you look at all the details and you look at all the, obviously it's just like, if people, like, obviously I don't know all the facts. So, I have a good heart, but that doesn't mean that I know all the facts and that people should base, like, accusations and law based on what I say. The difference is I don't have millions of followers and I'm not the president of the United States. If I say something, people are like, oh, that's just some crazy person on the internet. So it's like, when people trust you because you hold the highest office in the United States, like, you have a responsibility, you should be held accountable. You have a responsibility to hold that office in, like, in a way where, like,
The yeas are 221, the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 41, I call up House Resolution 24 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution. House Resolution 24, resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following article of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, incitement of insurrection. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States in his conduct while President of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States, and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States, and that on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There, he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that, in context, encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed, in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021 followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results, and threatened Secretary Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all of this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The resolution shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on HRES 224.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, in his annual address to our predecessors in Congress in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln spoke of the duty of the patriot in an hour of decisive crisis for the American people. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor. Here, even us here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. We, you and I, hold and trust the power that derives most directly from the people of the United States. And we bear the responsibility to fill that oath that we all swear before God and before one another. The oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help us God. We know that we face enemies of the Constitution. We know we experienced the insurrection that violated the sanctity of the people's capital and attempted to overturn the duly recorded will of the American people. And we know that the President of the United States incited this insurrection, this armed rebellion against our common country. He must go. He is a clear and present danger to the nation that we all love. Since the presidential election in November, an election the president lost, he has repeatedly lied about the outcome, sowed self-serving doubt about democracy, and unconstitutionally sought to influence state officials to repeal reality. And then came that day of fire we all experienced. The president must be impeached, and I believe the president must be convicted by the Senate, a constitutional remedy that will ensure that the Republic will be safe from this man who was so resolutely determined to tear down the things that we hold dear and that hold us together. It gives me no pleasure to say this. It breaks my heart. It should break your heart should break all of our hearts. For your presence in this hallowed chamber is testament to your love for our country, for America, and to your faith in the work of our founders to create a more perfect union. Those insurrectionists were not patriots. They were not part of a political base to be catered to and managed. They were domestic terrorists, and justice must prevail. But they did not appear out of a vacuum. They were sent here by the president with words such as a cry to fight like hell. Words matter. Truth matters. Accountability matters. In his public exhortations to him, the president
I mean, I'm going to
saw
try to
insurrectionists
argue that it wasn't
not
that.
as a
Like, that's
face
the
to
issue,
foes of
is that
freedom,
people
as they
don't
are,
think that
but as a means to a terrible
it's based,
goal,
like, they don't see
goal of his personally clinging
the
to
long
power,
line.
the goal of thwarting the will of the people, the goal of ending in a fiery and bloody clash nearly 2.5 centuries of our democracy. This is not theoretical, and this is not motivated by partisanship. I stand before you today as an officer of the Constitution, a Speaker of the House of Representatives. I stand before you as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a daughter whose father proudly served in this Congress, Thomas D'Alessandro Jr. from Maryland, one of the first Italian Americans to serve in the Congress. And I stand here before you today as the noblest of things, a citizen of the United States of America. With my voice and my vote, with a plea to all of you, Democrats and Republicans, I ask you to search your souls and answer these questions. Is the president's war on democracy in keeping with the Constitution? Were his words an insurrectionary mob a high crime and misdemeanor? Do we not have the duty to our oath to do all we constitutionally can to protect our nation and our democracy from the appetites and ambitions of a man who has self-evidently demonstrated that he is a vital threat to liberty, to self-government, and to the rule of law? Our country is divided, we all know that. There are lies abroad in the land spread by a desperate president who feels his power slipping away. We know that too. But I know this as well, that we here in this House have a sacred obligation to stand for truth, to stand up for the Constitution, to stand as guardians of the Republic. In a speech he was prepared to give in Dallas on Friday, November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was to say, "We in this country, in this generation, are, by destiny rather than choice, the watchmen on the walls of world freedom. We ask, therefore, that we may be worthy of our power and responsibility." That we may be worthy. President Kennedy was assassinated before he could deliver those words to the nation, but they resonate more even now, in our time, in this place. Let us be worthy of our power and responsibility, that what Lincoln thought was the world's last best hope, the United States of America, may long survive. My fellow members, my fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. Let us embrace our duty, fulfill our oath, and honor the trust of our nation. And we pray that God will continue to bless America. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and yield back.
Gentleman from New York, reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 19 minutes. 19 minutes. 4 years ago on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2017, 19 minutes into President Trump's administration, at 12:19 p.m., the Washington Post headline was, "Campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." And now with just one week,
Jordan,
week
shut the
left,
fuck up.
they're still trying. In 7 days, there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time in our country. But Democrats are going to impeach President Trump again. This doesn't unite the country. There's no way this helps the nation deal with
We don't need to
tragic
unite the
and
country.
terrible
We need to
events
stand up against
of
evil.
last
That's
week that we all condemn. And Republicans have
it's
been
not about
consistent.
uniting. I'm not going
We've
to
condemned
unite
all
with
the violence
Nazis.
all the time. We condemned it last summer. We condemned it last week. We should be focused on bringing the nation together.
This is a time of
Instead,
condemnation.
Democrats are going to impeach the president for a second time 1 week before he leaves office. Why? Why? Politics and the fact that they want to cancel the president. The president who cut taxes,
For
the president who
reasons-
reduced regulations, the president prior to COVID had the greatest economy, lowest unemployment in 50 years.
That's
the
a
president who
lie.
got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem, brought hostages home from North Korea, put three great
All
justices
things
on
that
the
he's
Supreme
not
Court,
responsible
gave us a new
for.
NAFTA agreement, the Abraham Accords, the COVID vaccine, and who built the wall. It's
Why
about
do we need a
politics.
wall?
This is about getting the President of the United States. They spied on his campaign before he was elected. 19 minutes into his presidency, they started the impeachment push. 3-year Mueller investigation, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, $40 million to find nothing. Impeachment round 1 based on an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden. And now it's impeachment round 2. It's always been about getting the president no matter what. It's an obsession that is now broadened. It's not just about impeachment anymore, it's about canceling, as I've said. Canceling the president and anyone that disagrees with them. The Ayatollah can tweet, the president can't. Democrats can object on January 6, 2017, but Republicans aren't allowed to object on January 6,
It's misleading
2021.
facts. Using facts
Democrats
to
say Antifa is a myth. Republicans condemn
like,
all violence all the time.
shape them in a way that makes it look like you're
double standard has to
correct.
And frankly, the attack on the First Amendment has to stop. And stop and think about it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when the cancel culture only allows one side to talk? When you can't even have a debate in this country, this great country, the greatest country ever?
Not when your actions commit
Needs to stop,
lead to
because
crimes.
If it continues, it won't just be Republicans who get canceled. It won't just be the President of the United States. The cancel culture will come for us all.
Those are baseless claims, not based in
America's
reality.
a great country, the greatest country ever. It seems to me that we need to think about how great the people of this nation really are. Think about what we've accomplished in the past and begin to come together as leaders who represent so many great folks across our districts. Think about this. Think about this. In 1903, in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, two
I was
guys
gonna
fly
say, he
this
needs
thing
to
they
put his
called a
mask
plane
on.
100 feet. Barely got off the ground. Barely got off the ground. Amazing thing. 44 years later, Chuck Yeager breaks the sound barrier. In 44 years, we go from two guys flying a contraption they called a plane a few hundred feet to Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier. And 22 years after that, another American steps on the moon. Think about it. In one lifetime.
He must be
in
going
66
somewhere with
years,
this.
Two guys flying 100 feet to putting a man on the moon. That's what this country is capable of. That's what we can do.
Okay, that's
And
kinda
we as the
irrelevant.
Congress who represent the people who did that should start leading. Should start understanding what
Yeah,
really
people
is
who are
going on
not
here.
Trump.
So I hope we defeat this. I hope we can begin to come together and recognize the greatness of the American people.
Here's
and focus on the things they want us to focus on.
Here's the problem with like people like Jordan and you know Trumpists. They use vast, like wide sweeping statements that have no basis on current situations with context. They just say things that are like, oh, you know, our country is founded on this thing and we need to uphold it no matter what. Even though context dictates otherwise. Context dictates that this is a very specific case and there's a very specific issue. Let's deal with this specific issue, not with some like, you know, ethereal idea, hippy dippy thing. Ironically, the Republicans who are supporting Trump are hippy dippy things. Like ironically, like, you know, the Republican Party generally like has been against, like, you know, more freedom, like kind of like, ooh, loosey-goosey thing. The Republicans are so loosey-goosey, like, sometimes that it's like, it's just ridiculous.
Minority communities. On January 6th, at a rally that was large, angry, and widely reported to be armed, the president's lies and violent rhetoric reached their crescendo. At that rally, the president took the stage. After reiterating the falsehood that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide, he told the crowd that if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then he urged the mob to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to prevent the Congress from confirming the election.
And he knew full well this wasn't going to be a peaceful protest. He knew who was in that audience. He knew his audience for like a long time. He knows the kind of people who are on Twitter blasting all sorts of bullshit. He knew. It's different than like a peaceful, like, Black Lives Matter protest where people are organized and saying we need to have peaceful protest. You know, we're going to exercise the First Amendment, and then the First Amendment actually being attacked with people like clearing people like with tear gas and rubber bullets, with the entire National Guard during peaceful protests. And, you know, it's still not even like, you know, there's actual footage of people who weren't even active in the protests committing crimes. And yeah, like, it's possible there was some chaos within the protests, but like there was a peaceful protest cleared away so that Trump could take a selfie in front of a church that with a Bible that he stole, that the church confirmed that they did not give him, during an actual First Amendment protest. Like, that's exact, like the Black Lives Matter protest was exactly why we have the First Amendment. That was using the First Amendment. What happened at, you know, like with all this stuff with Trump on Twitter, that's not what the First Amendment was for. It wasn't for you being able to say on a private forum that's owned by a private business that has pretty lenient rules and doesn't silence genuine speech. You know, even though they could, if they wanted to, you know, they wouldn't, you know, that's just, it wouldn't be good marketing. Like, if they silence people for no reason, people would just go to a different platform. So it's like, you know, the market decides that free speech is generally good unless your speech incites violence and creates chaos that leads to violence and all sorts of stuff. So the whole thing about people saying that free speech is being treaded upon because of Twitter silencing a madman with a giant megaphone, with people who will listen to him, and people who will actually act in ways that go above and beyond what he says, where he can use that as a weapon, because he can technically point at what he said and say, oh, well, you know, technically I didn't say to storm the Capitol. It's like, it doesn't matter, because they knew and they translated it to the action. Whereas Black Lives Matter protest, there's systemic racism. We're gonna get loud about it and protest peacefully within the law, within the First Amendment, and then it's just completely trampled upon with military force, with like, you know, like tear gas and rubber bullets. But then like a guy with, like, you know, freaking Proud Boys walking around with AR-15s, cops just like saying, oh, you know, just back down. You know, but then if you know, a black guy even looks like he's like holding, like, doesn't even have a weapon, but the cop can just say, oh, well, my life was threatened, I felt threatened, and then gets away with it, gets away with murder. You're a police officer, you're not judge, juror, and executioner.
Every movement has a lunatic fringe. Suppressing free speech is not the answer. Holding rioters accountable for their actions is the answer.
Well, yeah, that's also the answer. You can have both.
And if we prosecuted BLM and Antifa rioters across the country with the same determination these last 6 months, this incident may not have happened at all. Now, short of declaring war, the power of impeachment is the most solemn and consequential act that Congress can take. To use it in this manner, in the heat of the moment, with no hearings, no due process, Many
There's
members
enough
throwing
evidence.
in their votes after a hastily called debate.
This is due process. There's so much evidence. There's like, Twitter has all the evidence. Like, you could call Twitter and have them send you everything that the president has ever tweeted, and, and just look at the responses. You don't even need people to testify. You just have all the evidence. Look at the evidence. That's all you need. It might take some time, but it's like there's only so much. We have already looked at all. Like everybody should like already be able to see like what's happened. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Get him the fuck out of office.
For years to come. Yesterday, we redefined intemperate speech as a physical incapacity requiring removal from office. Today, we define it as a high crime and misdemeanor. Well, the moment any member of this body gives an impassioned speech and the lunatic fringe of their movement takes license
This
from
whole
it,
thing that like separating them, like painting them as a lunatic fringe and saying that they're separate from the president is entirely like the problem with like their argument. They keep saying that like, oh, I have a phone call. Oh, it's just spam. No, like they keep, they keep saying that like, oh, that example is not based in reality. It's a baseless claim. Like, it's not to say that like, oh, if any of you said something and then a fringe group took action, how would you, like, what are you going to say? You're going to be held accountable? That's different than, this is a very specific case. It's like Charles Manson. Like it's a very specific case. Trump is a fucking lunatic, and he controls these people, and you know it. Like, he controls these people. He says something, these people will do it. Some of them are very violent, and we saw that last Wednesday.
Terrorists to attack the Congress to try to overturn constitutional government. The actions were in public, plain as day. His actions are the most serious offense against our Constitution and our country.
Now, I wish the Democrats and the Republicans who support it would stop saying, like, they keep pointing to the acts of violence instead of pointing to Trump's involvement. That's the important part, because the acts of violence, everybody knows that that's terrible. Nobody is arguing that. And I don't know why they keep arguing that, because that's a terrible argument. I mean, I guess it's sensational. It's reminding people. I guess that's good. But it's just like, because that's proving that the people involved were wrong. And we need to make sure that they know that Trump was the one who was the leader. And I don't know why they're not focusing on that. I don't know why they keep focusing, like the Democrats keep focusing on, a terrible tragedy happened last week. We need to condemn that. Like, obviously we condemn it, okay? We need to make sure that people know that Trump is the reason why it happened. That's the important point.
President Trump has never been satisfied, not through investigations, not through false allegations, and not even through an impeachment that was wholly without merit. And the timing of this impeachment makes little sense.
Another one of those timing things. Like this is not about timing, because we've known that he was unfit for office for like 4 years, for 5 years really. There was like multiple allegations. There was multiple offenses he committed, even that were already like disqualifying him. Like like I don't know the specifics, but like that. It's like at this point there's so much evidence. Like, it's not a matter of like, oh, prove your sources. Like, no, these aren't baseless claims. I'm not right on the specifics, but like if you go and look, you will see it. And you can't, like, these people, they keep spinning it. They keep like saying like, oh, well, it's not really what it is. It's not really a crime. It's not really treason. He just said go march. He didn't say go kill. He said go march. So therefore he's off the hook. It's like, obviously he wasn't going to just straight up say go out and kill Mike Pence. Like, obviously that's incriminating. But he knows his audience. That's the biggest thing that they should be arguing. They should be arguing he knows his audience. We've seen it on Twitter. It's not about free speech. It's about somebody with a giant platform who has millions of followers, and his followers are completely insane, as has been proven by their actions, and he knows how to manipulate them to his machinations. That should be the main argument. And I don't know why nobody would agree with that. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
The reckless action in which you engaged today.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman...
And this whole idea that people always say like, oh, well, if you do that and you tell people condemn things, it's going to put gasoline on the fire and it's going to push them even further away. It's like, no. Something is right whether or not you agree with it. Something is right whether, like, whether or not, like, your reaction to it is appropriate. Like, you can't just say, oh, well, if you tell people that they can't be transphobic, they're going to become more transphobic. That's a baseless claim because that hasn't happened. Like, you're making something up. Like, you're just saying, oh, well, you're making a guess on something that isn't happening. And yeah, it's like, obviously there is a way to go about, like, remind, like, you have to silence people sometimes because they just say things that are inciting violence, and they say and do things that stir up commotion and have very real actions. And we live in a day and age where you can tweet out something while you're taking a shit, and millions of people will see it as soon as you press send. And if that's not like something to be like an unprecedented, like, it's unprecedented that we can, like, that there's nothing we can do. If somebody says something, if President Trump said right now, march to the Capitol, and like if he did something and actually asked his followers to do something, it doesn't matter, like, that's why he was permanently banned, because he's had repeated offenses of saying lies and inciting violence through his words towards his audience. And, like, doesn't it scare people that nothing was stopping him before the Twitter ban? Nothing was stopping him from actually sending a message that all of his followers could have seen, and he could have literally ended democracy. He could have literally summoned, like, the entirety of his entire population. He could have done that. He could have literally done it. He could have said it, and obviously it would be deleted, but people would have, like, millions of people would have seen it. Because the people say notification, real Donald Trump. Oh, like, commit a crime? Okay, Mr. President. And in effect, that's what's happened. Because he's been heating this fire for 5 years. Because he knows who his followers are. He knows who his supporters are. He knows exactly what they think. He knows exactly how they act. And he knows how to stir it up and control them.
Through Judiciary Committee, forget that. Now the message is, if you have a whim and you want to...
It's stupid. It's not about going on... This is not a whim. This is, like countless evidence after evidence after evidence. Hi, it's a debate. That's what parliaments do. So expected date. I'm still not clear what exactly happened in your capital last week. I don't even know what to tell you. If you don't know what happened last week, that's on you.
This little experiment in self-government in a year's time.
Hey, Indo Queen.
It needs...
Yeah, it's just insane how they keep saying it over and over. They keep saying that, like... Oh, thanks. Hi. But it's just insane how they keep saying like, oh, they're just out to get the president. It's just on a whim, and it's like, no, it's not a whim. Are you literally like blind to everything that's been happening? It's like you see like all this like reckless abandon, this reckless like just complete disregard for our democracy. Yeah, and obviously, everybody's gonna, push their debate. I understand that, but the problem is like their arguments are just like, obviously nobody's perfect, but their arguments are like not based in reality. And the Democrats are bad about it too. Like the Democrats keep saying, they keep focusing on the attack on the Capitol. They're not focusing on the fact that Trump was responsible for it. And I keep saying that too. So this is how debate works. Like you just reiterate your same points. Like.
The truth is, a vote to impeach is our resounding declaration that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
Yeah, I guess she was reiterating that like we need to follow the Constitution.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last speaker said that for 4 years, the president did all these terrible, insightful things, including anti-Semitism. I take exception with that, but I think it's important that we embrace one thing that was said. Yes, the president has been consistent for the last 4 years. During his campaign, I even, representing another candidate, said that the president had political Tourette's. He said what was on his mind without a filter. I don't think that's being debated here today. We all know that's true.
What's his point?
What's being debated is whether with 167 hours left until he leaves office...
They keep making that stupid fucking point. Like, he could have made any point. And he reiterates on the same thing of, we shouldn't be doing this right before he's... It's like, no, it's like... You see a criminal, you arrest them. Like, they keep saying it over and over and over. Oh, we can't do this 178 hours, like, it's like whatever is fucking, like, I don't know why he thought it was important to say, instead of days, he says the number of hours. Like they keep saying this over and over and over. They're like, why do they think that's relevant? If somebody commits a murder, you apprehend them and you bring them to trial. You don't wait another week where they can potentially commit another murder. Oh, well, we'll arrest you next week. Like no, we're not gonna let you do any more harm. He could launch the nukes right now. If he had Twitter right now, he would be tweeting. This is why it's not about free speech. It's about he was abusing his ability to use a private platform, going against their terms of service, but not only that, going against the safety of our entire country, which is like a national, like a national security. He could literally start another riot right now if he had access to Twitter. And actually he still could, because he's not silenced, because he's the president of the United States. He could call a press conference. He could call any one of his news, junkies. He could literally talk to the entire planet right now, or at least all of his supporters, with a phone call. You could just call somebody and say, hey, patch me into this person who's doing a broadcast so I can address my... Like, he doesn't need Twitter. Like...
We told you so.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Richmond out. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
I like how he said Richmond out. Like, what? It's like, did he just mic drop? Like, what the?
Let's recognize for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the resolution. At a time when our country needs unity.
Oh, there's this fucking unity shit again. These fucking people with their unity reaching, and the Democrats are no good at this either. They keep saying, oh, we need to reach across the aisle and we need to come together and we need to, put aside our differences. These are fucking fascists. These are Nazis, okay? Like, these are people, if you give them, literally, If they had the opportunity to go into those chambers, they would have murdered Vice President Pence. As much as I hate Pence, I don't think he deserves to be murdered by terrorists. Like he should be, he should be like face his crimes and like face his public scrutiny and all that. I don't think he deserves to be murdered. Like, that's just wrong. Like, I mean, because if they're going to murder him, who's to say they're not going to murder somebody else? Like, that's fucked up. If they had AR-15s, Molotov cocktails, and it's like, it's just insane. We can't reach these people. We need to condemn them, and we need to say that, this is not American, and we need to say we are going to detach ourselves from that because that is not what America stands for, and we cannot compromise with Nazis. We cannot compromise with fascists. It's like you can't unite with somebody who is literally trying to kill you. Like,
Mark is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I did not come to Congress to...
Yeah, they would have murdered everybody there. If they had the opportunity, they would have burned down the Capitol with the Molotov cocktails. There was a guy with Molotov cocktails. He would have killed them all.
Cannot be ignored. Donald Trump is a living, breathing, impeachable offense. It is what it is. The violent attack on the U.S. Capitol was an act of insurrection incited by Donald Trump. He is a clear and present danger to the health, safety, and well-being of the American people.
See, it's like saying that he's a danger is not going to work with the Republicans, because you need to convince them that that's true, and that's the issue. Is because, like, how can you convince somebody that the sky is blue when they think that it's they think that it's like yellow?
Not win. Mob rule will not win. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. Democracy will prevail.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
We've been listening to the debate, and we are...
Yeah, this is just absolutely insane. And obviously, this is how debate works. People just, they have their prepared statements. I'm just like, looking at like what people choose to be their main points. Like sometimes, like, why did you had all these options and you chose that? Especially like the Republicans, especially Jordan. Like Jim Jordan is like freaking like, oh, you've been on a witch hunt for Trump since day one. Since day one. It's like he keeps reiterating. He did that during the first impeachment trial. Like what? Like, obviously there's a reason why we've been after Trump. It's because he deserves scrutiny. Like, it's not about like some kind of like, oh, well, we don't like him, so we're gonna impeach him. Like, that's not what it's about. If he was more like other Republicans in the past, where he actually followed the rule of law and like didn't abuse his office, and like, if he just actually like, obviously people have beliefs that they try to push forward, and they have policies that, but it's like you can actually like behave like in an actual like decorum, like there's all sorts of things you could do. Like he doesn't have to be tweeting on the shitter, like, saying like, oh, they stole the election, you need to raise hell. Like it'd be one thing if it were actually true. Like, which is, there's no evidence whatsoever. But if it were actually true, then yeah, you should be mad as hell. If the Republicans had done the same thing to Biden, and that was actually true, like if it were actually true that the like we should be like, we should be angry no matter who it is, whether it's with Democrats or Republican. Like, our feelings don't matter. Like our who we support doesn't matter. There's only one thing that is right, and obviously sometimes we don't know. Like, it's a continual process. Like we have to like continually discover, like, is this ethical, is this moral? But like, like there's a lot of things that like we know to be wrong. And like, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. It's wrong whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's wrong. Like,
It was not perfectly appropriate. He needed to have done better, and he needs to aspire to do better.
Yeah, I mean, Bush Sr. wasn't too bad, and you know, obviously, Bush Jr. And you know, George W. Bush, he was like, you know, obviously, you know, he came from a different kind of perspective, and he had his own like kind of like it was basically Trumpian stuff, but like he also had to deal with you know, it was another unprecedented you know, like it was another unprecedented thing that happened with 9/11, and obviously the difference is like he already had a very like xenophobic support base, and it's like he stirred up fear just because somebody's like, you know, ethnic background. That we need, like, you know, George W. Bush stirred up an entire thing with the Patriot Act and all that kind of stuff. That was like it basically like it put a target on anybody who looks even remotely Middle Eastern, and it's like that was a huge problem compared to like I don't know too much about stuff before George W. Bush. All I remember about Clinton was you know, the sex scandal. Don't you wish we had those presidents again? We thought those presidents were bad. Oh, geez.
Those due process rights.
And yet...
Oh, that's like their... PBS is doing their weird shit. Oh, what am I doing? Is that...
Did in this moment? Did you stand for the Republic or for this president? Heed the words of Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president who told our country that a house divided against itself cannot stand. This great house in which he served cannot and will not endure if we do not stand together now. The president and the terrorists who stormed these halls last Wednesday did not succeed in toppling our republic.
Oh yeah, because they didn't succeed, that makes it okay.
Implore you to join us in supporting this article, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
No, it's just like when people say that, like, oh, you know, this president said these things to unite our country. It doesn't matter.
Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Like, he can say things that are great, but his actions are what matters, not his words. Like,
before. This has failed before. We fractured our nation using the same process before.
I don't know what Nightbot silenced you for.
This process would conclude. The man they want out of office will no longer even be the president. If we want unity, this is not the way. America was and is the leading light in the world. This proceeding has continued to cloak our nation in darkness. Nearly half the country supports our current president. This takes their voice away. We must be bigger and better than the most base of instincts that have been driving our political discourse. It is destroying us. Let's link arms with one another and begin to heal. Let's stop this impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the chairman. President Trump's actions, encouraging, inciting a mob that stormed the United States Capitol for the sole purpose of stopping the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes, cannot go unanswered by this body. He must be impeached. If Congress does not act, if we shrink from our constitutional responsibilities to defend our republic, it will undoubtedly undermine the vision of America as the last best hope of earth, as Abraham Lincoln so eloquently said so many years ago. So to the millions of Americans watching today, I hope you understand that we are proceeding on this path out of love for our country. I will honor my oath today. I will vote for impeachment. And I pray that my colleagues will muster the courage to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman.
Yeah, I mean, like most of these people are, most of these representatives are saying like the same things over and over. But you know, it's important. But it's just the thing is like you said, like you know, he says he's unifying our country, but he's really dividing it. So it's like
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time.
yeah, I mean they're all speaking well. It's just like the points they're making is like.
Wednesday, we gather to follow the Constitution's simple instruction to count the electoral votes that have been tallied by the states and submitted to us. This president refused to accept those results. Instead, he sought to overturn them by inciting a violent insurrection. But we were not deterred from doing our constitutional duty. Today, we must do our constitutional duty once again. While the president failed in his attempt to upend our democracy last Wednesday's events make clear that if we do not hold him accountable and remove him from power, a future attempt could very well be successful. The survival of our democracy depends on defeated candidates accepting their defeats, as has been the case in every presidential election since 1864. Our January 6th joint session is a vital part of the transfer of power, not the contest for power. Vice President Gore understood this, accepting and certifying the 2000 election result in which he was defeated. Vice President Biden understood this, accepted and certifying this president's victory in the 2016 election. This president's refusal to participate in the peaceful transfer of power and his role in the inciting of the last week's violence pose an existential threat to our constitutional democracy. This threat must be extinguished immediately. This president must be impeached and convicted, and he must be prevented from ever attempting to seize power again. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, and you know, like obviously we all know that, but it's just like I don't think it's possible to convince the people who are not going to vote for impeachment. But it's like I think it's important that like people need to like be able to like people need to like hear like more reasons, as weird as it is that they need any more reasons why he needs to be impeached, but they need to hear more like proof of how like he was involved, like they need like, because saying he needs to be impeached, he did all these things, but they don't believe it. They don't believe that he incited the riot. They don't believe any of it. So it's like obviously, you know, this is really kind of like symbolic at this point. You know, this is more about, you know, our country and helping people understand things better, because the people watching.
The inauguration of the president was boycotted by over 40 Democrat members of this House. They were frustrated to read in the Washington Post the day after the inauguration, "Let the impeachment begin." They were frustrated when members of this House spoke over and over about impeaching the president days into his administration. And then the socialists in Hollywood joined their allies in Congress. Robert De Niro said that he wanted to punch the president in the face. Madonna thought about blowing up the...
I mean, they keep talking about free speech being like the sanctity of free speech, but then they condemn Democrats for practicing their speech. So it's like, you know, aren't people allowed to say that they want that they don't like the president? And like that, isn't that specifically what the First Amendment is? And I doubt Robert De Niro would actually punch the president. I think.
Time the president was under investigation.
Like, I don't think anybody would like say, oh, we need to investigate Robert De Niro because he's going to plan to attack the president. I don't think anybody, like, you know.
Head of the FCC was called a dirty, sneaky Indian. His children were harassed in school. The press secretary...
I never even thought about that. How come the Pentagon doesn't have anti-air defense? You know, it's like...
for being a Trump employee. The DHS Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen harassed at her home. Trump donors.
We're publicly...
Gentleman's time has expired.
I don't know what that was about.
The mic wasn't on. The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Good job, Ken.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from
Oops.
reserves.
Good job, Ken.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Hang
The
Mike
gentleman from
Pence.
Maryland is
They stormed
recognized
Speaker
for
Pelosi's
2
office
minutes.
yelling, "Where's Nancy?" They brandished the Confederate battle flag and occupied the Senate chamber. They wounded dozens of people, hospitalizing dozens of people, killed 5 of our people. For 6 hours, they shut down the counting of electoral college votes, our sacred process under the Constitution for peaceful transfer of power in the United States. They may have been hunting for Pence and Pelosi to stage their coup, but every one of us in this room right now could have died. As Senator Lindsey Graham said, the mob could have blown the building up.
Yeah, and you know, maybe I'm completely wrong. You know, maybe it's actually really important that I could be wrong. I mean, to me, it sounds like it's kind of pointless to continually remind people of the terrible act because everybody agrees that it's a terrible act. Like, nobody is saying it's good that they attacked the Capitol. Like, nobody's saying that. Like, everybody knows this is an act of terror. Like, even the Republicans admit that. And it's like, I mean, obviously, some of them are like, oh, it's just a fringe group, you know, and it's like, like, obviously, it's, you know, obviously, yeah, like 70 million people, basically, like, obviously not all those people were there. Obviously, not all those people support all the crazy, you know, alt-right stuff, but they're complicit in it. Blood is on their hands.
Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the elected chair of the Republican conference.
They could have
vote.
blown the building up and killed us all. They found Molotov cocktails, which would have completely burned the building down and killed them.
Was his doing. None of this would have happened without the president. The president could have immediately and forcibly intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office.
Oh, yeah, because they didn't commit the crime, but they were found with Molotov cocktails. Oh, they were just, you know, having they just had the Molotov cocktails, you know, like, as, like, you know, they just had them. They didn't actually use them, so that means that they're not guilty of the crime.
Against the Republic. We don't
It's definitely not irrelevant.
Present danger to the people.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I mean, they just wanted to decorate, you know, after Christmas.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Seems to me that impeachment is an itch that doesn't go away with just one stroke.
Oh, God, another one of these.
He most likely to be impeached when he is correct. Before the last presidential impeachment, President Trump rightly pointed out the improper activities of the Biden.
Well, I mean, it's important to like they could have had they found like explosives. They found Molotov cocktails, they found explosives. Multiple people had, like, were obviously carrying AR-15s. It doesn't matter, okay? Like, they could have fucking blown it up. Like they're people with actual pipe bombs. Okay, I don't know what more you need to justify the word blown up. Like
Constitutional behavior, voting irregularities, concerns over tabulations, dead people voting, and now impeachment again. When they go low,
you're making baseless like claims. Like those are obviously like, you know, like that's like that. Those are like clown arguments. We're talking about reality here. The reality was that there's people who showed. It's not that it's like not that we think that they had pipe bombs. They found pipe bombs. They found Molotov. It's not the same thing. They don't have Twister. They have to go to a different office for that.
they're kicking all of us. This president has faced unprecedented hatred and resistance from big media, big tech, and big egos from congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. Before the rioters tore through that glass, Speaker Pelosi stood at that rostrum and tore through the president's State of the Union speech, inciting anger, resentment, division. Some believe that truly these true colors are being shown now through this divisive partisan impeachment. The Speaker of the House.
I mean, in this case, though, it's more than just incompetence. Like there's already been so much evidence like brought forward that like this, like I don't know, it's
45 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. The Speaker said to us just moments ago, words matter. But apparently those words don't matter when they're uttered by Democrats. When the gentlelady from Massachusetts calls for unrest in the streets. When the gentlelady from California brazenly brags that she called for people to get in the faces of those who serve and support the president. I denounced political violence from all...
It's different when the people who follow you have like, like decorum and don't like go out and rally and like refuse to wear masks. Like the difference is the support base. Because people who support Democrats and progressive policy will protest peacefully and have been proven to protest peacefully. That's the difference. Like,
metaphor that the president lit the flame. Well, they lit actual flames, actual fires, and we
Time
put them out.
expired. There will be order in the House. Gentleman from Ohio, do you wish to reserve your time? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
what just happened? What
Speaker,
the fuck?
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished.
It's like actually insane.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
America has been attacked before, but not like this. On January 6th, Donald Trump incited thousands of radicalized terrorists to attack the Capitol to stop a transition of power. Let that sink in. Our president incited our citizens to attack our Capitol. America was not attacked in the past sense. This president has inspired future plots. America is still under attack, and that's why Donald Trump must be impeached. I've read many of my GOP colleagues know what the president did was wrong, but are
I feel like I just had to time that person out, just like they had to cut off that guy for for having who
have risked their lives so that you could flee this floor and see your families. That was almost a week ago right now. Officers engaged in hand-to-hand combat for hours with these terrorists. Capitol Police were spit on, beaten, stampeded, and one of them lost their lives. I'm not asking you to...
Not only is that, but like the FBI is actually investigating, like at least, last time I read, it's probably more by now, there's at least 15 police officers, either Capitol Police officers or other police officers in different districts like in New York, who are being investigated right now. Two of which were fired, for alleged involvement, which, obviously some of it, some sources have already confirmed. I think one police officer was already confirmed that he was like, it was like one is from, there's plenty of stuff and it keeps emerging, there's a whole bunch of stuff, but it's just like, the fact, like, you see video footage, obviously, there's no way of knowing just on the footage. That's why an investigation is in order. But like the footage showing cops just let the terrorists walk in.
Harm the Speaker, to harm the Senate. Let me ask you a question. What do you think they would have done if they had gotten in?
They would have murdered everybody.
And who do you think sent them here? The most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. If inciting a deadly insurrection is not enough to get a president impeached, then what is? All of us must answer that question today. The Constitution requires us to impeach and remove Donald John Trump.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I just wish more of them would give more proof of why what he said and what he did, instead of just saying that what he did is impeachable. And it's great that he's saying that, and it's just putting an underscore on everything. That's kind of the main thing, that this is like, I mean, at this point it's all sensationalism just to reiterate the same points. So it's like,
the banging on the doors began.
nobody's going to change their mind at this point. No Republican's going to change their mind. Democrats definitely aren't going to change their mind. But I think this is more symbolic for the people watching.
And many in this chamber have shamelessly peddled dangerous untruths about the election, despite the...
And because some people might just be tuning in, so they have to repeat it, you know. And obviously they prepare these beforehand.
Inside this Capitol. This hateful rhetoric is another deadly virus. It is time to remove it from its host. To heal, we need accountability and truth. That begins by acknowledging the president's dangerous lies and their deadly consequences. Removing Donald Trump is the beginning of restoring decency and democracy. What happened last week will not be forgotten, and what we do this week will long be remembered. Vote yes on impeachment, and I yield back.
Yeah, this is one of those times in history where it's like the outcome of this determines whether or not we continue our democracy and uphold those values, or we just say, oh, well, you know, you can just commit crimes and it's okay, we'll just slap you on the wrist. You can run for office again. You know, like, it's fine. Let's just wait and let's just let you have access to basically unlimited power, where you have access to nukes and you have access to you know, like all sorts of, like, you know, you can address the nation and you could act as president. You could commit all sorts of crimes in the time between, like, a week is like an eternity. Like, he could have the entire, like, new world order within seconds. He could attack North Korea. He could he could do all sorts of shit. We don't even know what he's going to do at this point. North Korea has been completely insane this whole time. We don't know what they're going to do. Well, we do, but they're just going to kind of, like, posture and shit. But who knows? You know, North Korea might actually take action at some point.
The greatest statesman in the history of our country understood that the most dangerous threat to freedom is lawlessness. A young lawyer named Abraham Lincoln famously said, "There is no grievance that is a fit object of redress by mob law." Yet for several hours last week, mob law tried to interfere with constitutional law. Some say the riots were caused by Antifa. There is absolutely no evidence of that. And conservatives should be the first to say so.
Those people.
Conservatives also know that the only thing that stops mob violence is to meet it with force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage.
Yeah, that's key. Like, it can't just be like...
Met by courage, sacrifice, and heroism from the brave men and women who protect this institution every day. But for the bravery of the...
Like context matters.
Could have been much greater. We owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. The loss of Officer Brian Sednick and Officer Howard Lindengood is tragic and heartbreaking. We mourn their loss, remember their lives, and continue to pray for their families and loved ones. The officers of the Capitol Police deserve our eternal thanks. We will never forget the dangers they faced, the determination they showed, or the sacrifices they made. And make no mistake, those who are responsible for Wednesday's chaos will be brought to justice. Which brings me to today's debate. I believe impeaching the president in such a short time frame would be a mistake. No investigation has been completed. No hearings have been held. What's more, the Senate has confirmed that...
Like, you could tell he was trying to, like, garner sympathy with people who are voting, like he's trying to like garner sympathy by, like, reminding people of the lives lost, and, like, reminding people of you know, and this is why I'm saying, like, obviously everybody condemns the actions, like, you know, but then it's like he made a complete, like, turn and just made them say but big but, and it's like, But you don't understand. This guy is unhinged. He's got he got permanently banned from Twitter. Do you think Biden would ever be permanently banned? Do you think Obama would ever be permanently banned from Twitter? Do you think George W. Bush would ever be permanently banned from Twitter? And a man like that who would say ridiculous, false claims in front of the entire country. And say that oh well you did all these things that we don't have the time to determine if they're true. Well, if they are true and he has another week in office, there's so much damage he could do. So we owe it to our national security to get rid of him.
And a censure resolution would be prudent. Unfortunately, that is not where we are today. Truly, this past week was one of the most difficult for Congress and our nation. Of all the days here, last Wednesday.
And this is why I'm trying to do the this is why I'm trying to keep the one with subtitles on, but I switched over to the NPR one, which doesn't have subtitles, closed captions, but when the PBS does their thing, because I don't know, but the thing is I apologize. This is not perfect. This is live, so I can't pause it and respond. Normally, if I was watching a video, I'd respond. I would pause it in order to speak because I don't like talking over people. But this kind of works. This is a good trade-off where I can have the subtitles, so people can still read it. And obviously, people are capable of watching their own. This is my stream, so it's anybody can get this content, and it's it's more about I don't want to be talking over people is the thing. So it's
today as it was at the start of our country. I want us all to think back to how John Adams and the Federalist Party handed power over to Thomas Jefferson and his
Okay, some new point. This is good.
1800. That election, and indeed that era, was one of the most divisive ever.
Divisive.
Partisans used every dirty trick in the book. They demonized each other, dismissed reasonable dissent, and described their opponents as seditious. Sound familiar?
Well, this is like 200 years ago.
Destroyed our young nation. But instead of breaking us, it helped us bring us together, thereby preserving the world's last.
Because the world we live in today is the same as the 1800s.
After a hard-fought battle over the Electoral College in Congress, Adams conceded. And a peaceful transfer of power, the first in American history, took place. Jefferson, for his part, put aside the division of the era and preached forgiveness. Yes, unity. In his first inaugural address, he famously said, "Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle."
But it is if you're a fascist.
Opinion that existed in America, nor did they try. In a free country as big and diverse as ours, that would be impossible. What they did was more important. They recognized a deeper unity, a unity rooted in the famous proposition both men helped to write. At a critical moment in history, our founders chose peace, liberty, partnership over tension, division, and partisanship. For the sake of our country, we must make the exact same choice. We have already begun. Last week, despite the lingering shock and amid the windows still broken, we did what all healthy democracies do. We debated and we voted. In this country, we solve our disputes at the ballot box, and through debates and votes on the floor of this exact chamber. We did our...
Yeah, not on Twitter. Not on the toilet. When you're the President of the United States who just constantly tweets lies and rabble-rousing,
opportunity and heal and grow stronger. As leaders, our place in history depends on whether we call on our better angels and refocus our efforts to work directly for the American people. United, we can deliver peace, strength and prosperity our country desperately needs. Divided, we will fail. What we saw last week was not the American way. Neither is the continued rhetoric that Joe Biden is.
Oh, well, you know, they screwed up, but we can't just like lose our shit just because they screwed up. They did a bad thing, and you know, the president's really sorry.
I stand ready to assist in that effort with good faith, goodwill, and an open hand.
And he's not sorry. He keeps insisting on the same stuff.
Extraordinary. In the coming weeks and months, we must work together, all of us, to recharge the light of our shining city on the hill. History has shown us a way. History has given us a path. Just as Adams and Jefferson has shown, now is the moment that we...
Yeah, history has shown us. I mean, look at Hitler.
...to bless America. And let's chart a course that history will repeat, but not what's happening today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just over a year ago, I stood right there where you're standing today, as we took the solemn step of impeaching the President of the United States for pressuring a foreign leader to take unlawful actions to help him in his reelection. And now, just 1 week ago, almost to the hour, I laid right there on the floor of the gallery above us. I heard gunshots in the speaker's lobby. I heard the mob pounding on the door. And what they were trying to do, they were all an angry mob incited by the president, trying to stop certification of a legitimate election. It's clear the president learned nothing in the last year. Yesterday, the president said again he did nothing wrong. This man is dangerous. He has defied the Constitution. He's incited sedition, and he must be removed. We all took a pledge on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution. We must honor that oath. We must vote yes on this article of impeachment. I yield back.
Yeah, it's really important that like they keep reiterating this so that the Democrats, you know, Democrats are already kind of in agreement on everything, but it's still really important because, you know, something is right whether or not you think it is or not, and it's important that we stand our ground because we know it's right and we know it's just, and eventually the Republicans will start to see the failing of the Republican Party over and over and over, and they'll start to realize, wait a minute, like the Democrats are just talking about like, you know, actual like human value, and this is how you change people who are like not quite like super alt-right Republicans, is eventually they see the actions of their party and they start to disconnect from it. And that happens to Democrats too. Some people switch to Republicans or you know, some kind of other like party because of like Democrats' actions. But like right now it's like we need to be unified in like condemning like everything that's wrong with the Republican Party right now.
We start impeachments that further divide our country.
Oh God, she's going on the whole divide thing again.
Sadly, they are only unified in hate.
Fired.
Thank you, I yield.
I now yield one distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of impeaching again the worst president in the history of the United States. Since his first day in office, this president has spent 4 years abusing his power, lying, embracing authoritarianism, radicalizing his supporters against democracy. This corruption poisoned the minds of his supporters, inciting them to willingly join with white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and paramilitary extremists in a siege of the United States Capitol building, the very seat of American democracy. The Republican Party is now the Trump Party. And I want you to know that this is a Trump power grab that will not stop. It will not stop with attacking the Capitol and our state legislatures. This president intends to exercise
Yeah, they want blood.
after he is out of office. It is reported that the President of the United States watched the invasion from the Oval Office of our Capitol and seemingly enjoyed it. I want you to know we should be concerned that the Republicans will not defend him, and he is capable of starting a civil war. He must be impeached. He must be stopped now.
Gentleman from New York, reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Jordan.
gentleman from Washington is recognized for.
Yeah, I don't know what Nightbot's doing.
But not as sad or disheartening as the violence we witnessed in the Capitol last Wednesday. We are all responsible. My colleagues are responsible for not condemning rioters this past year like those who barricaded the doors of the Seattle Police Department and attempted to murder the officers inside. Others, including myself, are responsible for not speaking out sooner. Before the president misinformed and inflamed a violent mob who tore down the American flag and brutally.
No, I mean, if the House does vote on like at this point, if we do get the impeachment to go through the House, I don't, because the Republicans have been arguing that we're wasting time, I almost think that like the Senate would just like, the Republicans would be like, well, why make this, like, why draw this out? Why, like, they're going against their own arguments. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen. They're probably going to do the same shit they always do. They're going to argue that there's some, we need to have unity and we need to not place the blame like the Democrats have been doing since day one of wanting the Trump out, and it's like all this shit. Like they're gonna do the same exact thing, saying the same exact things. It's just insane. Like there's a crisis going on, and if we can't even handle COVID, which is a global pandemic that affects every single person on the planet, regardless of party, like how are we supposed to handle this emergency, which is a threat to our democracy as we know it?
Is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, a mob desecrated our Capitol, killed a police officer, and attempted to overthrow our government on the orders of the President of the United States. Immediate impeachment is our duty.
I'm gonna
under
look
a
at the.
Constitution that compels us to
I'm gonna look at the Nightbot list.
As a Marine officer, I defended our democracy from foreign enemies. As a member of Congress, I am solemnly resolved to defend it from domestic ones. With this vote, we strike a blow for moral leadership. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio.
Thanks for the follow,
The gentleman from
XQC.
Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
XQC hacked Twitch peeing TV. Thanks for the follow, XQC hacked Twitch peeing TV. That's a funny name. Bravo. So yeah, I don't I took off I think it's because I had the word Trump blacklisted. That's not right. It's like
Impeachment of President Trump, who has but 7 days remaining.
So it's not blacklisted anymore. I kept the blacklisted. I'm not going to tell you what the blacklisted words are. I kept the blacklisted words to things that I definitely don't want on my channel.
The normalization of snap impeachments without any hearings or any meaningful discussion or debate. The majority of
what is there to discuss? That's what I really want to know. Like the evidence has been there for 5 years, like
months into a few short hours. We haven't heard a testimony from a single witness We haven't heard from any experts on the nature of these charges nor the damage this effort could inflict on our...
How about the FBI that's been continuing investigations?
This is truly an unprecedented situation, and one which could cause irrevocable harm to our nation. But, Madam Speaker...
How about, like, 5 years of tweets?
could instead follow the wisdom provided by none other than Abraham Lincoln during another divisive time in our nation's history, and listen to the better...
Is he referring, when he says divisive, does he mean, like, the need to condemn slavery and owning people as property and, committing crimes of humanity against an entire race of people? Like, there's no, like, the Confederacy was wrong. That's not divisive. That's like, you need to fight against evil. That's...
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington.
Oh, well, both sides, there are people, the whole, like, across the aisle bullshit the Democrats do, like, oh, it's, we disagreed on slavery, but, they're good people on both sides. Like, no, they're fucking losers.
Fear tells us what we want to hear. It incites anger and violence and fire. But it also hunts us into silence and inaction. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of what people will say or think. I'm afraid of being devalued. I'm not afraid of losing my job, but I am afraid that my country will fail. I'm afraid patriots of this country have died in vain. I'm afraid my children won't grow up in a free country. I'm afraid injustice will prevail. But truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
The gentlewoman yells back.
Exactly. Like, one of the rights, like, celebrated pundits, Ben Shapiro, as he even, to throw his words against him, the truth doesn't care about your feelings.
Working for my constituents. Instead, I'm back here in Washington because the majority could not resist another made-for-TV impeachment. American workers are losing their jobs and struggling to...
Why do they think that that's what the impeachment's about? Like, do they really think that, or are they just repeating it? It's like freaking, like Trump would, like, if you keep repeating the lies, they'll believe it.
That's been preceded by no inquiry, no meaningful debate, and no due process. In 1 week's time, Joe Biden will be the president. The American people need us to rise above the heat of the moment, to focus on their needs and deliver real solutions. Because the majority decided we should debate whether or not to remove a sitting president in just 2 hours. I'll be brief. I oppose this article of impeachment, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Prideaux.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I teach a civics class where I point out that our democracy is not self-executing. It requires people of good faith and ethics to make it work. The president has repeatedly challenged Georgia's election results, but despite 3 recounts and many investigations, the results are clear. Joe Biden won Georgia. The idea that our election was fraudulent is a lie. Our president used
How did I miss the main?
to attack the Capitol. I ask my colleagues to act with ethics and good faith, to reject these lies, and in this case to support the article of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute.
In our campaigns, we may be adversaries, but usually after the campaign season's over, we have traditionally come together for the good of our nation.
Oh, another one of these sweeping principles, guys. Like, dude, like, you can't just, like, say, oh, we hold these truths to be self. Like, saying that only matters in the context of what things, like, the whole idea of this Constitution is that we look at the Constitution, we look at the law, and we interpret it based on the needs of the moment. We don't like say, oh, well, this is always true no matter what, and we can never deviate it from. That's not why the Constitution existed. In fact, the reason we have a Constitution is because the crown, the British, monarchy did exactly that. They would say, this is true and this is always true, and you can't fight it because we will kill you if you fight us. And it's like, they ruled with an iron fist. It was a monarchy. It was the church and the crown that owned everything, and nobody could ever rise up against it. Nothing short of like insurrection, which is ridiculous. But it's like, then we created a democracy so that we could actually like interpret things on a case by case basis. That's the entire purpose for having judges. That's that's the entire reason for like, you can't just say, oh, we're always going to rule for this because I'm going to say this thing that has platitudes, but like it's like it doesn't have any bearing in the context of the moment. This is a very unique situation, and you need to treat it on its own merits. You can't compare it to anything else in history. And if you're going to compare it to anything, compare it to Hitler or Mussolini or like any dictatorship.
Attack occurred on the Capitol, all instigated by Donald Trump. So these Republicans who are here as well, watch with horror as that unfolded. And I think many of them have come to the conclusion, some belatedly, that Donald Trump is not fit to serve in office. And that
I mean, the Republicans need to be divided, Bright Dream. Like, do you really want Republicans united in fascism? Like, they need to be divided. Republicans need to be divided because if like, you see somebody like Hitler or Mussolini or, Kim Jong-un or freaking like Stalin or Putin or any of these fuckers. Like, you see people like that and you're like, oh, well, we should hear what they have to say. Like, no, we're not going to fucking hear what Hitler has to say. Like, it's just fucking evil. That's all it is.
Conservative Republican from Wyoming. We probably can't even agree on what to have for lunch. But I have to tell you, I admire her courage in coming out with this impeachment because I know it's based on principle. It's based on her conviction that as a member of Congress, that country comes before party. And that we all took an oath to defend the Constitution, and that's what she's doing. So I think there are other Republicans.
Thanks for the
who
follow,
I know,
big
feel
username.
the same way she does, and we'll see at the end of the day how many of them come forward.
Congressman McGovern, one of the arguments we hear Republicans making is that what is the point in doing impeachment when there's no chance that the Senate will take up a trial until after this president is already out of office, and we now, our own Lisa Desjardins,
Well, there you go, Bright Dream.
is confirmed.
They must have read your comment.
Leader McConnell will not take up a trial before inauguration. So what purpose is this serving?
Well, the purpose that it's serving is that we are responding appropriately to a terrible catastrophe that occurred in our country as a result of this president's behavior. I mean, what are the consequences for this country? What are the implications if we do nothing? Some of my Republican friends who say, well, let's move on, don't worry, he's almost gone, no big deal. No, if we do not respond appropriately to what was an insurrection, an attempted coup, an attempt to overturn the legitimate results of an election, if we don't respond to this, it will happen again. And by the way, we need to put Donald Trump on notice that there are implications and consequences to his actions. I have no idea what he's capable of doing in these next few days. I mean, will he pardon all these domestic terrorists and homegrown fascists? Will he launch a war against Iran? I mean, what will he do?
This is exactly what I was saying. Like you need to nip it in the bud.
To respond to this, to sanction this, to make sure there's a consequence. If we don't, shame on us. And it sets a terrible, terrible precedent. For those who talk about unity, the best...
Like, he could literally start a war with North Korea. And, like, what would we do to stop it? Oh, yeah, let's just let him... Let's see what happens. Like, no, we know what's going to happen if we keep it on. We know exactly what's going to happen. He's going to continue doing exactly as he's been doing.
By Americans on the left, whether it's in the reaction, they didn't say this, but it sounds like they're referring to the Black Lives Matter protests. They are saying there have been protests in city after city, buildings have been burned, and they said essentially Democrats have stood by and not complained in the way they're complaining about what happened to the Capitol.
Look, this is not about protest. This is not about whether people have the right to protest. This is about an insurrection. This is about an attempted coup. This is about an attack on the Capitol building.
Yeah, and plus the Black Lives Matter protests are already done and dealt with, like, regardless of whether you, like, agree with the protests or not, and regardless, which you should agree with protests because there's been racial injustice since the beginning of this country, but either way, there were peaceful protests, and anybody, and you know, the Black Lives Matter movement denounced violence and said that anybody who is committing violence and vandalism is not part of our movement. They denounced it. That's the difference.
I came out into the speaker's lobby. I saw these people banging, this mob banging on the glass doors, trying to break into the speaker's lobby, and I saw the hate and the evil in their eyes. These weren't protesters. They weren't here to make a point. They were here to desecrate.
They had a gallows.
And so, you know,
they had AR-15s. They had Molotov cocktails. They had pipe bombs. This was like obvious terrorism.
Comparable in any way, shape, or form. These homegrown.
This is what terrorism looks like, okay? People are you know, the same people that were part of this terrorism. It's so ironic. Like, these are the same people who condemned, you know, like 9/11. Like this is exactly the same as 9/11, except it's even worse because you're Americans and you think you're fighting for freedom. You're doing the exact opposite. They're so fucking stupid.
By the way, is because Trump put out this lie, this big lie, that he won the election by a landslide. And there were too many of my Republican colleagues who went along with that, you know, who gave him some oxygen on that argument. And so these people who came here, you know, believed what their president was telling them. He was telling them a big lie. And, you know, what happened is this got out of control. He incited a mob. That he ordered the mob to come to the Capitol, and we're just fortunate that more people didn't die on Wednesday.
No question about it. But finally, Congressman McGovern, what about the statement made by the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy just a few minutes ago? He condemned what the president did. He said the president bears responsibility for what happened. But he said it's now time to unify the country, to focus on a new president coming into office in the next 7 days. And this is no way to end one presidency and begin another, that the country needs to be unified, and this is no way to unify.
Look, none of us enjoy doing this impeachment. This is a sad day for our country.
You got to do what you got to do.
Back to the minority leader. Where the hell's he been for 4 years as the president has been putting out these conspiracy theories? Where was he when the president was saying that he won by a landslide and challenging Republican governors and Republican-appointed judges who were saying that this election was conducted freely and fairly? Where was he after this building was attacked and people's lives were threatened when he came on the House floor and voted to uphold Donald Trump's lie? You know, look, I get it, you know, this is a time for some of these guys to engage in political posturing, but Kevin McCarthy has no credibility to talk about healing or anything. Quite frankly, he has diminished this institution, and I don't know how he remains leader of the Republican Party. But the bottom line is we need to heal, but the only way to heal is to get to the truth and to insist on accountability. Then we can come together. And if he wants to be helpful, then the bigger the bipartisan vote is today on impeachment, that'll send a message to the American people that we're unified in defending this country and defending the Constitution. So I would suggest that to the minority leader.
Representative Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, the chairman of the House Rules Committee. Congressman McGovern, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to return you to the floor where the debate on this article of impeachment continues. It looks as if Jim Jordan, who is leading up or in charge of the House Republicans in this debate, is speaking right now. Let's listen to Congressman Jordan.
Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the President for his words. Above the entrance to the House of Representatives is a sculpture called the Apotheosis of Democracy. It depicts allegorical peace, dressed in armor and protecting the genius of America. Last week, that peace was tragically torn apart as our U.S. Capitol was invaded for the first time since the War of 1812. A violent mob, including many with the most hostile of intentions, broke past security barriers and unleashed destruction and chaos throughout the Capitol. When it was over, 6 individuals were dead, including 2 Capitol Police officers. I've always supported the rights of citizens to peaceably assemble, but those who breached the Capitol and assaulted and killed Capitol Police should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If their intent was to stop the constitutional requirement of this body to count electoral votes, they should be charged and prosecuted for insurrection against the government. But we are a nation of laws, not of men, and the legal standard for incitement to violence has not been met. Now, a week since the riots threatened the People's House, and a week until a new president takes office, we are rushing through an impeachment without all of the facts and evidence and without due process. We don't know what kind of information the offenders have, what evidence will come out during their trials, whether it bolsters the majority's claims or the minority's views, or whether it implicates other individuals, groups, or other officials in the attack on this house.
Oh, I'm just doing puzzles while this is going on. I'm trying to keep things just like passive.
This power with the seriousness and solemnity it deserves. Let us gather the evidence. Let us hear the judiciary, make an informed decision together. This action will only further fuel the political divide among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term effects to efforts to unify our country. I reiterate my call from last night. Let us work together.
No, sorry, maybe next time.
Biden have called for a peaceful transition of power. I humbly beseech my colleagues to work toward this end to unify our country and not go down this dangerous path. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. This time the gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 30 seconds.
Sure, it's fine.
Madam Speaker, January 6th was a horrific day for our country, for our democracy. The Capitol was breached, the blood of our defenders spilled, all because of a lie that the elections were stolen, a lie that has infected this nation as perniciously as the pandemic. President Trump is the source of that lie. He has perverted and betrayed his oath to defend the Constitution, attacking the foundation of our democracy by inciting his supporters to violence. He is not fit to serve and is a danger to our country while he does. I, too, pledge to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will uphold that office. I will vote to impeach President Trump. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
No, I spilled some almond oil on it.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
What did the Speaker know, and what did other legislative leaders know, and when did they know it? Maybe that's a rush to impeach the president, because so we'll never know what legislative leaders here knew. The FBI knew about a number of individuals that were planning a war on the Capitol, including killing police officers, and they shared the information, but nothing happened. The chief federal prosecutor in Washington stated...
Yeah, that surfaced like this morning or yesterday. Like plenty of people actually knew this was going to happen. So that's like a huge investigation. But that's separate from the need to remove Trump. Like that should be no question.
Speech concluded. Now I know my colleagues on the left want America to believe that the president incited a spontaneous riot that they like to call an insurrection, but the facts are stubborn things even if you choose to ignore them. The truth is the multiple lawless and violent events last summer, including months-long siege of a federal courthouse, burning, looting, physical violence.
And they keep talking about Black Lives Matter protests, which are already over and have been dealt with already. It's this completely separate issue, completely based on completely different problems, and there's multiple like things that have happened, like that there's like different parties involved. It's not like a very it's a whole bunch of different people claiming to be Black Lives Matter but weren't. It's all a whole bunch of stuff.
It's too much to turn hearts and minds in this body. Instead of the usual
justification, rationalization, and enabling and false equivalence we have to hear. This is a moment of truth, my friends. Are you on the side of chaos and the mob, or on the side of constitutional democracy and our freedom? It's that simple. That's what this vote for impeachment represents. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire how much time each side has?
Yes, you may. The gentleman from Ohio has 25 minutes remaining.
21.
The gentleman has 25 minutes
thank you.
remaining. The gentleman from New York has 31 1/4 remaining. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last week I stood in that gallery to defend this chamber against the violent mob called here by Donald Trump. I have dedicated my life to the defense of our nation, and Donald Trump is a risk to all that I love. Some of my Republican colleagues are afraid of the consequences of an impeachment vote, but this Congress sends our young men and women to war every day. I'm not asking you to storm the beaches of Normandy, but only show a fraction of the courage we ask of our troops every day. Leadership is hard. It's time to impeach.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a few minutes ago that there had been no hearing. Well, I have heard from the people of the 7th District of Illinois. They have told me what to do.
I don't know how I missed that puzzle. Like, the Queen and Bishop needed to pair up to attack the Queen. Like,
do it now. I will follow their instructions and vote yes to impeach this president, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I need a minute.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 6th, terrorists attacked the United States of America. It was an attempted coup and an insurrection, but what I hope Americans understand is that it was a terrorist attack against our country. Those who came and participated must be found and prosecuted. Those who aided and abetted must be found and prosecuted. And the man who incited it, President Donald J. Trump, our greatest national security threat, must be impeached, held accountable, and never be allowed to hold office again. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Escher.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, future generations are not going to know the names of each member in the chamber today and voting, but they will know what we did and why. We must impeach the president because he incited a mob that attacked the Capitol of the United States, the tabernacle of our democracy. He is incapable of honoring his oath and our Constitution, and he has proven to be unfit and dangerous. I will vote to impeach this traitor to our country.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Reserve.
reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I cast my vote for the second time to impeach Donald J. Trump. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to kidnap and hurt many of us. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to assassinate Vice President Pence, to assassinate Speaker Pelosi. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches a mob that waved the racist Confederate flag and assaulted this Capitol, resulting in the death of 5 Americans, including 2 Capitol police officers. He is unfit
The gentleman's
to
time
hold
has
office.
expired.
We must
The
impeach
gentleman's time
now.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the strongest possible support for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. When Trump made a last desperate attempt to steal the presidency, to reject the will of the people by encouraging insurrection, he became the first president to incite an attempted overthrow of the institutions he is sworn to protect. That is a horrifying first, and his actions necessitate another. He should be the first president impeached and removed from office in the history of our country. I voted to impeach him once, and I'm ready to do it again. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
One more, and then we'll go to you. Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Instead, he has chosen to betray and attack our sacred democracy. This president violated his oath. He abused the power of his office, attempted to betray the will of the American people, and incited insurrection against this very House. During the last impeachment trial, I reminded all Americans that democracy is a gift that each generation gives to the next. We must do all to protect it. For our children and our future, we must impeach him. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman's yielding 2 minutes, is that correct?
2 minutes.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 3 years, Democratic members of this body and the mainstream media lied to the American people that the Trump campaign colluded and conspired with Russia. For years, after an exhaustive investigation, it was found that there was no evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. Should Democratic members of this body resign for lying to the American people repeatedly and sowing division and dissension all across America? And it was all a lie. You have brought one article of impeachment to the floor, and your one allegation alleges, and I quote, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States. In D.C., it's a crime to, quote, intentionally or recklessly act in such a manner to cause another person to be in reasonable fear and to incite or provoke violence when there's a likelihood that such violence will ensue. There was no language in the president's speech that incited or provoked violence. In fact, at around the 18-minute mark, he stated, and quote, peacefully
he just
and
proved his own
patriotically
point
make your
wrong.
voices heard. You may think that he's inciting violence because he believes there was election fraud. That's his opinion, and he's entitled to that opinion, just like all of you were entitled to your false and fraudulent opinion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The legal elements of incitement are based on the Supreme Court case Brandenburg v. Ohio, in which the Supreme Court set the standard for speech that could be prosecuted without violating the First Amendment. Brandenburg's speech called for violence against groups of Americans, and the court found that Brandenburg's comments were not directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action. The court found that it was protected speech, and he was calling for violence. That's the current law of the land. The president didn't even mention violence last Wednesday, much less provoke or incite it.
The law can be changed.
And therefore no basis for impeachment, as you need a high crime or misdemeanor for a basis. You have created a mockery out of the impeachment process, and I urge all my colleagues to stand
because of a
against it and
needs
fight the latest
basis,
fraud
like a
being
case-by-case
perpetrated against the
basis.
American people by the radical left.
The gentleman
Nice
yields
job.
back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Hursford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday's events were not just a breach of a building, but a breach of our democracy, a threat to our republic and to who we are as Americans. Donald Trump incited insurrection against America and attempted to overturn the will of the people. We must send a clear message that committing sedition disqualifies a president from serving another day in office. I urge this body to vote for impeachment. I will, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve.
Madam
The
Speaker, I
gentleman
now
from New
yield
York.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last evening an 11-year-old girl joined our telephone town hall. Her question shook me to my core. She was worried about the future of this great nation, and I am too. That is why I must move forward with impeachment of this president. He has endangered this nation. He has betrayed his oath. I do this now for all of us, for our Constitution and for this republic. I do this to tell the world that this great democracy will stand and no one is above the law. And I do this for our future generations. I urge us all to unite and to vote yes on impeachment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, history is watching and saving the receipts. Today, my colleagues across the aisle must choose which side of a very bright line they want to be recorded on for all time. On one side, lies, sedition, inciting and supporting insurrection, and domestic terrorism. The other side, your oath of office, the Constitution, democracy, decency. There is no middle ground. Today we make history forever. So choose well. A vote to impeach Donald Trump means years from now you can look your grandchildren in the eye and say, I did the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the response to political violence must always be accountability. Without accountability, more violence will follow. I learned that working at the United Nations and the State Department in conflict settings around the world, and the United States Congress is now a conflict setting. A violent mob threatened our lives in this chamber and almost succeeded, incited by the president who broadcasted lies about the outcome of our election. We must hold this president accountable. It's the only way to protect our democracy. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certain that every member of Congress would say that if they had been in Congress when John Lewis walked across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and the Civil Rights Act was passed, that they would have stood on the right side of history. Well, Madam Speaker, today we're going to see exactly what side of history you all are going to be on. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today represents a unique opportunity in our nation's history. An opportunity to put America first, to put her people first. Today is a moment for members of Congress to put aside partisan politicking and place people over power. I urge my colleagues to vote against this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good. Of course it feels good for the Democrats to have a united constituency for a few more days. But I was elected to come here and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment, vote in favor of a unified nation, and I will forsake partisanship and work with you, no matter who you are or what party you come from. Madam Speaker, I urge that we all vote to finally put America first. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Now yield 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the disgraced, defeated President of the United States. There must be consequences for last week's treason and sedition. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Donald Trumps in today's Republican Party aim to run for higher office, and we must send a message that no one in the United States of America is above the law. The world is watching, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago, the President of the United States incited a deadly attack on the United States Capitol while a couple of dozen members of this House and I covered ourselves in that gallery away from the Trump mob. 5 dead, including Capitol Police. If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Today, I vote to uphold my oath.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to strongly object to the articles of impeachment proposed against President Trump, which make the preposterous claim that President Trump wanted or expected the riots that took place last week. He clearly said he wanted peaceful and patriotic demonstration. He did say he wanted people to fight like hell or we're not going to have a country anymore, but that's obviously standard hyperbole and was not meant to aim at physical fights. But what is offensive is what you are saying and inflammatory about the tens of thousands of peaceful protesters who were there last week, as well as the tens of millions of people they represent. You don't understand why they were here. They're scared to death we're going to go back to the days without Donald Trump of hundreds of thousands of people crossing this border every month. They're scared to death nobody's going to keep our manufacturing here. They're scared to death that nobody else will fight the cancel culture as we head towards an era when some things can't be said. They're scared to death that a majority party got here by teaming up with Black Lives Matter, a bunch of founded by Marxists and that dislike the family.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today determined to fulfill our sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week's violent insurrection on the Capitol is a stain on our democracy. A riotous mob, incited by the President, stormed these very halls, beat and murdered police officers, planted pipe bombs, and left our nation shocked and in mourning. The President's rhetoric, actions, and refusal to accept responsibilities are an imminent threat to our nation. I vote to impeach the President. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, my parents brought me as an infant to America because they knew it's the land of democracy. It's the beacon of hope for all the world. We called it the American dream. When Donald Trump told rioters to go to the Capitol and quote unquote fight like hell, he incited an attack on the Capitol and the ideals comprising the American dream. I'm voting for impeachment because I know we're still the country my parents believed in, and I will fight like hell for it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, on Wednesday the 6th, Democrats and Republicans hid on the floor, put on gas masks.
Oh,
and
my
was
dad's
ushered
screaming at
out
the
of
top
this
of his
room.
lungs again.
We in this country cannot begin healing and unity without accountability and justice. The President of the United States incited a violent insurrection against Congress, you, me, and the Vice President of the United States. This cannot be ignored. Impeach now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, on January 6th, Donald Trump incited his white nationalist supporters to initiate an attempted coup against the heart of our democracy, the United States Capitol. This heinous act of domestic terrorism demands that Congress act to remove this president. Donald Trump has been and remains a threat to our national security and our democracy, and wholly unfit to serve as president. He and his supporters must be held accountable for inciting violence against the government of the United States. Congress must act immediately to remove this clear and present danger to our country. It's time to impeach Donald Trump
The
again.
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I am against the impeachment effort by the Democrats. President Trump has held over 600 rallies in the last 4 years. None of them included assaulting police, destroying businesses, or burning down cities. Democrats have spent all this time endorsing and enabling violent riots that left billions in property damage and 47 dead across the United States. Democrats are on record supporting violence when it serves their cause, in their own words, on social media, on interviews, and on fundraising platforms. Act Blue. Democrats support defunding the police when it's someone else's city, someone else's home, and someone else's business. Democrats.
These fucking people, dude. They're gonna fucking rot in hell if there is. You know, I don't think there's a hell, but if there was, they're gonna fucking rot in hell. Like this.
Set the standard that they should be removed for their support of violence against the American people. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, for 2 months, Donald Trump used the biggest megaphone in the world to organize a campaign of outright lies to overturn a free and fair election. On January 6th, he summoned and incited a mob of domestic terrorists to fight like hell and sent them to ransack this Capitol in order to prevent us from formalizing his election loss. It was a grotesque orgy of deadly white supremacism, anti-Semitism, and strongman rule. Today, we will do our duty and vote to remove the author of this horrifying chapter and banish him from public service. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire on the time again?
The gentleman from Ohio has 20 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from New York has 21 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, what each of us chooses to do today, whether we vote to hold this president to account or look the other way, will we be remembered by history, by our children and their children. The facts are clear. The evidence of Trump's insurrection overwhelming. History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient. Let us look back on this day with honor, not disgrace, knowing we were up to the oath we all took.
Thank you. Now yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the perpetrators of this heinous attack on our nation's democracy were Americans, encouraged and emboldened by President Trump because he could not accept the outcome of a free and fair election. His actions are seditious, and the president has proven that he is not fit to serve. History will look back on this moment to see who stood strong in support of American democracy. As my colleagues have said, we must come together, but our nation cannot begin to heal until there is
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
For the atrocity.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia, is it?
Yep, gentleman from Georgia, 1 minute.
Is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the effort to impeach President Trump. This course of action will only increase dissent and disunity across our country, and it flies in the face of all efforts to heal our nation. Quite simply, it is a shameful final act of political retribution, retribution this president has weathered since day one. I have no doubt that those who breached the Capitol will have due process and their day in court. However, there will be no investigation in the People's House into whether the allegation against the president meets the criteria for a crime worthy of impeachment. No evidence was presented, no witness testified, no cross-examination was conducted, no due process was afforded, and that sets an extremely dangerous precedence for the future. If my Democratic colleagues were serious in their efforts to get to the truth, they would convene the House Judiciary Committee and investigate, but they are not. And so I am proud to stand before you today to defend our president from the injustices my Democratic colleagues are so giddy to pursue. I oppose this effort to impeach the president and ask all members of the House to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart for what our nation has endured. All those who've incited an attack on these halls of freedom must never forget that in every generation, Americans of all colors and creeds have laid down their lives in the struggles against tyranny, the fight against fascism, and the defense against those who would betray the values upon which this nation was founded. It is our duty to shoulder that defense of our democracy here today. The president's actions have laid bare his contempt for our Constitution, and he must be removed.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to
We reserve.
reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The armed insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol did not emerge out of a vacuum. They were lied to by Republican senators and Republican congressmen and women. But they were incited to violence by one man above all else, Donald J. Trump, who tried to be the ultimate ruler of our democracy. The world is watching. Our allies are watching, and our adversaries are watching. And we must show them that no one will rule this country and be above the law. The cameras of history are rolling. We must act. We must impeach Donald J. Trump to show the world that we'll stand for right.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, on my third day, I realized that I can make hard and seemingly unpopular decisions. Voting to strip Electoral College votes from states is a dangerous precedent set by Democrats many years ago, perpetuated by my party as well. I heard nothing in those debates that justified such a high bar. A rushed impeachment will set a similar precedent. Without a single hearing or investigation, I simply cannot reach the high bar of impeachment. To my district, I commit to constantly being objective in all of my decision making. And And as I abandon the remainder of my remarks, as I listen to this debate, it's no wonder our nation is divided. We are on an absolute race to the bottom. And I was hoping that last week we could have hit rock bottom. I commit to doing better, and I hope that we all can dig in and find a way. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Domestic terrorists attacked our democracy, urged on by a sitting president. These insurrectionists believed Donald Trump's lies about the stolen election. They obeyed his call to attack. They literally carried his banner while storming the Capitol. Last week's insurrection was shocking and tragic. It was a culmination of 4 years of assaults on our democracy. We must impeach this president, and the Congressional Black Caucus stands ready to join in a bipartisan message to the likes of Donald Trump.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the president radicalized American citizens, and as his vice president fled from a lynch mob, the speaker cowered while people died. He watched with glee. That is why, even though it's only 7 days before the end of his term, we have the fierce urgency of now. 7 days is too long for him to be in power. He could declassify state secrets. He could monetize national secrets to foreign adversaries, and he could even pardon
time has expired.
the person.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with great sorrow to oppose this second attempt at a baseless impeachment from my Democrat colleagues.
Baseless. Baseless.
Accountability. The president didn't incite a riot. The president didn't lead an insurrection, and there are no high crimes and misdemeanors requisite of an impeachment. I'm not saying...
Your Honor, I want to state for the record that even though I had a cookie in my hand, it was not the cookie in the cookie jar.
That day acted on their own volition. They are responsible for their actions. This is an important moment, Madam Speaker, for our nation. We have the opportunity to come together and do what's right for our country. The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today. So today I stand with this body to impeach this president. I agree with my Democratic colleagues. I also agree with my Republican colleagues. Let's unite. Let's unite to address this pandemic and start by simply wearing a mask. Let's unite to bring back the economy and start by putting $2,000 checks in people's pockets. And let's unite to hold these domestic terrorists accountable and impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could you, how much time do I have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 18 and 1/4 minute, and the gentleman from Ohio, 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today at a time of historical concern. Last week on this very House floor, an attack on democracy, that symbol. But it was an attack from within. This very floor, let's be clear, cause and effect. Rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse, and an attack to this chamber. A police officer was killed. And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law. Not the president if he has 4 years or 4 days. We must do the right thing for all Americans because he must be held accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate a variety of opinions, but any accusations must go through the proper due process, whether it's election fraud or an impeachment.
They keep going to this like, oh, you know, but we need to not rush it. We need to, it's like, we had, it's insane. Like, we had so much time to prevent this. Could have impeached him the first time.
Stop playing divisive politics and start working on delivering real good policies for the American people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
A week ago was the culmination of carnage caused to our country by this president. 4 years ago, he said he would stop such devastation. Instead, the president has continued to debase our democracy with assaults on our elections and incitement at the ellipse and the battery at our Capitol. American exceptionalism is not guaranteed. We must always work to grow it, and that includes our work today to hold President Trump accountable. American carnage started with this president. A vote for impeachment will stop it for our posterity. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The U.S. Capitol has not been breached for over 200 years since the War of 1812. That is, until last week, when it wasn't another country that attacked us, but our own president. President Donald Trump asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, inciting domestic terrorism that cost 5 lives, including a Capitol police officer. And we all know, whether you say it aloud or not, Donald Trump is responsible for inciting the attacks in our democracy, that he should have been the one person protecting it the most. And for that, he is unfit to be president, and we must impeach him.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The President of the United States deserves universal condemnation for what was clearly, in my opinion, impeachable conduct, pressuring the Vice President to violate his oath of the Constitution to count the electors. His open and public pressure, courageously rejected by the Vice President, purposely seeded the false belief among the President's supporters, including those assembled on January 6th, that there was a legal path with the President. It was foreseeable and reckless to sow such a false belief that could lead to violence and rioting by loyal supporters whipped into a frenzy. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues drafted articles that I believe are flawed and unsupportable, focusing on the legal terms of incitement and insurrection. Even noting impeachment does not require meeting a certain legal standard, that danger for open speech and debate in this body and for the Republic is high. If the House approves the articles as written, the language will be used to target members of this body under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It will be used to suggest that any statements we make are subject to review by our colleagues and send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square. We must end this. Let us condemn that which must be condemned and do so loudly. But let us do it the right way, with deliberation and without disastrous side effects. We must end tearing apart our nation by social media and sound bites. Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this nation together. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
The debate, there is no debate. The debate is, we need to get this dangerous person, like, put away, like, out of control. Like, this person's out of control.
About one man, one party, or even one day. It's about protecting our nation, preserving democracy, and the rule of law. The facts are clear and undisputed. President Trump used a litany of lies about a stolen election and willfully incited an armed insurrection with the intent of stopping the peaceful transfer of power. He attacked not just the Capitol, not just Congress, he even attacked democracy itself. That's why he must be impeached.
The gentleman's time is
And I yield
expired.
back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chairman, the President has engaged in conduct that is criminal, impeachable, and profoundly threatening to our democracy. He pressed state officials and members of this body to overturn an illegitimate election and to keep him in power. And he then invited and activated a violent mob to invade the Capitol and achieve his desired result by insurrection. If that is not impeachable conduct, I don't know what is. The President must be removed from office immediately and never allowed to hold office again. Our democracy
The gentleman's
requires
time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Chair.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last summer, the Antifa and BLM riots swept all over our country. Cities were burnt.
Are they just so like don't they understand reality? They continue to like say, oh, they're Antifa, Antifa is not a specific corporation. They're just like anti-fascism. Anti-fascism. That's all it is. It's not like it's just, how are they comparing like protests against racial injustice that has been going on since the founding of this country to an armed insurrection from known Nazis and like other white supremacists? Well, I don't know how you can it doesn't matter what you call them. You call them Proud Boys, you call them Ku Klux Klan, you call them Nazi. It doesn't fucking matter. They're the fucking Nazis, okay? And if they had the opportunity, they would reinstate slavery. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it.
From Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, now we hear talk of the President's notion of a peaceful transfer of power, which apparently means what? Minimal casualties? Now we hear talk of healing after the criminal.
That's right. Like, what are these people? People always say, oh, you know, we have minimal accepted losses. They've been talking like that with COVID also. You know, one life is too many lives.
Now, and there should be impeachment now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, a new member of the committee, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the article of impeachment. The President's responsibility for the violence and insurrection that occurred last Wednesday cannot go unanswered. The President has had multiple opportunities to modify his behavior to bring this country together. Instead, he uses his power to further divide us. He is unrepentant. Congress must act for the good of this country. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Dax.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand today in support of President Trump and against this sham impeachment proceeding with literally 1 week, 7 days remaining in his term. This is merely the culmination of a 4-year effort to overturn the will of the people and the results of the 2016 election. This is simply a political action intended to tarnish the legacy of a highly successful president who led us to an incredible economy, energy independence, reduction of taxes for millions, regulatory relief for businesses, renewed peace in the Middle East, and stronger border security. This action will only serve to further offend the 75 million people who voted for President Trump and further deepen the division within our nation.
I mean, just look at the facts. Okay, like, you know, nothing was stopping... Okay, everybody's complaining about free speech and how Parler was put down. Parler, you know, boasted themselves as, you know, a free speech platform, and it was owned by people on the right. And the thing is Twitter leans more on the left. Okay, they're both private businesses. They're both, you know, allowed to have their own philosophy and their own, like, you know, that's within their rights. Okay, like, to try to say that, like, but the difference is you look at Twitter, like yeah, like, you know, stuff does fall through the cracks, but they punish people who break their terms of service, people who incite violence, and people who, like, you know, just like put up, like, you know, like unsavory material, like, you know, like snuff films, or, you know, like you know, illegal sexual material, and, you know, like. But then you have a platform like Parler that's like mainly alt-right people, you know, practicing free speech, but like that free speech is creating, like, it's creating extremely, like, violent outcomes in the real world, which is the difference between that and Twitter, because Twitter is a private forum that boasts, you know, it's a pretty public forum for being a private forum. Like, it's the most public forum out there that's private. Like, they're both private businesses. The difference is that Google removed them from the App Store, and there's, like, you know, they will be shut down. I mean, if you allow free speech on your platform, you're going to open up your doors to Nazis and people posting, like, people getting murdered, people doing, like, you know, like illegal porn. And it's like, you can't just, like, you can't make these claims, okay? Like, you can't just say, like, oh, you know, it's like, if you start censoring people because you don't like them, it's gonna lead to fascism. It's like, no, literal fascism is happening right now because of people like Donald Trump having a giant platform available to him. And Twitter did what they could within their own rights because they are a private business. Okay? If somebody comes into a Taco Bell and takes a shit on the table, they can ban that person for life. Because they don't want somebody coming in and shitting on the table. Okay? Like, it's not free speech. You don't get to walk into a private business and just do whatever you want. That's not what free speech is. Okay? It's not censorship. You know, censorship, freedom of speech is written specifically about being protected against the government. You can't be persecuted by the government for speaking out against it. The government's not going to come to you in the middle of the night and take you and your family away and kill you. Because they can't. It's illegal for them to do that. That's what the First Amendment is for. That is literally what it's for. The freedom of speech without persecution from the government. When that's, you know, like, you can protest. And if that protest is lawful, then that's protected. If that protest is unlawful, you will be charged with criminal, like, charges. Like that. It's not censorship when somebody is, you know, screaming at the top of their lungs outright lies that are having violent outcomes in the real world. That person who is screaming with a megaphone to millions of people is committing a crime. That's not censorship, that's safety. It's not, you don't just, if free speech is so important, then why don't we just let Nazis just spread their Nazi propaganda all over the place? Why don't we let people just, do their whole, just post like people getting murdered on Twitter? Oh, but it's, it's free speech. It's free speech, but then you get fucking Nazis. And you get fucking like pedophiles. And you get all sorts of shit. There's certain things that are just not okay. And there's a reason why we have these terms of service. And also, it doesn't even matter, okay? It doesn't even matter because it's a private business, and as a private business, you are allowed to ban people for any reason. So I don't know why people are so upset and obsessed with the fact that Twitter permanently banned somebody who clearly went against terms of service. It doesn't even matter. Like nobody is taking away Trump's ability to speak.
From Ohio wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Here, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Donald Trump is the first president in the history of this republic to incite a violent insurrection against our own government, against our own people. It is a shocking betrayal of his oath of office and our American values. We don't know yet if the president will face criminal charges, but we do know he must be held to account. Each one of us in this House took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, even if that enemy is the president. We must move forward as a nation from these darkest days, but we can't move forward without accountability. We must impeach this president. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Insurrection, a violent mob. A week ago today, 5 people were killed, many injured, and everyone in this building forced to hide for their very life. The president was called for help, but he did not answer our call while our government was being taken over. He failed to lead and therefore proved himself incapable of doing so. Some may say impeachment is political. Some may cry it is divisive. But Madam Speaker, our obligation to our Constitution is anything but.
Expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. The gravity of the moment demands it, and the fate of our republic depends on it. He committed an impeachable offense by inciting a violent and deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. For this, Congress must hold him accountable to preserve our democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law. He should serve not 1 minute more and be barred forever from public office. He is toxic to our republic and toxic to our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. So Democrats can say, quote, I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, while there are uprisings happening around the country. But they impeach the President of the United States for saying peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Oh yeah, it's peaceful because, you know, what he said without the context of the 4 year, like obviously, you know, the only thing that matters is the thing he says in a vacuum. You know, and it doesn't matter that the reason why there's unrest is because of the way this country has treated an entire demographic of people since the beginning of this country, like, you know, since the 1600s, when an entire people was ripped from their homeland, taken here and treated as animals. And then even after that slavery was abolished, there were still, there were still Jim Crow laws and, you know, segregation, and to this day, mistreatment of black people. So, yeah, comparing unrest for something that is justified, and you know, like, yeah, sometimes people who aren't associated with the movement commit crimes. That happens, you know, but the people who are part of the movement were protesting peacefully, and it has nothing to do with like, you know, like, oh yeah, these people who are angry that they can't be racist, these people who are angry that they can't be sexist and transphobic, and these people who are angry that they can't just say white people, or you know, these people who think it's more important that white pride gets to maintain its power. These people who think, hey Twitcher, these people who think that, like, being, you know, that there isn't racism in this country, you know, when they just unjustifiably listen to their beloved leader and go storm a Capitol with, you know, like you know, the straw that broke the camel's back, where the president who's been leading them into this insanity just says, like, the very bare minimum that would, like, he's basically wink wink, yeah, go march to the Capitol and peacefully, like, you know, he's winking. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious to anybody who has half of a brain. But obviously the people who support Trump, like, don't like, they want to weasel out of everything they possibly can by saying, oh, but he didn't technically say to do it. If you look at the transcript here, he says just to march to the Capitol. Oh, I guess he's okay then. He's off the hook. He's innocent.
His oath of office. He instigated the violence that took place last week. He had a couple of opportunities during the time of the violence to call for a halt, to speak to the nation, to speak to the rioters, to speak to the people who were committing treason here, and he chose not to. Until he says that we had a free and fair election in the United States, as far as I'm concerned, he will continue to foment violence in this country.
Well, we are told the president issued a very brief statement this afternoon in which, among other things, he said he called on everyone to refrain from violence right now. Is that enough?
No, his words are hollow. The reason that was used for the violence was the lie that the election was stolen from the American people, that there was fraud, that there was cheating. There was so much fraud and so much cheating that he actually won. Until he dispels that lie, then the basis for the violence that took place will continue. And he has not denounced the groups that are threatening to come back here next week. And so as far as I'm concerned, what he did was very superficial and meaningless.
Yeah, I mean, he was basically just wants to save his ass. It's not going to fucking fly.
By this vote to impeach President Trump a second time, that you run the risk of further inflaming many of his supporters, even some of his supporters, who basically think that Democrats are out to get the president, and they're doing this in the final days of his time in office.
No, I mean, I think what inflames his supporters, frankly, they will use lots of excuses. What we are doing here is critical. There is a chance that he could be convicted in the Senate. And I think what is most important is to end any possibility of President Trump running for re-election or continuing in some other public office. We have to state unequivocally as a nation that he is
and he needs to face his crimes in the court of law as well. Like,
concerned about is he launches his re-election campaign and uses that to go around the country stoking division, stoking racism, and fomenting violence. We have to take that option of public office away from him.
I mean, to anybody yeah, sorry I timed you out, Dax. Just you were just like really getting on my nerves with all that. And like this is my channel. I don't want certain kind of discussions, in my chat. But it's, because it's like it's like I know where it's going. Like it's I don't need that. Okay, like and the thing is, people talk about free speech. But if somebody like Hitler had a Twitter account during World War II and mobilized the entire world, there was he was already we ended up winning that war. But it was like not easy. If he had mobilized more countries, if he had spoken his rhetoric to more countries and gained their sympathy, there's a chance fascism would have won outright. And when you have, you can't give a megaphone to people who wish to take away your rights. And it's already proven that Trump wants to take away our rights. He wants to just, spout whatever lies he wants. He wants to, his administration, in which involve, obviously, when you say him, it's him and his administration, want to take away LGBTQ protections, want to take away already established transgender protections, do not denounce and admit that there is systemic racism. It's just all sorts of other garbage.
And moving his confirmations forward at the same time. The Senate is capable of doing more than one thing at a time. And then frankly, if you're talking about uniting the majority of our nation, the majority of our nation rejects white supremacy. And so I think it is very important that we are crystal clear that we reject this. We reject what happened here last week. What happened here last week was illegal, and the people that committed the crimes need to be brought to justice. That's the way you unite the country, not by ignoring what happened or by saying, let's just forget about it and move on.
And so finally, Congresswoman, you think it's realistic to think that this country can be unified, that people, not everybody, but that you can get a majority of Americans pulling in the same direction?
I absolutely do, because every American is facing the same problem, and that is the coronavirus. And I think to have a president that is steeped in science, that is not just about his own self, his own personal wealth, his own businesses, and his family, I think to have a president, and just mark my words, I think the tone is going to change, because we as Americans are going to be reminded of what a president is, how a president acts, and how a president leads. For the last 5 years, we haven't seen that.
Representative Karen Bass.
And then, of course, all the fucking Trumpers are going to say, oh, yeah, but what about sleepy Joe Biden and all of his, what about Hunter Biden?
There in the last maybe 10 minutes or so of debate on the impeachment article. After they finish this debate, they will go directly to a vote on the article. But
I mean, it's basically like those fucking Trump supporters who just constantly attack Biden. It's like, dude, like look at the fucking mirror. Like
Rule of law. Any president, any member of Congress who obstructs the Electoral College or attacks judges and the court system where there's no evidence to support their contentions undermines the public's trust and confidence in the judicial process. How do my Republican colleagues expect ordinary...
And Dax, if you come back and start saying, oh, it's the irony that you censor me, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, like, my channel, my fucking rules, okay? Just like Twitter can ban them, I can ban anybody I want for any reason whatsoever. Says it in my chat rules. I don't even need those chat rules because it's my channel. I can ban whoever I want. I'm not going to just because I don't like somebody, but I will time somebody out if they're getting on my nerves. Doesn't matter what they said. If somebody's getting on my nerves, I do not want a vibe in my chat that is like not conducive to me having like a good stream. Doesn't matter. Like it might change from stream to stream, and like sometimes I'm gonna time people out for like it might seem like for no reason, but there is a reason. Like don't take it personally. But I will start banning people if they keep coming back and then become more problematic than they were last time and complain about it and call me a fascist just for banning them from my chat. Like seriously, like does me banning you from my chat make me a fascist? What does that actually accomplish? Like what is actually happening? You can't talk in my channel? Like that's not a violation of free speech. You can still talk on Twitter. You can still go out in you can open up your window and shout out your window. Nobody's going to silence you unless you commit a crime, which is why. And it's like Twitter doesn't want to be responsible because look what happened to Parler. Parler was responsible for people mobilizing and creating like all these just fomenting hate and riots and all this sorts of stuff. And it was shut down because it's like, or removed from the App Store, which is effectively shutting it down. And also besides that, it's a symbolic move that all these funding just was pulled and all that. They need to be shut down because they're like fucking racist. They say they use free speech as a shield to protect them against people accusing them of racism. They're like, oh well, I have freedom of speech. It's like, no, racism, especially racism inciting violence against people, is a crime. If it's not, you shouldn't just be allowed to say whatever you want. You can't just go around and just like say, oh yeah, I don't know, I don't even know because I'm not a fucking hateful. But it's like there's certain things that are like standing up for yourself against hate is not the same as perpetuating hate. And there's certain things that if I did them, I would be banned. So it's like nobody is exempt from bannable offenses. Like if I just started, if I had thousands of viewers and I told them all to go to a channel and spam somebody with hate, that would make me going against Twitch terms of service because that's against the rules. You can't just say, hey, go hate this person. That's like direct attacks on other streamers. That's not allowed on the platform. And obviously Twitch is not perfect at enforcing their rules, but at the same time, it's still against the platform. You can be banned for doing that. And it's just so fucking ridiculous that people think that banning somebody from Twitter is the same as the government censoring somebody. You look at countries like China. If you speak out against the country, if you speak out against the glorious leader, if you say anything bad about China, you lose your career. You get taken away to a camp somewhere, or you get straight up murdered by the government. This is the kind of stuff that our Constitution is for. I think people are forgetting that if we don't have this Constitution, we have that. And it's not so that you could just go around saying whatever the hell you want without consequences. Like that's not what the fucking First Amendment was for. Case in point, freedom of speech doesn't protect you from going on YouTube and saying that you're for children, because they have a very specific policy for making content that's made for children. You can't just start spamming the F word and the N word and all sorts of shit. It's not, you're gonna get banned because because people who are gonna see that are gonna be children, or putting porn on the platform. That's not, you can't just say, oh, but what about freedom of speech? No, YouTube has made a very clear contract with each content creator that they have to follow. Just like any contract in life, it's a private business, okay? And the government is not required to protect you from Twitter banning you. Like that's fucking bullshit. Like, do people really want the government telling businesses what they should do for their private business? Unless the business itself is committing a crime, they're within their rights to say, you know what, we're going to ban this person. They don't even need a reason. They don't need a reason at all. I don't need a reason to ban you. I don't need a reason to time you out. I can time you out just because I feel like it. It doesn't mean I'm going to unless there's a reason. It doesn't mean that, like, I'm, because obviously I don't want people to just like, oh, well, she's just going to ban me for no reason. Why should I come back? Like, but at the same time, like, I don't want people who create a certain vibe in my chat. I'm sorry. Like, this is not a democracy. Like, but America is. Okay. Like, but my Twitch chat is not a democracy. Okay. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm a supreme goddess. Okay. Like, that's all there is to it.
Good stand. I yield back.
Yields back. I would like to remind members to please direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Carroll.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, as a member of our armed forces, now a member of Congress, I have taken and given the oath of office many times. I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. On January 6th, the President violated this oath, inciting violent and deadly insurrection. Our sacred oaths are hollow without accountability. We must hold this President accountable, remove him from office.
But like, yeah, I seriously don't get why people don't understand that regardless of what people feel about Twitter banning Trump, if they had banned anybody else for breaking terms of service, would it be as big of a deal as it is? Like, Twitter can ban whoever the fuck they want for any reason whatsoever, and they're not even required to disclose why, because it is a private business. Okay?
Democracy, not just for Americans, but for people the world over. The action we take today, this impeachment, is a declaration to the world.
And if you're so in love with free speech, well, what about Twitter's right to free speech? Their right to free enterprise? Like, they own a business. They want to say, hey, we're a company, we have policies, we think this person broke the policies, so we permanently ban them because it's a threat to the entire country. That's their reason, okay? They don't need a reason, but that's their reason. They're allowed to have that reason. If you're so obsessed with free speech, why aren't you letting Twitter have their free speech? And on the other hand, you could say, oh, but what about Parler? Parler is a host that boasts free speech, but if you allow 100% free speech with no exceptions, you're going to get illegal content on your platform. That's just, it's guaranteed. If you have 100% free speech, there will be illegal content. There will be snuff films with like acts of violence and blood and gore and illegal sex acts.
Two standards that are at play.
I'm sorry, but that's just how that's what the deep web looks like. And last time I checked, most, if not all, activity on the deep web is highly illegal. So there's a reason. There's a reason why we denounce these platforms like Parler. Because you can't allow free speech without limits. It's just it's like allowing pirates to roam the seas with cannons. You can't just say, "Oh, well, it's their right of free speech to rob people on the ocean because it's international waters." It's like, no, like that's a crime. Stealing goods from people with grenade launchers and all that kind of shit, like terrorizing people and harassing people, possibly killing people, stealing goods. That's a crime. Okay, that's.
Understand what these two standards are that are at play and to complete the record. Because the House Democrats are here to make President Trump the first president to be impeached twice. So I'll complete the record. First off, in the articles of impeachment, it's written that the president gave a speech and he told his supporters to come here and that he incited this riot. And one speaker after another here on the other side of the aisle have repeated that in the article of impeachment, but we all know that this was a pre-planned attack. We all know that there was pipe bombs being discovered while the president was speaking. We all know that the Capitol perimeter was being breached during the president's speech. We know that this was pre-planned and it started while the president was speaking. Why is that not in the articles of impeachment? Why is that not being incorporated into my colleague's remarks? To complete the record, if you want to make the president the first president to be impeached twice, well, we'll add something else to that. Thank you to the president for his efforts to defeat MS-13 in my district, or to withdraw from the, request 30 more seconds.
Fired. The gentleman yields an additional 30 seconds, did I hear correct?
Yes.
The gentleman has another 30 seconds.
Thank you to the president for his efforts to move the embassy in Israel to Jerusalem and recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and to take out Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and Qasem Soleimani, to eliminate the ISIS caliphate, to enter into the historic Abraham Accords.
This whole argument that people can that you can just attribute the president, actions of like anti-terrorism and all that kind of stuff in foreign affairs, the president is involved, but any president can do that, and that's their job. Just doing his job. That's what presidents are supposed to do, and a lot of it is, he's not solely responsible for it. First of all, he's just like the commander in chief, and also, the military is in charge of all the planning and the execution of all that. And he just signs the go-ahead. Second of all, we're not the only government involved in these international crises. So I don't understand why. Excuse me. I don't understand why people constantly say oh, how can you denounce a president? When he was in office, all these things happened, and not even all those stuff. Some of the stuff that people claim oh, he created more jobs. Those are just lies. It's we have an historic unemployment. It's insane. I don't know why people do this shit. And even if it was true, how could you attribute it to one man?
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the article of impeachment and in opposition to the gaslighting that is masquerading as debate in this chamber today. I was in this chamber when the president assembled and unleashed a mob to attack the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, the elected representatives of the people. By doing so, he incited an insurrection against our representative democracy itself. If that is not an impeachable offense, then what is? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Michigan's 13th, we proudly speak truth to power, even in the face of a racist in chief. Those who incited an attack on the People's House do not get to talk about healing and unity. They have torn this country apart. They have stoked the fire and then handed the gasoline to Donald Trump. Dr. King once said, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is in the presence of justice." Today, we must embody those words. And we must understand that peace must be centered in truth and action. We cannot Madam Chair, sit idly by after a violent attempted coup and allow lies and hate to continue. Today, we stand up for our constituents who continue to be harmed by this
wishes to reserve. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Donald Trump.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. And the gentleman from New York has 3 3/4 minutes remaining. From Ohio has 4. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What happened last Wednesday is an absolute tragedy.
And not only are we part of dealing with it now, we were part of it then. But when emotions are frayed and tensions are this high, process matters more. It matters more now than it did before. And the reality is this. There are serious constitutional questions about these articles. And Donald Trump is going to be president until January 20th. And on January 20th, Joe Biden's going to become president. But I'll end with this. I'm going to vote against impeachment, and that's going to give me credibility at home with my base. You're going to vote for impeachment
Oh, well, good for you.
at home with your base. It's easy to point at me and blame me. It's easy for me to point at you and blame you. But on January 21st, we're all going to be back here. So use that credibility. Go back and say...
Yeah, except you're going to be on the wrong side of history. And history's never going to forget.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman...
Like, if something is true, it's true whether you believe in it or not. That's... Like, these things are... These crimes that Trump has committed, they happened whether you believe he did it or not. And time, time will tell. And we already know. But time will prove it. And when the truth is 100% laid bare, like, you'll be remembered as being on the wrong side of history for all eternity.
And unable to discharge his duties of office, I call upon my Republican colleagues to speak the truth to their supporters and join me in holding President Trump accountable by voting to impeach. I yield.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
I didn't hear where it was from. The
What I don't
gentleman from
understand is when
Indiana is
people get
recognized for
timed
30
out and when they come back
Madam
and
Speaker.
when people get timed out and then they come back, instead of like trying to think and like understand why I timed them out, they just get mad at me and then double down on being angry at me and just call me names. Like do you think that I'm gonna appreciate that? Do you think that like I don't understand, like do some like do some self-reflection. If you're timed out, there's a reason.
To move forward to do the work that our constituents sent us here to do. With that, I yield back.
Has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio has 3. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, there are more troops right now in Washington, D.C. than in Afghanistan. And they are here to defend us against...
And by the way, like, if people just get angry at me for exercising my ability to time people out and ban people because of my sanity, because I can see the patterns and I don't like a certain vibe in my chat, why would I want them here anyway? Like, why? Like, the majority of people I time out, like, everybody that I time out and ban is somebody who's going completely against everything I stand for. And like, why would I want them here? Why would I want somebody coming in here calling, purposely misgendering me? Like people who just constantly like just say like extremely like problematic things. And like you're just getting on my nerves is really what's going on. It's like you're not like I'm not gonna put up with people who are saying known untrue things that we all know that Trump is guilty of, and saying the same kind of arguments that have been consistently disproven. Like just tired arguments against why it's wrong to censor people, and it's like, yeah, it's wrong to censor people in the sense that like if somebody speaks out against the government, it's wrong for the government to take you away and silence you or take away your career and livelihood. That's censorship. Or if it's just ridiculous.
Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker,
I don't need to argue it because it's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that like with all this evidence, it's like you still trumpet the same things. Like whereas like there's ample evidence to support to support what I'm saying. That's the difference, okay? The reason I repeat it so often is because it's true. And sometimes I miss details just like anybody else. But at the same time, like details aren't always that important, okay? Like the only thing that that's really important is the truth. And the truth is true whether you want it to be true or not. And the truth is true whether you believe it's true or not.
And told a mob of domestic terrorists to go and show your strength, be strong. You can't gain anything because of weakness. We must hold him accountable. We can heal this nation, but he must be impeached today. We must impeach Donald J. Trump as
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York
now.
reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Is the other side prepared to close?
Yes.
Then
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I yield
the
3
gentleman
minutes.
from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the Republican whip, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Ohio for...
I mean, and also everybody who's been supportive of me has defended me in exactly what I was saying. And not because they're afraid I'm going to ban them, but because I'm right. And because why do I want negative energy in my chat? Why do I want negative people who just say really ignorant things and don't think about the bigger picture and don't think about human compassion and only care about their arguments? I'm not arguing for the sake of arguing. I'm arguing because I stand for what's right, and I know what's right. And I'm not going to let anybody spread the same misinformation and bullshit that goes around, that might go around in other people's channels, but I'm not going to let it fly here. Okay, I've already seen the same exact arguments on Twitter. I've seen it all. Okay, if I've seen it and I know where it's going and I know that it's going to be a meaningless discussion, I'm going to time you out and give you a warning about it. The timeout is the warning. Just don't bring it here. Don't bring your bullshit to my channel, okay? That's all I'm asking. And, I'm perfectly reasonable, and I have people who support me and who show up and say, hey, you're doing great, and, I love everything you do. Yeah, I don't want to create an echo chamber. I am pretty reasonable. But if I see the same, Trumpist bullshit, that's just there's a reason Trump was banned from Twitter, and there's a reason why people who shout the same kind of shit over and over that are Trump supporters, the reason why they get banned. And it's as soon as you don't agree with them, they start making personal insults. They start attacking your character. It's I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at what you're saying. I'm not going to attack you personally just because you say something. Some people do that. I don't resort to that. Okay? I don't care who you are. If Trump said good things, if Trump said things that were really respectable, I don't, I wouldn't have a big issue with him, but I have a big issue with him because of his actions, because of what he says, because of the shape of his character. Not because I just hate him because he looks ugly or it's because of his actions. It's so ridiculous how every single time people who are on that side, the Trump side of things, and I'm obviously, and I'm not saying you're a Trump supporter or anything, that's not up to me to say, but you're saying the things that Trump supporters say. And so it's the same to me. You can disagree all you want. Doesn't matter. Okay. I don't care. I don't care. Even if you're right, I still don't want to think about, I don't want it. I don't want it here. But if
They can seek the higher ground. May God bless this great United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can have all this, but we have accountability too. I now yield our remaining time, 1 minute, to the distinguished.
Oh yeah, it's just the irony of it is people on that side of the aisle, that people on that side of the arguments, who constantly say really problematic catch-all arguments that have nothing to do with reality and are just like some baseless catch-all philosophies that like, are just like, oh, well, this is what I believe in and this is what it means, and if you undermine that, you will destroy democracy. Well, that's not even proven, and yet the things that you're doing, the things that side is doing, and that the people who support those claims are doing, are definitely undermining democracy. Doesn't matter, it's one thing if you can say, oh, well, there's this hypothetical chance that removing Trump from Twitter permanently will undermine, free speech as we know it. Yeah, there's a possible chance, most likely not, because it's a private business and they have every right to do that. How is that undermining free speech? Trump can definitely address the nation. He can make a phone call and be attached to news outlets. He could do all sorts of things. He could call a press conference. He can do all sorts of stuff. He is not silenced. He is not silenced just because he was banned from one internet platform. But the irony of it all, the irony is that people that spout that kind of stuff accuse those of us who are more progressive and more on the left, more moderate and more on the left, is accuse us of just making baseless claims, and all of our arguments are based in reality, and that's the irony of it, because they accuse us of not being based in reality. It's so fucking ridiculous. And they would probably say the same thing, but the thing is reality doesn't care. Reality is reality.
We do. The 433 of us, I believe, who are here, do on behalf of the American people to respond to what Representative Cheney described happened on the 6th of January. A mob assembled by, summoned by, and then spoken to light the flame of the attack. To stop the steal. As we sat here, exercising our constitutional duty, and to his great credit, the Vice President of the United States following the Constitution of the United States of America, notwithstanding the fact that he was opportuned by the President not to do so. That mob sent by the President to stop the steal did so for a few hours. Not the steal, but the constitutional duty that we had. And so we ask ourselves, what do we do? What is our responsibility? What should we say in light of only the Civil War as an analogy? That doesn't mean there haven't been demonstrations in Washington before and demonstrations throughout this country before. But it is the first and only physical presence other than the 9/11 attack on this nation, which came from abroad and had a plane aimed at our Capitol dome. This attack was not from abroad. It was, as Liz Cheney said, summoned, assembled, and inflamed by the President of the United States of America, who, in Liz Cheney said, words, that there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office
and his oath to the Constitution. I pride myself as a member of this Congress who for 40 years has worked in a bipartisan fashion with many of your leaders, and do to this day. But are we to remain silent in the face of Liz Cheney's saying this was the greatest betrayal of the duty of the President of the United States in history? Are we to stand silent? Will we stand silent? Will we not stand up and say, this is not acceptable? Madam Speaker, for 4 years, Donald Trump has made no effort to hide his ambitions or his lacking of Republican principles. Not our principles, but the principles that Abraham Lincoln was just quoted as having said. Your president, our president, has never displayed those in the 4 years he's been president of the United States. He has allowed a little constraint on his worst inclinations. His desire for autocracy and his glorification of violence have not been tempered, but rationalized by those who sought to profit financially and politically from their proximity to power. Upon the foundations of virtue, reason, and patient wisdom laid down by George Washington as our first president, Donald Trump has constructed a glass palace of lies, fear-mongering, and sedition. Last Wednesday, on January 6th, the nation and the world watched it shatter to pieces. There can be no mistaking any longer the kind of man sitting in the Oval Office or its intentions and capabilities. The curtain has been pulled back. The office to which he was elected could not temper or reform him. Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman's correct. The House will be in order.
Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees, but understood norms. How we ought to act, how we ought to conduct ourselves. Term after term, each occupant has observed those norms out of a recognition that our Constitution's articles are not the only preservative of our democracy. For more than 2 centuries, Madam Speaker, whenever those norms were tested and strained, good and virtuous citizens on both sides of the aisle found common purpose in reaffirming those norms. But memory fades, and from time to time it must be refreshed. Madam Speaker, as the framers emerged from the Constitution Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked whether they had made America a monarchy or a republic. Probably all of us know this response. A republic, he answered, if you can keep it. That's the question today. If we can keep it. And the way we keep it is to say no to actions and words that do not promote the keeping of that republic. For millennia, people have understood that a republic is only as stable as, and lasting as the citizens and leaders who commit themselves to its upkeep. This president has shown us he's not committed to that project. His tweets every day have shown he is not committed to that project. Indeed, he openly disdains it and appears to prefer the alternative. But what of the rest of us? Those who have the honor and the great privilege and the weighty responsibility to represent the views of 750,000 of our fellow citizens. We in this Congress have an opportunity No, a duty to demonstrate our commitment, both as leaders and as citizens, to keeping America a republic. A republic that resolves its differences not through being ordered to come to the Capitol to prevent them from stealing the election, which was an absurd assertion from the very first day it was made. We cannot erase the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. We cannot turn back the clock. But we can look to the ideals and principles inherited from great presidents like Washington, like Jefferson, and yes, certainly like Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt, and from outstanding Americans like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Susan Anthony, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, our beloved John Lewis, and yes, RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who taught us a lot about equality and inclusion. It's up to us to restore the vibrancy, Madam Speaker, of our democracy by reaffirming our commitment to the norms they passed on to us and entrusted to our care. But to make that possible, Madam Speaker, we must rise to this moment and not only affirm the virtues we cherish, but reject the vices we abhor. That's what I'm asking my fellow representatives on both sides of the aisle to do today. We all stood and we abhorred the violence that occurred and the threat to the very democracy that we hold so dear and swore an oath to protect and uphold. Reject deceit. Reject fear-mongering. Reject sedition, tyranny, and insurrection. Reject the demand for fealty to one man over fidelity to one's country. When I addressed the House during the debate over the articles of impeachment in December 2019, I said the following: we need not ask who will be the first to show our courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must ask, who will be the last to find it? Senator McConnell, Representative Cheney, a number of other representatives who have spoken on this floor with great courage, Madam Speaker. Because there is much fear of Donald Trump. There's much fear of Donald Trump's tweets. There's much fear of Donald Trump's retribution for opposition. In my view, Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty and gives none in return. I hope others will join Liz Cheney. I hope others will be honest with themselves and with their constituents. As Liz Cheney was saying, there has never been a greater portrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Don't dismiss that. She is the daughter of a Vice President of the United States who was the whip when I came to Congress. As she has taken a stand, I hope others will as well, Madam Speaker. Soon, the clerk will call the roll and ask for our votes. Make no mistake, this will be no ordinary roll call. This is about our country, our Constitution, and our democracy. These votes will be inscribed on the roll of history, a record of courage and of our commitment to country and Constitution, of our commitment to the rule of law and renewal of that which we inherited and hope to pass on, unbroken, unshattered. With just 7 days left in the President's term, this vote is not about timing. It is about principle and fidelity to our Constitution. It concerns the clear and present danger facing our country, not only in these final days of the Trump administration, but in the weeks, months, and years that will follow. It is about the necessity to demonstrate to this generation and to future generations the duty we share to protect our democracy every single day. Do not pretend, my friends, that it was simply those who came into the Capitol, encouraged by our president to stop the steal at any cost. And by the way, if the vice president doesn't do my bidding and follows the Constitution, sweep him away. We know that this president would never emulate George Washington and give up his power for the good of our republic, even after losing an election. Somebody talked about a peaceful transition. There has not been a peaceful transition. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not living in the same country I am. It was just days ago that the president, after committing this terrible act, thought he had to admit that Joe Biden might, yes, be president of the United States. We know that this president neither recognizes norms nor reflects the rule of law. We know that this president is not a patriot. So I ask this House, who among us, Madam Speaker, will be recorded on the roll of history for their courage, their commitment, the Constitution, and their country? We do this today not for politics. We don't need this for politics. Georgia showed that. There was no mistake in this election. We do this today to preserve and protect this great democracy. We do it for the America we love, our America the beautiful, whose founders' sacrifices we praise in song. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. Sadly, Madam Speaker, as our current president, the appropriate words would be, who less than self his country loved, and victory more than truth. Vote for this, for America, for our Constitution, for democracy, for history. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 41, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. For what reason?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic
Yeah, I guess
device.
a friend of my dad's brought some food, so really appreciate it. It's, Black Angus
And
beef.
so, for what may be the second time in history an American president being impeached, what we expect to be the result of this vote that is beginning right now on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, President Trump, if it happens what we expect to happen, President Trump would be impeached for a second time. They are beginning to vote. Instead of 2 hours of debate, which we were told this would be, it's been about 3.5 almost, maybe 3 hours.
I've been streaming for 8.5 hours.
Of debate, sometimes heated debate on the floor of the House. But you can see the members are voting. They're already we see 3 Republicans in the tally voting to impeach. At this hour, we know of 8. 8 have declared they plan to vote with Democrats to impeach President Trump. So we will see if the numbers go beyond that. There's been some speculation it's in the double digits, but we haven't heard the names beyond the 8. So we will continue to watch the count. It could take up to an hour, but it may go much faster than that. Our Lisa Desjardins has been following the debate the entire day. And Lisa, it's been quite remarkable. Some of it a repeat of what the arguments we've heard. A lot of it impassioned. Democrats arguing that what happened a week ago today was unthinkable and that the president has to pay a price. Republicans saying no, there's no evidence that the president was involved, and we need to think about unifying.
I don't know how many times I can say unprecedented. I know you've talked to historians in the last week who say they're nervous about using that word at any point about Congress, but for so many reasons this was unprecedented. This is the fastest debate we've seen on presidential impeachment ever. There were no hearings. That is also unprecedented on this impeachment move. And in addition, something else unprecedented. The House Republican leader spoke against his own president, Kevin McCarthy, coming to the floor to say the president was responsible for what happened last week. McCarthy, however, saying he did not think impeachment was the answer. Instead, he wants the president to take responsibility. But nonetheless, how extraordinary. And, you know, I have on my list right here a list of some 24 Republicans at least that I'm watching whose offices I believe to be considering voting for impeachment. And we'll watch and see how many of them do. But the fact that Republican leaders, including Liz Cheney, have spoken out against the president on this is just extraordinary. This debate, as you said, Judy, was much more than 2 hours. You know, Congress is not very good at math. They have the power to give themselves more time, and they use it. But, you know, with our producer, Tess Conchatori, we've been keeping close count. Who we heard from today, 87 Democrats and 41 Republicans. Now, the chamber is almost half and half, but far fewer Republicans chose to speak in this impeachment debate on their own president than did Democrats.
And Lisa, why do you think that is?
Yeah. Well, I think there are some very complicated and high-stakes dynamics here. Clearly, the Republican Party is dealing with a massive rift over Trump, over what he represents, over how to defend him and whether to defend him and when. But I'll have to tell you, as we watch for these Republicans considering voting for impeachment, some of them are worried about their political career, worried they will get a primary opponent if they vote to impeach or speak out to impeach. Some of them also, Judy, frankly, are worried about physical threats against them and their family after what happened here at the Capitol. Those threats have been in the air for months since the president raised the idea of election fraud. I've heard this from Republican offices. You talked to Representative Johnson of South Dakota today. He talked about getting threats from the right. But the fact is, after what happened here at the Capitol became reality, now those representatives are thinking about this in a new way. For so long, so many of us here at the Capitol said, we're safe in this building. If there's a threat, we will tell Capitol Police. We will be protected. My family will be protected. That calculation has completely changed. These members are not sure that they can be protected or that their families can be protected. And so voting against impeachment today is an act of bravery for many of these representatives who are facing these threats. Now, it's not every Republican, but it is some Republicans who are considering impeachment facing very serious threats.
Well, Lisa, I have to say there is growing concern about whether there's a real and tangible threat out there. As you say, threats made to individual members of Congress. And then I was just reading in the last few minutes, Politico reporting that National Guard units told to prepare for the possibility of IEDs used by individuals targeting the Capitol around the inauguration. Everywhere you look right now, rather than the temperature lowering, it seems to me, if anything, the temperature is rising around the coming inauguration of Joe Biden a week from today.
I think that's correct. I will say that this debate was, even though it was clearly heated at times, was more civil than I expected. We've seen in the past 2 days members really almost come to blows. Last week we saw that, and in the past day when the metal detectors were brought in, Judy, several Republicans uttered swear words, cursed out the press, even cursed out some police officers as they went through those metal detectors in a way that spoke to this atmosphere you're talking about, that people are not being as civil, that emotions are so raw, and there hasn't been complete control over lawmakers' own emotions. So I was happy to see that today, for the most part, this debate was more civil, but those emotions are just a millimeter under the surface. You're exactly right.
And Lisa, before I let you go, I want to, on this, and of course we'll come back to you as the vote continues, but what you said a moment ago, quoting the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy, and his stating flat out that the president is responsible has responsibility for what the mob did last week in storming the Capitol and saying that he should be held accountable. And then separately from that, you have the news from the office of the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican, who's long been an ally of the president until very recently, saying that he has not made up his mind yet on how he would vote on impeachment, a conviction in the Senate, were it to come there. What does this say to you that the leaders of the Republican Party in the Congress are, frankly, taking a different posture toward this president in the final days that he's in office?
Well, I'm eager to talk to more people around those two leaders to talk about what they're thinking. I think for Mitch McConnell, the attack on the Capitol was something that hit his soul. This building, he's really a historian of this building. He is someone who has studied it and really admired it and admired the offices here his entire life, since before he even came to Washington. So I think for him that was a break point, and I think it is a matter of conscience for both of these men, what's happened. But you have to remark that, of course, politically it's much easier to disagree with the president who's walking out the door right now than it was when he was in office. Now, it's still not easy because Republicans realize that Trump voters are still a large part of their base, if not the majority of their base. So these statements do indicate some political risk for these leaders.
They got to be on the right side of history. You can't just like say, oh, but there are voters, we need to appeal to them. No, you don't need to appeal to Nazis, all right?
At least in part, and they needed to take some kind of stand, or in Mitch McConnell's case, be open to impeachment.
Striking that these statements are coming out today as the House votes on impeachment. And Lisa, I'm going to turn over to Yamiche in just a moment, but as we look at what's going on in the House, the votes are being counted, and it says 7 minutes left, but I expect it's going to take longer than that, right?
Yes, and we are getting more Republican yes votes. I'm seeing now from the chamber, Representative Rice from South Carolina, yes. Fred Upton from Michigan is a yes. I believe we already expected that. But Representative Gonzalez of Ohio is a yes. So we're seeing an increase in numbers in the yeses so far from the Republicans, and we'll keep track of that as we go. Now it's approaching 10 or a dozen at this point, and we'll see how high that number gets.
And we will continue to watch the count on this vote. We're going to stay with our special coverage until we know the results of this vote on the article of impeachment, the article essentially saying that the president incited an insurrection against the U.S. government. So now let's go to the White House, or to our White House correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, curious to know what they are saying at the White House about all this, and in particular, what Lisa and I were just speaking about, and that is the fact that the Republican leader in the House, the Republican leader in the Senate, both separating themselves from the president and being open, not in the case of Kevin McCarthy, he says he's going to vote against impeachment, but pointing a finger directly at the president, saying he was responsible for what happened at the Capitol. He bears responsibility. And then Leader McConnell in the Senate saying he's open to the idea of voting for convict the president.
President Trump is spending this day much like he spent his day a week ago when the Capitol was under siege, and that is really angrily watching TV and watching as people who he has had a somewhat close relationship with, at least a marriage of convenience with, start to really condemn his actions. Let's remember that a week ago, Kevin McCarthy was on the phone with President Trump, according to my sources, shouting at him, telling him that he needed to condemn the violence. Now, fast forward, and you see Kevin McCarthy here saying the president bears some responsibility for his supporters coming to the Capitol, wearing his name, wearing his slogans, wearing the symbols of his political themes, and creating violence on the Capitol. Of course, Kevin McCarthy is saying that he doesn't need to be impeached and he doesn't believe in this process. But let's also remember that something else is remarkable that's happening, which is that the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, is now on the record saying that he is open to voting to impeach President Trump, open to saying that he's open to convicting him for inciting an insurrection. If we zoom out and really pause on that idea, this is the president seeing his own party really say, we're not sure whether or not you're someone who has completely betrayed your country. And you're seeing more and more Republicans come out and use the word betrayal, use the word insurrection to describe the president's role in last week's events. I've been talking to people that are close to the president, and many of them are not defending the president. They are instead attacking the process, saying that this is a rushed impeachment. Some of them telling me that they think this is a political threat, that this is really Democrats wanting to make a point that the president can be impeached twice, wanting him to go down in history as the only president to be impeached twice. But they're not, Judy, they're not saying the president said things that were right. They're not saying that the president should have continued to say what he was saying. Instead, they're saying the president should have changed his tone. The president should have come out earlier to condemn violence. And that to me tells you why even the president, who has people that are still on his side, they're on his side based off of what they're saying is politics and defending freedom of speech, but not defending the president's own speech.
And I mean, you have a picture, Yamiche, you put it all together, a picture of a shrinking circle of support for this president. The numbers who are openly defending the president, those numbers have dropped. It's the people who've been his most immediate family members and others like Rudy Giuliani who've been very close to him. I mean, I think so many of us are curious to know how the president's dealing with it. I hear you saying he's angry, watching television. I mean, where does he go from here? I mean, a number of these, even Republicans were saying today they want the president to stand down, I mean, to call for no more violence. And in fact, he did issue a statement today, a short one, but he issued a statement calling for there to be no violence in the days leading up to the inauguration of Joe Biden.
That's right. But just like Representative Karen Bass told you, even people who backed the president in this 2020 election see the president calling for calm and saying that there should be no violence and saying that he doesn't stand for that and that these people, this attack doesn't represent his vision for America. They're also echoing the Congresswoman's words that this is hollow and superficial and meaningless. I talked to someone who was a senior official on the Trump campaign who was angry talking to me, saying this is why he lost the election, and also this is why this attack on the Capitol happened, because President Trump could never get around to changing his tone, could never get around to dialing back, could never get around to condemning people who were on the fringes of his supporters and people who were extremists and in some ways white supremacists and people who we saw storm the Capitol in his name. One of the things that's sticking with me is that question, where do we go from here? The only person right now that is legally backing up the president is Rudy Giuliani, his personal attorney. I've been really going down the line of lawyers who were sticking by the president, who defended him during the first impeachment. And so far, no one else has told me that they're willing to go into a Senate and to defend this president if a Senate trial is to take place, which of course is very likely here with the timing of that really being the only thing in question. But most people here are saying to me, the president is really on his own here. And I should tell you, I talked to someone else, a former senior White House official, who said the president's political stock plummeted on Wednesday. He is not here. He's not here to really have a bunch of people around him who can say, well, maybe he'll have a lot of influence in the Republican Party. There is this recognition that there are 74 million people who voted for him, 75 million people who voted for him. But there are a lot of people who are saying this party needs to get rid of President Trump and start over. That's also why you're seeing some people look at Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy's statements a little bit with some cynical eye here, because it's in their benefit to do away with President Trump. He has now become someone who is radioactive for the Republican Party. So some of this is people thinking that Mitch McConnell and others were moved by what they saw at the Capitol. But some people think that this is them really just trying to hold on to the Republican Party and trying to save it from this possible sudden death when it comes to its association with President Trump and the events of Wednesday.
Well, at the very least, sending a signal that they don't want him to be part of the Republican Party going forward. But as we've been discussing for days and weeks now, Yamiche, the president did get, 75 million Americans voting for him. We know some of them have expressed disenchantment, disagreement because of what happened last week, but a lot of them are sticking with him. And it's a dilemma for Republicans in terms of how do they talk to these folks who voted for President Trump? How do they say, you know, we're with you in terms of what we believe in, but hey, we don't want President Trump to have anything to do with the future of the party?
It's a good question, and it's a question that Republicans are really going to have to face in the post-Trump era. I spoke to someone just a few minutes ago who was accosted at an airport by someone because that person overheard this former senior advisor to the president talking about Vice President Pence, saying that he had done a good job, that he had stuck to the Constitution. That person overheard that conversation and then confronted the person at an airport saying, "You're a traitor. You betrayed President Trump. Mike Pence betrayed President Trump," talking about, of course, the vice president. So in the vice president is also in some ways facing this backlash. And that person told me,
joining with Democrats, but we do expect there to be at least a few more. So as we continue to wait for the vote and to see what the final count is on impeaching President Trump, joining us again, two Capitol Hill veterans, Victoria Nurse.
Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't unmute the mic. Sorry. Welcome. Thanks for the follow, father of husband of zero. Welcome to the family. Yeah, it's we've been covering we've been streaming almost 9 hours now. I've been covering the impeachment hearing, and afterwards I'm gonna really enjoy a nap because it's been like 9 hours. Okay, like it's been pretty intense. Just doing some puzzles, really easy puzzles, just getting some residual pattern recognition while we're watching this historic moment. We're fighting for democracy right now. Like this is more than just about Trump. Like it's the fact that that we even have to convince people that this has to happen. Like that's the real fight. Because it's one thing to be covered by law, but there's one thing that law can't fix, which is the social problems. We can't force people to think things that we don't agree with. And obviously, there's some things that, we're allowed to disagree with. But I think the biggest thing is there's certain things that we just need to put our foot down and say, hey, no, this is not okay. This is fascism. We can't just we can't just let this happen. And we could say free speech, free speech, free speech. But in the end of the day, there's certain things that just, we have to say, no, that's not covered by free speech. You can't just do that. You can't just incite violence. You can't just, get people riled up for 5 years based on lies. And you could force people to accept things. Well, not really. You can convince people. So that's the real challenge. Is you need to give people the information so that they can decide on their own to come to your side. And if you're on the side of what's right, it doesn't matter what your arguments are. You're trying to convince people to realize, it's one thing where it's oh, well, my side is right and your side is wrong. But it's like when people say, oh, that's a 6. Oh, no, that's a 9. And then there's it's a meme that says oh, both can be right. It's no, that is clearly, there is a definitive answer. It's either a 6 or a 9. There is no both. Somebody wrote that number down and they intended you to read it as that number. They didn't say, oh, well, this could be a 6 or a 9. No, it's a 6 or a 9. It's not both. Okay. Yeah, you can, well, what I'm saying is you can create, that's exactly what I'm saying, is you can create laws but you can't force people to change their minds. Like, you can't force racist people to not be racist. You can force them to not act on their racism, but you can't change their minds. And that's the real challenge. That's the big challenge of today's age, on the internet age, is because we can create all the laws we want, and we need to. We definitely need to. These laws need to stop being these laws need to stop being like blockaded in the Senate, and things need to just happen to guarantee human rights. That definitely needs to happen. But at the same time, even after those happen, we still have people who voted for racism, people who voted for people who support actively denying people health care, just based on their so-called religious beliefs, just saying, oh well, I should be allowed not to do business with these people based purely on and then these people, earlier I was saying, okay, Twitter is allowed to just ban people for whatever reason. It's a platform. It's a little different when it's like people use that same argument. Well, how come I can't, exercise free speech because of my religious beliefs that says I can't accept gay people? And it's like, well, like, that's open discrimination. Like, it doesn't matter what your religious belief is. And this administration has been actively fighting against overturning protections. And there's certain human rights. When it comes to human rights, your right to free speech does not trump somebody else's right to free speech. And you can't your exercising of free speech does not override somebody else's freedom and their life, and their life and liberty. You can, if you can't, it's not like, you can't like deny somebody else their life and liberty, because you have, it goes hand in hand. I think you could with strict, well, the thing is like, punishment doesn't really deter people. And like I said, you can't change people in their heart like with laws. You have to, that's a deeper, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like, that's the real battle. The real battle is it's a battle of the mind. Like, we need to help people understand that why are you hating people just for existing? Like think about it. Like why is there a reason why people hate people just for being gay, or just for being trans, or just for being black? Like there's no logical reason for it. And they come up with all sorts of reasons, and they're all rooted in hate. That's all there is to it. Like, whatever your reason, even if it does have some, people are like, oh, well, but the crime rate, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, well, there's underlying reasons why crime is such a higher percentage among certain demographics. And if you look at the entire chessboard, if you look at every single act that has happened for hundreds of years, back to back to back, you see the related factors that created an environment that caused that. Yeah, like I said, obviously, see, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. Enacting the laws is definitely required. Like, it starts like, if you went to jail for saying the N-word, there should be repercussions for saying, obviously, like, there's context. Like, there's a difference between somebody like accidentally saying something and being like, oh wait, I denounce that. Like, you have to openly oppose racism. Like that otherwise you're like, saying you're not racist does not make you not racist. Like you have to actually have action behind it. You have to be like, wait, I don't stand for that. That's not okay. And I'm going to do anything I can to make up for whatever I did. And that's, but I mean, I don't think people going to jail, like, there's obvious, like, yeah, you're right, but like there's things that are just too far. Like, you don't just send people to jail just for saying something, but you can ban them from Twitter, and that's something that's reasonable, right? Like sending somebody to jail for saying the N-word is a little bit too far, but you can ban them from Twitter. Like, that's
It didn't look like a typical Trump statement by any means. Someone else clearly wrote it. that called for no violence as new people approach Washington for the inauguration. But it didn't exactly ring true, and it didn't get to the heart of the matter, which is the issues around the actual conduct of the election, for which I'm afraid to say, as everybody from some Republicans, even on Fox News, have said, where's the evidence of voter fraud? Where are the evidence of dead people voting? And where are the evidence of people voting twice? We don't see it.
Michael Allen, thank you. I'm sorry I haven't been able to hear everything you've been saying. I'm hearing many other voices in my ear at the same time you're talking, so I wasn't able to catch everything you're saying. I do want you to stand by, though. We're going to come back to you. But right now I want to bring in former Florida Republican Congressman Bill McCollum, who served as one of the House managers for President Bill Clinton's impeachment trial, and Frank Bowman. He is a law professor at the University of Missouri. He's also author of the book High Crimes and Misdemeanors, A History of Impeachment for the Age of Trump. I am still hearing one of my colleagues in my ear, so I'm hoping I'm going to be able to have a conversation with you that I can hear. Congressman McCollum, good to see you. What are you hearing today from your former Republican colleagues? You served in the House for a number of years. What do you hear in what they're saying in terms of the president's responsibility for what happened last week, and yet most of them being against impeachment?
Judy, it's good to be with you. What I'm hearing today, and I believe it's true, is that there is a great concern in a large number of Republicans throughout the country that the congressmen, by and large, reflect, that there's a double standard. That, in fact, yes, the president may have gone way too far here in what he said to the crowd the day they came up and tore up the Capitol and clearly did things that they should be punished for. And yes, maybe there is a truth that this is certainly more impeachable potentially than and convictable than what he was charged with previously. But this sense that the public, the Republicans base, not just Trump supporters, but Republicans generally, feel that Democrats have gotten away with similar types of things. Maybe it didn't happen to the Capitol, but violence, the things that went on in the city this summer, statements that were made that were inflammatory by even the vice president-elect, those are the kinds of things that I think are going to resonate for a long time to come. As far as whether or not he is impeached, I think from day one, they believed that it would happen just because of what the situation was and the crimes of the people that were there that committed them. The fact the president said, go up there, however peacefully it was, that he was reckless in that. I don't know if it was amounting to inciting an insurrection. That's the sort of thinking that's going on right now. And we haven't had any hearings. We haven't had a chance for the president to rebut this, although in the previous impeachment process, he didn't get that chance till the trial itself. And that's perhaps not unusual, but in the impeachment of President Clinton, they did give, as you know, a chance for the president to say something before in a hearing before they went to the floor. So it didn't just process, it's precedent, it's concern that there is a double standard, it's genuine concern on the part of quite a number of them that you really have inciting an insurrection. Those are pretty strong words. And I personally doubt that the president intended to overthrow the government or to have his people that were there go in and disrupt what was going on inside the Capitol.
Are you kidding me? Like, of course he did. He's been directly undermining this entire democracy the entire time he's been in office. If he had the chance, he would completely seize power 100% for himself. There's no doubt about it. This was definitely calculated. This no fucking... but I didn't do anything. I am not a crook.
Were the radicals. And you could say the same thing if you were a Democrat when you're looking at some of these riots in the cities this summer. But we've got bigger problems. And going forward and having the trial, the impeachment is a foregone conclusion, whether they vote for it or not, Republicans. But having the trial is probably not smart. And from day one, I've said if I were president like Biden, I would want it passed as let the impeachment occur and then not have the trial. It's just going to continue to fester the problems of this country when we need to be focusing on what's really wrong. So I am worried about what happens as we go forward this spring. And I think most of these are...
This is what's really wrong. Like the fact that we even need to debate this, like that's what's wrong. Like the fact that like we just let it get to this point. That's what's wrong. That's why this needs to happen.
from the state of Florida, Republican. I'm looking at the number of Republicans who've now joined Democrats in favoring impeachment. I think I see 18. It's a small number on the screen that I'm looking at. Can somebody tell me, is 18 accurate? It's 10. I apologize. I thought I saw 10, and then the zero got squiggly. I thought it was, but let's be accurate. 10 Republicans at this hour have decided to join Democrats in voting to impeach President Trump. We still have, it looks like, 7 Republicans who have not voted yet. But that's where the tally stands, and we are getting close to the end of this vote count. Well, let me turn to you, Frank Bowman. You heard, I think, what Bill McCollum said about the Republican arguments. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, I'll be candid. I think the notion of trying to argue that there's some equivalence between ill-advised, perhaps.
And let me interrupt you, Frank Bowman. I'm going to interrupt you. My apology. I should have said we've now passed 218, which means President Donald Trump is impeached by the House of Representatives for a second time. This is the first time in the history of the United States that a president
About
has
time.
been impeached twice. So, Frank Bowman, I'm going to come back.
If only this, hopefully the Senate doesn't like fuck up, you know, like Jesus Christ, dude.
Impeachment.
Well, to resume the thought, I do think it's unfortunate that anyone is arguing that there is any significant equivalence between ill-advised statements, perhaps by some Democrats over a period of time during the past year, and what we're here to talk about today. And part of the problem here is has to do with the structure of the article of impeachment. The Democrats chose to focus what, as a criminal lawyer, you might call the charging paragraph, on this incitement to insurrection. And while I don't say that that's wrong, it raises questions. It allows people to argue about the president's specific intention to cause actions on the part of his supporters. And it focuses the attention of everyone very narrowly on what was certainly the tragic and violent conclusion of the real reason that he needs to be impeached, which is that this was merely the violent conclusion of a 2-month-long consistent attempt to overturn the results of a Democratic election. It didn't just happen on the 6th.
Right.
From the beginning, Mr. Trump sought to create a narrative.
Exactly.
In the election, he tried to pressure state officials. He tried to convince and pressure the Vice President of the United States to do something that he has no constitutional power to do. And regardless of whether or not there had been violence at the Capitol on the 6th, he would be equally impeachable in my view, because he sent that mob of people down there to do what? He sent them down there to pressure Congress into invalidating the valid results of a legal election. And whether or not he intended them to come in...
Yeah, I mean, it's already sedition.
For them to go down and pressure Congress into literally stealing an election. He did intend for them...
Yeah, the irony of it all. He wanted to steal the election, like...
An unelected autocrat. That's the core of the impeachable offense here.
Exactly, and that's the question is, you know, what did the president do in his 2 months of stating repeatedly that the election was stolen, that there was massive fraud?
Like, he can't say that he's been saying this all the time and saying, oh, you know, but I didn't intend to do anything about it. Like, obviously, he's been made it very clear that he's intended to fight this the entire time. Like, he's been leading up to this. It's really fucking clear. Like,
talking in public about it, calling the Georgia Secretary of State to get them to find 11,000 some votes. This was not just a
and that's just straight up illegal.
You know, things work out for me. It was an active pressure to get people to change.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who knows how to read between the lines, who can see the chess moves of what politicians say, like, if you take their words literally, obviously it doesn't seem like a problem, but you have to, like, read between the lines. Like, it's obvious. It's like the Romulans or the Kardashians and Cardassians in the Star Trek universe,
Have been incitement to insurrection or not, but it very clearly, it wasn't just what happened on January the 6th, it was what happened since Election Day.
Well, look, Judy, I don't think there's any question that if there were incitement to insurrection, that's impeachable. That the issue there is, as was stated, a question of whether that's true or not, whether that was his intent. With respect to the other question on pressuring people, no, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that Pence was pressured. I'm uncomfortable and don't like the fact that the president, over a number of months and years now that he's been president, has turned on some of his people irrationally, in my opinion. That doesn't mean I disagree with his policies. I think he had very good policies, and unfortunately, his legacy will be remembered for things like this. And yet, at the same time, if you think about it for a minute, anybody who's left office has the right, or has gone through an election, has the right to contest it. The question you're concerned with, and I keep hearing people say, is the pressure he put on people, like calling up the Secretary of State. That was potentially borderline a problem, no question about it. I happen to chair an organization that has the Secretary of State's Association on the Republican side under it. And so I think these are honorable people. But there were things going on in the elections in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and perhaps in Arizona and Nevada that we need to have investigations about. In fact, we still need to have those. And I'm hoping the state legislatures do that. I'm hoping that it would probably hope against hope that Congress would do it. But that would go a long way to alleviating all the concerns and the fears that many Republicans today have that indeed ballots were stolen. I'm not completely sure that anybody on our side of the aisle believes it's just because Trump exaggerates these things that nothing happened. I think they don't believe, most of them, I don't really think that anybody but President-elect Biden won at the end of the day. But there's something wrong with what happened leading up to the election, the changes of those laws. The Supreme Court didn't choose to take them up. Or they said they didn't have the evidence in some case, or whatever the excuse was. But it doesn't mean that nothing happened that was wrong, or that things shouldn't be corrected out there. And we need to have hearings, public inquiries, in order to establish yes or no. Let me give you one illustration. There is a thing going on the internet. I'm going to say this, Judy, before you go there. Thing going around the internet that shows that at a given time, both in the presidential election and in the most recent one between the Purdue and Ossoff, that at one point in the evening, if you took a picture on your TV screen, you'd have seen, like, for the Ossoff campaign, 300-something thousand votes, and for the campaign of Purdue, 200-something thousand votes, and then instantaneously some 30,000 votes disappear off of their deducted from the campaign for Purdue. The same thing happened in the middle of the night in watching your national television screens with significant numbers with regard to Trump. Now, nobody's explained that to the public. That may have been perfectly a legitimate change, but it's very strange. And there are people who say you can't technically do. So nobody's aired that. Nobody's talked about that. Nobody's discussed it.
This fucking guy, dude, he's still talking about potential fraud.
And Mr. Sterling, who is the top elections official under him, say they have looked at every single challenge, every single question, including the one you just raised, and they've answered it to their satisfaction that there was nothing wrong, that it was something with a very clear explanation. But we don't have time to go back over all of it right now. But I just want to say that these allegations continue to hang out there, and they will continue to as long as the president says that he doesn't accept the results of the election. I'm going to. We have literally just a few seconds. Go ahead.
Don't you think we'd be helpful to the country if you have a hearing and air that? Let the Secretary of State come testify to that effect. I mean, most people haven't heard him say that. Most people haven't seen the evidence, so to speak. And all I'm suggesting isn't that they're correct or that any of these conspiracy ideas are correct. I'm just saying we need, as a nation, to bind our wounds here, to have some open discussion about this and have public generally have an opportunity to hear questions going on between representatives in Congress or their legislators or somebody of these officials and not just rely on the speechifying and the reporting that's going on right now. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Judy, if I got a minute,
you know, it is
respond to that?
Republican officials in Georgia who've been standing by those results. But yes, Frank Bowman, go ahead.
I have to confess, with the greatest respect to Congressman McCollum, I'm absolutely shocked to hear him at this late date to continue to raise this narrative, which is
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I think I had my mic muted though, so.
this question about the integrity of any of these elections. If there were the slightest question about the integrity of any of them that could be proven to the slightest degree, it would have been brought forward in the some 60 lawsuits that were brought by Mr. Trump. And this is the heart of the problem that confronts us right now. This narrative of election falsity was raised by Mr. Trump, promulgated and promoted by not just Mr. Trump, but other institutional Republicans. And Mr. McCollum seems determined to persist in that. This language of, oh, there are questions and we should resolve them, does nothing more than create the enduring suspicion on the part of millions of Americans that something was.
Yeah, I mean, enough is enough. Like, it's already been disproven. Whatever claims that people had, like,
just as much as Donald Trump are responsible for the constitutional crisis in which we find ourselves. Because the constitutional crisis in which we find ourselves and the ground upon which Mr. Trump is actually being impeached is because he tried to reverse the results of a legitimate, lawfully contested election. And he was aided and abetted in that for the last 2 months by people for whom it was in their political advantage.
yeah, and not to mention, like, accepting support from known racists and white supremacists and leading them on and asking them to knowing like full well what would happen. I don't think there's any doubt, like, in my mind or in anybody else's mind. I don't think there's any doubt that Trump, I don't think Trump would. I think he knew exactly what he was doing, and exactly what if the FBI uncovers whatever they uncover, this could have been completely even more illegal than it is.
That's it. What now? I'm sorry if we cut off the ayes, but the ayes have it. The article of impeachment against President Trump has passed the House of Representatives with, I believe, 10 Republicans joining Democrats, making it a bipartisan acceptance of the idea that this president should be impeached for his role in inciting an insurrection, in leading the actions that led to the mob sieging the U.S. Capitol a week ago today. We heard there's some business still going on, laying a motion on the table to reconsider, but for all intents and purposes, the vote on the article of impeachment has now passed. So this is the first president in history in the United States to be impeached twice. Let's go back to our two other analysts who've been with us, Victoria Nurse and Michael Allen. Victoria, you've been listening to some of what Congressman McCollum was saying in the discussion back and forth about these allegations that hang out there despite the fact that they've been investigated, they've gone to court scores and scores of times, and they've been knocked down, but they still live as President Trump continues to push them.
Right. Professor Bowman's correct. It's over 60 lawsuits have been brought. Lawyers are now trying to disbar various of the people who have brought the suits because there was no evidence. And presumably if there were evidence, they would have brought it to the various courts that heard the challenges. So from a legal perspective, it seems that this is, maybe from a public relations perspective, it would be a wise idea to, think this. But I think that it's really not fair at this point to undermine in any way what we now know, and it should be viewed as strange that we still have to keep unearthing these results, because those were the arguments of Ted Cruz, by the way, when he said, I'm going to challenge these electors because I think we need more time for an audit. But why do you need an audit if you've had 60 lawsuits? And many of them actually were decided by Trump judges. One of the first ones by Judge Bibas in the Third Circuit, appointed by Trump. So I think Democrats' response to this is, no, this is just, Professor Bowman was saying, you know, this is just more of the same. And the problem is that we can only get to healing if responsible people of the parties stop making these baseless attacks. And I don't know where to go to here. One of the good things that I heard today was that only some people were making what I consider to be poor legal arguments. There was a fair amount of arguments about the First Amendment. There were a fair amount of arguments about so-called due process. And legally, these both have issues surrounding them. But when we got to the leader speeches, Mr. Hoyer and Mr. McCarthy, we saw that they didn't really rest on those. These were sort of off on the side, which is what they should be, because this is really about democracy. You know, I always tell people when they ask, oh, is it a crime? Well, no, you don't need a crime for impeachment. But by the way, a crime is a really low bar. In other words, there's lots of things you can do, like fail to pay your parking tickets, and you would never impeach on that, right? So it's kind of a low bar to say that, particularly when the assault here is on the democratic process. It's a constitutional charge. I don't think people should focus too much on the incitement. I tweeted out over the weekend that focusing on that word was a very bad idea. If you look at the substance of the articles, you'll see that they focus on the election and the attempt to overturn the election. And that is what we say in the law is the gravamen of the complaint. It's a constitutional offense against democracy. The other thing people, kept saying that I think your viewers should understand about the First Amendment is that, no, you can't be put in jail for speech. But it wasn't his speech that anyone's trying to impeach. What happened is what his conduct was. And you notice this by several of the speakers. They highlighted the fact that it was not only the speech, it was what happened when the rioters were in the Capitol. The vice president was trying to reach him, and he did nothing. The president-elect got on television and said, please say something to stop this. And if you have a duty under the Constitution to protect it and you do nothing, that
duty,
serious problem.
That, and as has been discussed, Victoria Nurse, the repeated statements the president made in the days and weeks leading up to the rally on the Mall that day, in which he said the election had been stolen from him, and riled up his supporters to do something about it. Finally, I want to come back to you, Michael Allen. For Republicans, where do Republicans go from here? Only a loss of 10 votes to join the Democrats, but clearly a party troubled by what their president has done.
Very much so. I would say more than today's vote, what Republicans are more upset about is last week's vote, when after the violence, as many as 121 to 131, depending on which votes you look at, went back into the Capitol and still voted, in effect, to decertify the electoral votes from 4 states after all of the violence. That, I think, is what has had people upset since last week.
Yeah, okay, well, it's been quite a long stream. They're repeating a lot of the same things, of course. That's what they do. They do that over and over and over again. Okay, I really... it's been a really interesting stream. Lots of stuff going on. President Trump is impeached by the House. That's pretty intense, pretty historic. We'll see how it plays out in the Senate and all that kind of stuff. And I'm gonna take a nap. You know, it's been quite a long day so far, and I need to take a nap. And I'm probably just gonna play video games. That was a lot of chess puzzles too, so it was like, enjoy Anna Cramling. Show her love and support. Don't be a jerk. Bye.